있습니다.
자 유티나가 가서 그러면 칼라바.
오 근데 챙기는 게 낫다는데
이거
못 챙겼거든요.
오 비상.
이러면 등수까지.
네, 아
자
물론
그리고 저를 죽여주세요.
저
여기 있어요.
한 대만 쳐줘라.
나 여기 있어요.
한 대만 쳐줘라. 그래 고맙다.
네.
소스.
더 때려야 돼. 더 때려줘.
이거 그걸로 되나요?
아 그래서 탈출.
루트킷?
근데 시간이 부족해요.
그렇죠. 이게
한 대만 쳐줘. 한 대만 쳐줘.
상자 열고 루트기
깔고 들어가고.
이것만 해도 10초 넘어요.
예, 진짜로 자리 잡은 건 자 70점을 만들어낸 인사이터입니다. 양쪽 웨일즈도 안쪽으로 들어오고 있는데요.
자, 블라스터 이런 거 좋고 일단 중요한 건 카메라를 안 까는 게 나을 수도 있거든요.
네.
드론을 최대한 활용해 주면서 윌리엄 공스택을 안 줘야 될 것 같은데 자,
근데 이렇게 아티팩트가 빠지게 되면 다음 턴에 살기가 힘들 수
자
있는데
일단 시코 한 번은 살아갔지만요. 그 이후에 뿅 선수가 지금 너무 많이 맞았거든요. 자 일단 교원 그리고 와 인사이터.
자 그래서
자
이제 엠마가
예.
정말 그 마법으로 연하 선수를 터뜨려야 되는데 병 선수가 만두 한 번 줄
각을
수
안 줘요.
있거든요.
각을 안 줘요.
그리고
각을 안
만두.
줘요. 인사이터 각을 안 줍니다. 자 그리고 HP 다 채운 다음에 자 변이 한번
자
걸렸지만
만두 한 번 더.
변이 걸렸지만 우리 팀 지켜주는 팀 있고요. 그렇죠.
아,
마무리. 하면서 NCNB의 나딘을 잡아냅니다. 인사이터.
정말 선체로 죽었습니다.
예. 자 그리고 이쪽은 이
이제
패시브는
스스로 탈 수 있게 만들어줬는데도
패시브는 고쳐줬는데 적중이 그 각도가 안 맞으면
저거
없어요.
끌어들임,
사실
빨아들임.
끌어들임이었다.
네,
차라리
선수의
미끼였다.
사실
디코이 플레이.
그런
그래서-
거죠. 뭐 이제 뭐 속된
예.
말로 바보 연기를 했다.
메소드 연기였다.
그래서
그렇죠.
결국 범까지 잡아내면 이거 연기 대상이거든요. 잡아냈습니다.
어떻게 한번 더 들어가고요.
오, 잡아냈어요. 자 로마틱 교환? 아니 근데
원서클,
원서클.
사실 이것도 연기였다.
네.
원서클의 테오도르는
오늘 굉장히 그 연기가
악명이
많네요.
자자하거든요. 상대
지워크
입장에서.
원서클.
네, 두렵네요.
시작된 건가요? FS 중에 이런 질주. 자 근데 이쪽은 인사이터랑 성남 락스거든요.
근데 락스가 깔끔하게 잘하고 있는데 아직 청가봇이에요.
아직도요?
아직 청가봇이에요.
아직도요? 아니 이게
선수
왜
이거-
아직도 쳐다보고 근데 이기면 뭐
이겼어요.
이겼으면
아니 몸이 가벼워야 더 잘 쏜다 이런 건가요?
좀 상대들을 터미네이트 시켜야 될 필요성이 있거든요.
그렇죠. FN 세종 입장에서 잠깐만 윌리엄 캠 외절에 할 수 있는데
그래도
일단 우리가 자리
과감하게.
잡고
자.
도전 잘 예쁘게 해보면 되지
근데
않을까?
시코 선수가 테오도르 쪽 붙어버리면 원서클 선수 딜할 수가 없게 되고.
자 알론소가 있긴 합니다만은 자 이거
네.
버니스가 살아가기가 어렵죠. 이어지는 알론소 이동기가 뭐가 있나요? 죽어야죠.
그리고 이렇게
그리고 시코 선수 위치 보시면 아시겠지만
쫓아가나요?
잡을 것 같아요.
쫓아가는데요?
이거 잡는 각이거든요.
자 근데 에너지 빌드.
아 피아스코가 없었나요?
무빙 지그재그
그래도 슬로우.
지그재그
스파다.
오, 살기 위한
자,
몸빛, 살기 위한
13초만
몸빛,
더.
몸빛대기. 자 하늘나리.
근데 그쪽에
근데 거기
안녕하세요. 자 그래도 아니 터미네이트네요.
네.
못 살았네요. 시간이 안 됐네요.
체크 잘했어요 양조에.
그렇죠. 그리고 서로 한 명 녹이는데 일가견이 있는 팀들이다 보니까 이런 집중력 봐야 됩니다.
자 일단 도급 상대는 철 선수가
와,
챙겨가는데
혼자서 그런데 이후에
자 오히려 한 턴 빠진 게 정말 좋은 플레이가 됐고요 지오크 선수.
자 엠마 먼저 잡아내고 체크메이트 들어가면 클로에까지 잡아낼 수 있죠. 대구성 가디언즈. 자 그래서 이쪽은 올루이즈 인천과 인사이터 아이템이 굉장히 좋습니다.
근데 이거 천무기 스킬
청주!
있거든요.
자 그대로 VLS 끊으면서 일단 블라스터 잡아내고 갔고요. 아티팩트 이후에 살아나기 어렵죠. 그리고 세나핀까지 따라붙고 있는 병의
네, 쇼는 떨어지지 않고요. 웍돌진 한번 피해야 됩니다.
네. 못 피했어요.
이러면
프리비트 선을 들어가고 있기는 하지만 그래도 슬로가
네.
좀 들어갔는데.
근데 이게 결국에는 계속 가면은 이 마이 위치도 위험하기 때문에 세나핀 선수가 잘 죽어주는 것도 중요해요.
네. 자
그리고 어쨌든 체크 포인트 팀을 견제하기 위해서는 많은 팀들이 살아있는 게 낫다 보니까 서로 최대한 생존을 위주로 해주고 있습니다.
자, 여러분 안 들어갔습니다. 클로에.
양주
아.
이거
자,
위험한데요.
안 들어가서 오히려
같은데.
셀린이 위험해요. 자, 뜨거운 맛 들어가면서 셀린 잡아내고 자, 쇼크 선수가 앞으로 들어가면서 자, 엠마 혹은 클로에 보나요? 자, 엠마는 체인지가 있긴 하지만 그래도
아니 이 파괴 전차
자 엠마도 이거 위험하죠 이러면?
자,
막을 수가
체인지 방금
없는데요.
사용됐고 소스 묻은 상태에서 들어가서 넉백과 기절 아티팩트 이후에도 인사이터가
그리고
충분히
위쪽에
정리합니다.
락스가
자, 이거
마무리했어요.
양조의
끝까지 지켜봐야겠지만요. 기묘합니다.
네,
오늘
그리고
인사이드.
대구성 가디언즈도 락스 보자마자 그냥 무조건 잡아야 된다.
그렇습니다. 자, 그래서 지역 선수가 들어. 나이스
오,
잘 피해서.
피해.
반응 잘했어요.
네, 블링크 나이트 보고 피하고.
반격해주면
자, 연목 근데 연목
자,
뉴라이즈
위,
강원.
위.
뉴라이즈 강원.
오, 이거 잘 봤어요.
네.
그렇죠. 그냥 순진하게 넘어갔다가는 당할 뻔했습니다.
자, 근데 이거 VLS 탈 수 있나요? 아델라 앞에서 VLS 탈 수
이거는
있나요?
짧았는데 게더링 필드.
자,
락스
카타 시간이
여기서-
없습니다. 시간이 없습니다. 자, 일단 금지구 해제가
그래도-
됐지만
자, 그래도 커리 선수
원딜들이
네?
핑퐁했거든요.
커리 선수.
핑퐁했는데
향기가 살아가야 되는데 향기 일단 안 죽었지만요.
네, 곧
자, 이거 지역구 선수 너무 깊어지면 안 돼요?
네, 매몰되면 안 돼요.
아!
와!
자,
자,
이러면 NCP가 해줘야 되는데
천천히,
리오와
천천히.
1대9도 이거 활라딘이 불리하거든요.
네,
그렇죠.
철 선수도 H보다
자, 그리고
적기 때문에
인사이터도 오른쪽에서의 교전.
자, 데이드림을
데이드림을 잡아냈습니다.
이겨냈거든요. 자, 알탈까지 잡아내고 알탈 잡아내고 터미네이터 인사이터.
참, 이
자.
구도를 만들어야 했고요.
성남 락스 그리고 인사이터입니다. 자, 지금 위쪽이 조금 더 중요한 것 같긴 한데
네, 왼쪽
일단은
싸움이 더 중요한 상황 속에서
네.
사실 첫 엑셀러레이션 로켓을 잘 피해내던 인사이터거든요. 그래서 커리 선수의 움직임이 가장 중요하겠습니다.
맞습니다.
자, 우측은 뉴라이즈 강원
자, 네,
일단
커리
잡아.
선수가
와, 이거
잘 빠졌어요.
이러면 근데
아,
밀려.
근데 이게 결국 시코 선수가 핑퐁하는 그림이 돼버렸네요.
자, 이어서 커리까지 잡아낼 수 있을 것
자,
같습니다.
오른쪽에서
인사이터.
에스텔이 살렸거든요.
저 이러면
오!
말이 달라요.
자, 근데 그럼
저는
리오가
빨리 와야 돼요, 빨리 와야 돼요, 빨리 와야 돼요, 빨리
살아날
와야
수
돼요.
있겠다. 리오.
아,
빨리.
리오가 살았어요.
자, 연아,
이건
연아,
락스가
리오,
이기는
연아, 리오.
구도죠.
자, 연아
락스가-
잡아내고 이러면
락스가 깔끔하게.
두 방,
락스.
세 방,
로켓.
자,
네.
자, 시간
부족하거든요. 시간요. 자, 5초. 4, 3 들어가긴 하겠지만
아, 이러면
병도
인사이터
병도
터져요.
병,
인사이터 터져.
자,
락스가
19까지.
부활해서.
네.
자,
와.
그러면 최종적으로 인천. 근데
인천이
이겼어요?
아니, 올레이지 인천
인천이 일단
이겼다고요.
해야 돼요.
그렇죠.
해내야 됩니다.
자기들이 뉴라이즈 강원 쓰러뜨렸으면 그 의지를 받아야죠.
지금 이 어깨에 달린 게 많아요.
네.
올레이지 인천.
조별과제도 연락 늦게 받았는데 갑자기 발표하게 생겼거든요.
발표 담당 발표하고
아니, 지금 PPT를 못
체크하고.
봤는데.
자, 전부 다 해야 됩니다. 자제도 사고요.
자,
발표도
근데
하고요.
할 수 있습니다. 인천 이거
총무 역할
하고서
다 해야 돼요.
슈퍼스타가
예.
되는 거예요.
그럼요.
그리고 락스는 절호의 기회를 잡았어요. 향기 선수가 해기호출을 만들어낸 기회거든요. 이거 놓치지 말아야죠.
네. 일단 프리아의 밸류가 낮지만 그래도 타지아가 핑퐁해 주면서 어떻게든 해내면 될 것 같은데.
이거
너무
너무
불편해요.
됐는데요.
아, 향기 선수가 자, 앞에 다들
아니,
버티고
커리의 리오가
있고.
커리의 리오가
아파요.
너무
이러면
거지합니다.
성남 락스가.
그래서 락스가 리빌딩 이후에 또 파이널을 가져가는 그림인데요.
유스티나 카티아 벤. 오케이, 우리는 리오 헤이즈로
결국
이기면
리오로
된다고.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. It feels like it's been way too long, but we are now here at the beginning of Eternal Return Masters Season 7 Final. We are here for the finale of the season, but before we get to the season finals, we still have one thing left to do, and that's what we are here for. Welcome, everybody. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I am still stuck in the basement alongside my best friend, Superior. How's it going today, man?
It is going fantastic, Shupi. I'm very excited for the games today because this is the last chance for these teams to, come out and qualify for, a spot at the finals here for ERM Season 7.
Yeah, for sure. It has been a very long ride for so many of these teams. But as you said, it is the LCQ, the last chance for some of these teams to make it on through. And let's just take a look at what some of these teams had to go through in order to even get here today. An insane run. We came from 32 different teams, plus 2. We'll talk about that in just a second. We are down to 8. 32 teams, we are down to 8, and we still have the LCQ main stage to go. These teams have fought tooth and nail throughout the course of the weekend to try to make sure they can secure a spot in that season finals.
I actually really like this graphic showing, basically how the teams ended up qualifying into, getting the LCQ spots. But yeah, now we only have 8 teams, and all right, we are gonna have to cut it down to 2 here, and it's gonna be that double checkpoint format that some people may not be familiar with, but we could go into that a little farther very, very shortly here.
Yeah, for sure. And while we're waiting for that, let's take a look at what's just going to be happening overall. We're at the LCQ, the last chance qualifiers. It's good. We're going to just move on to the next screen. It's all good and dandy. These are the 8 teams that are going to be playing. We'll talk about the format and the overview in just a second too. I'll go back to it. I have graphics for that stuff. Yangju Whales, Rump Rebels, Pointy End Circus, Demian, Gyeongnam Sparkle, Busan Vespa, and the Checham Phalanx. Now, from these 8, if you're familiar with the Eternal Return Master system, Yangju Whales and Rump Rebels were the 2 seeded teams coming in straight from the circuit points off of the regulation season. All the other 6 teams had to fight their way through, as we showed in that what is it, the graphic right before this. They've worked hard, my friend. They worked hard.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't know how hard it is to qualify for these last chance qualifiers, I mean, every single team, every competitive team wants to get that chance to make it to that ERM final. So, the cutoff is going to be really high, and then it's all these sponsor teams as well that are coming out to try the shot at a chance for that spot. So, yeah, it's quite the feat, I would say, for these teams. I would definitely give themselves a pat on the back, even making it here for the last chance qualifiers for the finals. But again, we are going to have to cut it down to only 2 teams that are going to be able to qualify out of here.
Just a real quick overview. I did say I was going to show it to you guys. Today we have the last chance qualifiers. You can see it at the top left. Just take a look at that first date and time. You guys are here at the correct time for it to start. But towards the end of June, we're going to have day 1 and day 2 of the actual season finals. So if you guys are interested in that, make sure you guys hop on in. Take a look at those times carefully. We will try to remind you towards the end, but those are the times that we're going to start at. So make sure you guys keep track of that. Other than that, prize pool shown at the bottom left, something that we've always been familiar with, 20 million Korean won, same thing again for the season. And the point matrix, if you've been watching any Eternal Return tournaments as of late, you should be very familiar with this, but in case you don't know, phase number 1, which means up until night number 1, each kills are going to count for only 0.5, but then from onwards, each kill will count for 1, not 0.1 or anything of the sorts. And then if you die to the environment, that's a -1. We already all know about that too.
Yeah, so the semifinals is going to be at the same time as it is going to be today, so 4 a.m. EST, if you guys look at the graphic there. And for the finals, it's actually going to be 3 hours earlier, so starting a lot, or I would say at a usually different time, because we usually don't start that early, but because it is, the grand finals, they got to get the show on the road a little earlier. So make sure you guys come out for that. Write it down on your calendar, or anyway, you can kind of keep track if you do want to come out and watch for the grand finals. So
absolutely,
it's definitely going to be a treat to watch. But Juvie, I think we could just jump straight into it here. I'm very excited to see what the team comps that we are going to be having coming out here for the LCQ finals here, because it's been about maybe 3 weeks, so we have definitely going to have a meta change up here. We're going to have to see if there's going to be any standout characters maybe going to get banned already off of game number 1.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm going to be pretty interested off the bat as well. We haven't seen these teams in quite a minute now. I believe they're playing on the most current patch. There shouldn't have been a patch this week, so they should be on 1.48. It means a bit of changes have happened ever since we watched these teams back during the regulation season, and we're already starting to see some of those changes reflected here. We're not seeing too many of those Justina as well as Kadia team compositions. Instead, we're going to see a Hisui coming out, and a little bit of an importance over onto the Johan. 2 picks over for Gyeongnam Sparkle and Checham Phalanx.
Ooh, there is so many duplicates. We got 2 Johans, we got 2 Chloes, 2 Suas. And then we also have
2 Cecillas,
2 Nikkis, 2 Cecillas. So a lot of duplicates, but I don't see a triple pick here, so I don't think we're actually going to have any bans going into game number 2.
Yeah, not at all. This is one of the interesting starts to a game for LCQ, but that is the start that we are given. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for a double checkpoint, let's talk about it just real quick. basically, the way that it works is going to be very similar to Checkpoint, just with a little bit of an added conditional. So, the way that Checkpoint works is that a team gets to a certain threshold. This time, for today, it's going to be 65, not 70. Once a team hits 65, it
70.
It said it over on the graphic. I caught that just before we started here.
Oh, okay. So that, I guess they lowered the amount of checkpoint, or is it only for
just for double
LCQ
checkpoint,
here?
probably.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So basically, a team has to hit 65 points, and then they have to win any games afterwards, right? Not the game that they got 65 points in, but any games afterwards. And once they do that, they are secured. The first team that is able to do it is going to secure themselves a spot in the season finals. And then after that, we still have one slot left with 7 teams remaining. So we're going to keep going with the 7 teams. The one team that has already made it, they are done for the day. They've already secured their spots. But for the rest of the 7, the day must go on. The show must still go on. They're going to keep going until another team wins through the checkpoint. Same thing as before, 65 points and then a win afterwards. They'll be the ones to secure that second spot. And then afterwards, we are done for the night, which means we have no idea how long this is going to go.
Yeah, double checkpoint formats usually go pretty long just because, you know, 2 teams have to, you know, get into that checkpoint breakpoint and then also secure themselves a win as well. So we're gonna have to see exactly. I'm gonna estimate maybe 7 or 8 games today. I mean, that's usually the average for these double checkpoint formats, but who knows? Maybe we're gonna have that pop-off team come out, get into checkpoint in 5 games, get out early, which is what we usually see, and then maybe in game number 6, maybe we'll see, you know, another team that is also, you know, doing really well and getting themselves out in game number 7.
Absolutely, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 for LCQ is now underway. Once again, we have no idea how many games this is gonna go, so hope all of you guys are tucked nice and tidy at this point, because if we have a long night tonight, of course we'll still have the breaks in between. Not gonna have that much time for yourself, so make sure you guys are comfortable. Make sure you guys are gonna have some fun, have something to drink for yourself as well, you know, whether it be water, whatever it is. Keep yourselves hydrated, because if you get dehydrated in the middle of these matches, you're gonna miss quite a bit.
Yeah, 100%. And we can already see ERM finishing their build, and same thing as well. Bravolo is going to be able to get some nice damage onto the Carla, but Carla just going to be able to blink on out of there with that, getting that speed gate as well. Dina, unfortunately, getting caught here, is going to go down, and it's just that ERM in Cemetery just finishes their build so fast and is able to look for those early kills.
Yeah, this is just what is classic. Ever since we saw E8 playing the ERM for, I forget which team actually. I think it might have been, oh my goodness, BNK Fear-X? Yes, BNK Fear-X. We've always seen that ERM inside of Cemetery being an absolute terror, and they're going to do it once again. Mandu trying to do the same thing, trying to replicate what E8 was doing back in the days, but this time around, alongside the Chloe is going to be a Johan.
Oh,
down
gets
goes
it.
one. Is Sungbin going to get taken down? The Soul Link is gonna end
Oh, but
too.
there he is here!
Can the kill with the Arda actually come on, But no, E8's gonna come in and say, this is my turf, this is my land, I am the OG. We'll be able to knock down 2 members of that team. That means Team Circus with the Alex down somewhere around the map, they're gonna take the full death timer of day number 1.
Oh, and look at the damage coming out from the side of Team Phalanx there. Marcus is just going to go down instantly. The Chloe and the Eva, I didn't even realize the Steam comp, they are playing that double backline with that Johan to support them. So it's just going to be a lot of damage coming out from the side of Team Phalanx there, because, you know, Johan having that heal factor and then going to be having that Ultras as well is going to be able to provide so much extra stats for the side of Team Phalanx there. It looks like soon they end up getting caught, but Carla going to get a lot of damage back. Not going to be able to get anything done though, as the members of the side of Team Damien go down once again. I think a little unfortunate there, because the Marcus is probably already caught on that respawn, already down to half HP, so I'm going to lose 2 members. And on the bottom side here, it's going to be Team Wales and be able to get a nice pick from the side of Team Circus.
Sungbin not learning their lesson. E8's going to be able to pounce on them once again inside a Cemetery. Mandu trying to take advantage of whatever there is inside a factory. They are going to secure themselves the bear, but it's going to give their life in exchange. So when it comes to just raw value, I think it's definitely in favor of Yangju Wales right now. Even aside from that, right, those Anima Reaper stacks, you get 10 for killing an actual player. You only get 8 for killing a bear. Value-wise, absolutely massive for Yangju Wales. Already in night number 1, they're sitting on 4 kills at the moment. Once again, 0.5 points for those day 1 and night 1 kills.
Barry getting knocked out by the sewer here, and the damage coming out from Min is gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be a 2v3. Members of the side of Team Best, but they ended up coming through, but Rosner already falling shortly here. Min gonna get so much damage. We're gonna go down, gonna click on forward as well, and they're gonna be able to find another kill, and it's just as Willem is able to just pelt so much damage onto the side of Team Rump Rebels there. Busan Best actually coming out on top.
Yeah, it felt a little bit weird from Rump Rebels. I think they were really indecisive on whether or not to go in because Bear was just kind of hovering on the outside while his entire team was getting pummeled by those fastballs. I'm not entirely sure what the idea was there from Team Rump Rebels, but that is a very good capitalization from Busan Best. But this William already getting a lot of damage and a lot of mastery from the early portions of the game. They're also sitting on 5 kills. It's a great start for a scaling comp.
Yeah, I thought so. I was going to go to the side of Team Rump Rebels there. You know, Rosner going down a little too early, but it's just way too much damage for the side of Team Rump Rebels to really deal with from that William there. Looks like Fonda is getting caught and getting completely soloed by the side of Peng there. And it looks like it's going to be the side of Team Sparkle's going to be able to win this one out. They're going to be able to grab the tree as well. Unfortunately, the side of Team Circus is going to be forced to back on out of there. But yeah, great pick there. Fauna just is losing the 1v1 to that Nikki, just completely solo there.
That's one of the reasons why Nikki has been such a popular pick across every single region, right? She is so good in teamfight. She is so good at soloing characters down. Her damage is actually pretty mind-boggling for what she is able to do. That's examples of why you can't just let this Nikki do whatever she pleases. Even if you're something like a Chloe that can defy death for a certain amount of time, it's rough.
Chloe, one of those ADCs as well that has so much 1v1 potential, but yeah, surprising that Nikki just did end up falling. I think the side of Team Sparkles did have support though, like the Nikki did have the Theodore and a Johan, you know, supporting Nikki as well, so it technically wasn't a straight 1v1. But yeah, Fauna just taking so much damage just from that Nikki alone. Just end up sealing the deal for the side of Team Sparkles to win that team fight and secure themselves a tree of life as well.
Now that it is day number 2 though, it seems like for the most part teams are going to play pretty quiet. I do start seeing the 4 score items starting to be bought in. We should start seeing some of these teams vying for positioning alongside some of these objectives spawning in night number 2. We might actually see some fights starting at that point. Because for day number 2, except for at the very beginning, I haven't really seen anything, right? Maybe we saw quite a bit. Yeah. There was some shenanigans happening in Factory. I think I saw 3 teams inside of that over on the right side when they were doing the split screen. Not anymore. I haven't seen a single one of those swords actually popping up when it comes to actual team fights. It's only been for Lumi.
Yeah, I mean, usually at this time in the game, you could see the credit counts of every single team. Every team has bought out here, so every team was just looking for those kiosk buy-ins. You have to get those 4-score buy-ins to make sure you don't fall behind the rest of the lobby here. You're going to have the Nimrod going to be placed down from Green Apple, but nothing really going to come out of that. Both teams just going to try looking for some poke damage to try to get an advantage. Don't think anything's going to come out here. Another Nimrodski is going to go through, but not going to be taken. Fauna is going to be able to dodge out on that burger flip there as the damage is going to get sent to the side of the Marcus. Marcus already getting chunked on half HP. A great double cube. Going to be able to land onto 2, but Green Apple going to get chunked a little low here. Asuna needs the ultimate down. Fauna going to jump on board. Is going to be able to trade with that Cicella, but is going to be that Marcus, and that Carla is still going to be alive here, and they're going to be able to find a lot of damage. Carla going to jump on forward, but it's going to get caught. Oh, they get the Carla. They do. The double dice does end up connecting, and it's going to be Team Wales going to be the one to come out on top.
I felt that way too often. You want to Goomba Stomp something, you can taste it, you can feel it, but it's just not going to be there because you miss everything afterwards. That's the biggest problem with Carla. I know the pain on that a little bit too much. We got baited by it, they got baited by it. Just to show you that even the players on ERM are human beings, it does end up happening. But for Team Demian, I'm honestly surprised that that was the way that the fight began, because up against a team composition that has an Arda, your real only way of going in is either going to be the Marcus just full sending, which is probably not the greatest idea when they have an Arda, or the Cicilla getting a pull. They are a very pick heavy comp just with what they are playing right now. They went into that fight as a front to back. I'm a little bit worried about how Team Demian is running this composition. I just don't know if they understand their team comp identity just yet. Up against the teams that they fought so far. I haven't seen too many incredible things. Hopefully they can fix that. Revolue in a little bit of trouble himself. He's just going to sacrifice it just so he doesn't take extra timer before he dies. Bungo's going to be able to pick that up, which means pointy end with a really nice kill during night number 2.
Yeah, it looks like Team Failing Circus completely split farming here, but they are playing that triple backline team, or double backline with that support, Johan, so no surprise that they're trying to get as many items as possible, because when you are playing, you know, all your damage is, or when you're playing a team comp that's that has all your damage on the back end, you basically just need to just have more items than your opponent, so when they walk up, you know, they're basically gonna get chunked down enough that you just have such a big advantage over your opponent.
Day 3 has begun. Team Matage in the chat, everybody. It has finally begun. The first day that we are going to be able to call people back with credits now. I say able, but that's your really only choice if somebody on your team dies. Who is going to be the first victim of it? It could potentially be either Team Pointy End or Young Whales. They're looking for position inside of Forest, but there is a large open space called Beach right behind them. I don't think anyone's going to be fighting. It's a little bit of an awkward spot for a lot of these teams to be in. I do see some transitions looking really nice for the side of Pointy End, but their credit count is also looking really good too.
Yeah, Pointy End looks really accelerated in this game. You can see the items on the bottom there. Bungo already sitting on 5 gold items. Hisui sitting on 3 as well, and they're definitely set up to get their next couple of buy-ins here. I think they are looking for this kiosk, so they're able to get a couple more items, and yeah, you could look at the rest of the lobby. It's only Busan Vespa that's anywhere close to equal for the side of Team Pointy End there, so it's gonna be a little tough for these lobbies to try to fight into these teams that are so accelerated already in this game.
Now you start feeding items into your Mai. I just saw the Blazing Dress built up as well as the tactical skill going over. That's going to be a quick 2 coming through. Pointy End is looking extremely comfortable where they are right now. I think the amount of aggression that they're showing, they want to look for fights. They've got the Hisui, they've got the damage advantage, sitting on the false oath as well. They need to find something explosive.
Oh,
day number 3, a pull over onto the Theo, but the pullback is going to come through. Scarlet has already invested the blink, but obliterated down into nothing is going to be that Theo. The only problem is Rosner is still alive, and there goes an entire team. What on earth happened to you, Gangnam Sparkles? It looked so good for a split second, but as soon as the Theo dies, there is just no damage. EA getting taken down. Youngju Whales in a little bit of trouble themselves, as it's going to be Team, what is that? Circus picking up the kill over on the southern side of the map. As soon as we are nearing the end of day number 3, everybody looking for kills.
Yeah, great finder from Busan Vespa and from Circus as well. I love these teams coordinated with this Suo, just able to just combo off of their CC there. We saw Busan Vespa able to land that pull, and the second the pull ended up coming through, we saw that bookmark and that Don Quixote coming out from the Suo to get that full CC chain onto that Theodore, and the Theodore just going to go down instantly from the side of Team Gangnam Sparkles, and then there's going to be no more, or not really much more damage coming out from the side of that team. So Busan Vespa is able to get a clean wipe there for the side of Team Gangnam Sparkles, and I think they ended up getting that Omega there in Pond as well, so huge win for the side of Team Busan Vespa there. Circus also did end up getting a nice pick as well. Didn't have a team fight though. Team Whales looking for the side of Team Rump Rebels. You can look at the item difference. Team Rump Rebels, you don't really have too many items to your name, only sitting on the 5 here, but Whales, I think they don't really have much either, so both teams wanting to take this fight here. A lot of poke damage coming from the side of Team Whales, but it's just going to be healed up by this Arda. And yeah, both teams just add a standoff here. We do have another team coming up behind, though. It's going to be Team Pointy End, so Team Rebels should hear the pings, and they're going to try to position away out of this third party.
The problem with Team Youngju Whales is that their level disadvantage is actually going to hurt them quite a bit because we don't have the CDR. Oh, actually, never mind. Hold on. A fight instead is going to brew out. There is the Divine Intervention.
Oh, wait a second. Bungo gets caught.
The only problem is Bungo's already dead. Taken down to the ground. Down goes the Adina. Now, it all comes down to Chone maybe on this Hisui trying to turn the fight over on its head. But the problem is you're up against a Charlotte. You're up against a Tazia. You cannot move. You cannot do damage. You can sustain yourself, but eventually you will go down. Out-sustained by the shields, out-sustained by the heals. It just does not end. Pointy End losing 2. That's going to be minus 400 for that team.
Yeah, huge find from Pied. They're just able to jump on those backliners. Just able to get onto Bungo, and Bungo going down too early into the fight. There is just end up getting chunked down. I think the My Ult did end up coming a little too late, or didn't really come down in time because the mine was a little too far away from Bongwa sitting so far in the back. But Tazi just having that extended range is able to, dash through their shards, is able to dive so deep, and yeah, great find there from the side of Team Kian. And oh no, here comes the third party. There's so much chaos going on here, and it's gonna be Team Damien gonna be the one to eat the full brunt of it. Visua gonna be able to finish off the Carla there, but Circus does end up losing a member, so it's gonna be a minus 200 for the side Team Circus. But Damien gonna go down. I think Team Circus did end up picking a couple kills there, so not too bad for the side of Team Circus. Just gonna be a minus 200. They have to look for the res though. It's gonna be a little awkward. Maybe they might have that mobile kiosk. I think I did see that ERM using that VLS system to get them to their team, and yeah, looks like Mandu is gonna look to get this kiosk by here in Chapel, and it looks like they should all be back up there. I think the side of Team Pointy End might find this Sua getting caught out here. Looks like they will be able to use the Don Quixote, and they should be able to reach back to their team. Spell Shield is gonna go through. There is the damage coming down, and the Hisui does end up stopping the Don Quixote, and that is going to be it for the side of Team Circus. A huge dash there coming out from the Hisui, able to just deny the Sua's escape. And I mean, it is IRM, so it looks like Circus will be able to live another day, as Mandu will be able to get out.
That is absolutely massive, I think, for Team Circus, because you're right, the rotation from the Hisui a little bit too difficult for the Sua to get out. All of the slashes actually ended up landing over onto critical members of Team Circus. Even the Alex getting caught out right towards the end of the fight there. If it wasn't for this Hisui, I'm pretty sure there was a solid chance he would have been able to make it out. There's been a lot of missed parries from some of our Alex players as well. Hopefully that can get fixed. But here we go, another fight as Bear now getting jumped on by the Hisui over on the backside of things. Half HP already for that character. Dicky sitting up on the front side, but up against something like the Hisui, it's going to be a bit difficult to stay alive. So Dabi in a whole heap of trouble himself. Doomgla trying to get jumped on.
Oh my god, this Hisui.
As this Hisui just refuses to take damage. The fight is way too chaotic. Iaido Slash unfortunately going to miss out. That means no real kills coming through for either one of these teams, but the Tazia is going to go into stasis. It just does not matter. Team Pointy End picks up a couple kills for themselves, but now they're going to have to deal with the Wickeline team that is standing and staring at them right in front of their face. Doomgla just pushing forward without any fear, but he gets taken down below half.
Yeah, I think they see the item difference, and they're not really scared of this team that did end up getting Wick Line. I mean, they might have the Wick buff, but don't really have too many items to your name. So I think really be scared of here. And oh, a great find there. Looks like Alex is going to go down once again. Busan Vespa able to get another kill, and oh no, look at the credit counts for the side Team Circus. I don't think they're going to be able to get back into this game. And I think Phalanx does end up spotting out the Sua here. It is a Sua, so they should be able to get away with their Don Quixotes, but it's going to be a little hard for the side Team Circus to get back into this game here. The timer as well, only 7 seconds left. There's no real way for this Sua to go here, as they are just going to go down, and so much range damage and burst damage, and Phalanx will be able to pick up a nice kill for themselves there. Looks like they're going to be able to use the VLS system to get on to get themselves on out of there as well, with the mobile VLS. Frost are going to dash on forward here. Going to get caught Min. Gonna use the ultimate, and a great pullback coming out from the Sella, forcing the Tazia totem. There is the ultimate coming out from the Charlotte as well. Gonna be able to keep their members alive, and the side team Rump Rebels are gonna be forced to back on out of there. Look at them, look at the items account, the item difference again. Rump Rebels unfortunately just not really having much except for the Tazia being fully built, but Pied is one of those players that can just find these angles in and just wreak havoc on some of these teams.
The only problem with going up against Team Busan Vespa is the William is not the only one that you have to be worried about right now. Tones are also on full items. Rosner sitting with the helmet piece that is a red transition as well. It is ridiculous how much damage this team is able to provide. You try worrying about the William, well, you're going to have a Sua staring at you in your face. You're going to have a Cecilia that is just constantly pumping Wilson damage at you as well. It's just not going to be a fun time, but maybe Team Yangju Whales can do it because they have an Arda, they have those Papyruses, they can get the damage down as long as it lands. They have the Wick buff on top of it, so it's a good, demanding position that Team Yangju Whales is going to have as soon as some of these zones close. But another fight coming in. Dina's going to send out all the lasers in the world, but with Divine Intervention, unfortunately, the White Lily's just going to separate that entire team. Oh, it's just not going to work in favor of Team Rump Rebels. Down they go, completely split apart. Cadmus getting caught out as well. Yangju Whales just sweeps house.
I'm really surprised they sent it there, because there was the cameras that is just available in Pond, and I mean, maybe they assumed that the side of Team Phalanx did end up taking it, but it was just another team, and Team Wales just saw every single thing that was happening in that little team fight there, so just able to just get the easiest third party of their lives. We'll be able to get, we'll be able to wipe both the teams. I don't know how many kills they ended up getting, but already sitting very comfortably on 10.5 kill score and 15.5 points so far, so a huge pickup from the side of Team Wales there. Team Busan Vespa as well, sitting already on 14.5 points, and Pointy End on 9.5. So all these teams, they are gonna slowly trickle down. It's only 3 teams left, so I wonder which teams are going to be contested for their zone here. Looks like Busan Vespa is going to be the deciding factor here on which team they want to choose, as Team Wales is going to be taking Hospital, and Pointy End is going to be taking Chapel.
Yeah, they can quite honestly go anywhere, because I saw earlier that the Sua also ended up getting a Nova Shield. She is disgustingly strong at this point. It is not something you want to fight right now.
Yeah, Busan Vespa sitting on 3 bloods total. I think Wales sitting on about 2, and then we got Pointy Head sitting on 2 as well. So I mean, all these teams are pretty well set here for this final zone. I think all these teams are probably about equal strength here. It's just gonna be on which team Busan Vespa does end up wanting to take the team fight into here. It looks like it's gonna be the side of Team Wales here. I think Team Pointy End should have that Chapel zone. They're just going to grab the console down here in Factory. Probably walk back up to Chapel here. Unless they want to look for the third party here, as they actually are going to push up into Hospital. So we're going to have a weird situation. I think Busan Vespa, yeah, it looks like they do end up recognizing it, because they did end up having some wards and some cameras down. And they had the Factory console, so they know that there's another team that's slowly rotating around, and they're just going to be the ones to secure their Chapel zone. And now it's going to be Team Pointy End, because they were a little greedy here. They're going to be in an awkward spot, and they're going to be the ones to be forced into another zone. And Team Busan Vespa, they're going to see this team walk in, and the timers from the side of Team Pointy End is really taking down here. So Team Busan Vespa are going to have full knowledge about that, and they could utilize this to their advantage.
Yeah, the fight's going to have to start, quite honestly, now from Team Pointy End. They're not going to be able to contest for timer at all, but how can something like a Hisui, how can something like a Mai, how can something like a Nadina push in on towards a Sicilla? It's tight corridors everywhere. I think Team Pointy End may have chosen the wrong temporary zone to fight. Dabi's going to try sending it, but it's over onto a Sua instead. This Hisui just has absolutely no leniency in going over to the backside.
He's dead to the ultimate.
The Hisui is just dead. There is just no clemency on what you are able to do. Wrong decisions across the board for Team Pointy End, and Busan Vespa is there to punish it.
Yeah, I feel like Pointy End, I mean, they just had the easiest final zone. I think they just had to hold their Chapel final zone, and it would have been good. But just giving Busan Vespa the opportunity to rotate around and take full zone control, and then pushing into a Cecilia Williams is just, it's gonna be a little hard when you are the side of Team Pointy End there, because he's gonna have to be the ones to force it in with that Mai and Hisui, and the William and the Cecilia is gonna have free reign to just dish out so much damage on your engage. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Pointy End, but I mean, not too bad of a game for them. They still got about 9.5 points for themselves, but Busan Vespa and Wales, they're looking to make a statement in this lobby here. They're already sitting on so many points, almost double every other single team's points here. So gonna have to look if they can get a couple more here.
Busan Vespa looking for 22.5 overall if they can get some of these points. Never mind, not 22.5, sorry, 25.5 if you account for the placement points as well. Youngju Wales looking for 23.5 for themselves if they're able to wipe out everybody from Youngju Wales. Who is gonna be able to get it? The damage exchange coming in favor, actually nobody really coming in favor of anybody, right? We have Green Apple who's gonna be able to heal up for themselves. The damage output from E8 is pretty good. Girl in the Bubble actually invested from Sonsar, but the problem is with the Sua sitting up in the front line, it is so darn hard to push back up, because you got Odysseys flying everywhere, you got the what is it?
Ultimate invested. Oh, wait a second. Fauna gonna jump on forward here, and a great spell should come out from the Sua, and I think Fauna's just gonna go down. And that is going to be it. The side of Team Busan Vespa is going to be the ones that come on top. Fauna looking for an angle there, but not going to be able to find anything, as it gets immediately punished in a great response coming out from the side of Team Busan Vespa. He's going to clean 3 for 1 there, and they're going to be able to close out this game with 26.5 points there. So huge game for the side of Team Busan Vespa.
That is really confusing though from Youngju Wales. Maybe their timer was low or something. Maybe I didn't keep track of that, but
I think they just thought, or Fauna Fana probably thought he could just maybe try one-shotting the William, and the William goes down. If he trades 1-for-1 for the William, that's totally fine. I think I think they could definitely win it out, but it just didn't really go the way they hoped. I think that's probably the better way to put it.
I'm not entirely sure. That was just really weird because with the Nimrod's gate, you have the vision, you have the information. I think Min just actually sent the signature fireball right on top of the Nimrod's gate too, so they should have seen it going. I'm surprised it was sent. Definitely the wrong choice because as soon as Fauna took it, smokescreen came down from the William. She can't do any auto attacks as a Chloe. You gotta move around, but in the meanwhile, fastball was activated too. I'm really sad about that. I think Yangju Whales, if they watch that game back later down the road, they'll understand how much of a fumble it was. Because if they were able to just kind of sit it out and wait for the next Nimrod gate or something like that, maybe they wouldn't know, but the William wouldn't have had the signature fireball. That was the biggest thing that caused issues for so many teams facing into this team. Yangju Whales played straight into it.
Yeah, 100%. And then they got a lot of poke damage already down onto the Sicella. The Sicella was already down to like about 1 HP, so I'm surprised they did end up sending it there just because they could have had an angle maybe to kill the Scylla first. Instead, they just tried, or Fauna just tried to hunt to zero the William. Just didn't really work out their way. The spell shield was there, like you said. The smoke screen was there as well. The William was just easily able to just get on out and completely punish Fauna for taking the Nimrod's gate to try to look for that 1v1. And just didn't really go in their favor.
Yeah, well, Yangju Whales, it's definitely not a bad game. They were able to trade out the Sicilla at the very least. I think the Arda was able to catch that one towards the end, but that was just about it. I think that should mean 18.5 points going in favor of Yangju Whales. But as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be quite a solid start for Team Busan Vespa. This is one of our sponsored teams over on the KR side of things. Nothing too surprising when it comes down to which team is the one to take away game one.
I'm glad to see Rosner back on the play on the Suwa, and he's performing here. Like he's doing really well. Is able to, or just is really well coordinated with his team on these catches. Right, the Sicella is able to land these priority pulls, and it's a great follow up coming out for the side of Rosner there. And yeah, you can look at the point graphic here. It's going to be Team Busan Vespa and Wales having a strong lead over the rest of the lobby here with 25.5 points and 18.5 as well, and it says the checkpoint is 70, but I don't know if that's correct. Is it 70 or 65?
I thought I saw 65 earlier. Maybe it's 70. Honestly, 70
Maybe the
would
graphic
make
isn't
more
updated.
sense. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's 70. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to give confirmation for that for you guys. Maybe after the break we could. Yeah, because I think it did say 65, but the graphic here says 70, so we're not entirely sure, but we will let you guys know. And obviously, when a team does get into checkpoint, their team is going to be lit up, and you guys will know for sure exactly what the checkpoint breakpoint will be when these teams do end up reaching it.
It's not going to be too big of an issue. 65, 70, essentially they're the same.
Yeah.
Let's be real here. Just knowing you and I, it's going to be that 1 point curse. Maybe it's even going to be 0.5 now that we're in Season 7, right? The 0.5 point curse where a team just gets to 0.5 points right below that checkpoint mark. It is going to be devastating.
I don't think we've had that happen yet. I don't think we've seen a 0.5. We obviously seen the 1 point curse, in the previous seasons when there wasn't half points, but that would feel really bad. I mean, being off checkpoint by half a point, like, oh no.
It'd be actually rubbing salt on the wound at that point.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bit annoying.
It would be pretty funny though. It would be pretty funny to see a team like 69.5 points. just half a point away from getting into a checkpoint breakpoint, And it's like, man, maybe if we got like a kill and in one of these early stages, maybe that we dropped or something, we could have been in that checkpoint breakpoint, and who knows? What if they end up winning that game as well?
Yeah.
It's gonna feel really bad.
That's the big one. What if they end up winning the next game? Man, those teams are going to be in shambles. But either way, that is a potential future that we don't have to worry about, at least for the time being. And as we get game 2 started, you mentioned it before when we started game number 1, no bans going into game number 2, which is quite interesting because we had so many double picks. And quite frankly, all of them had importance. All of them had impact as well. The Arda is making really big important decisions. Scylla is making some really nice picks for themselves as well. There was a lot of things that happened from some of those double picks that actually made a difference in some of these fights. I don't think it's really going to change. With no bans, I don't see any reason why the team would change, quite frankly.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, is if we will have any team comp changes or any roster changes. I mean, not roster changes yet, but maybe after the break here. But usually after game number 1, I think most teams are going to be picking the exact same thing, just because, you know, game 1 isn't a really good metric on if your team comp really works out yet. But after game number 2 is when teams start to, you know, go back to the drawing board, maybe swap out one of their team members for a different team. Maybe we'll see, you know, some target bans coming through to try to, you know, stop these other teams from playing their comfort picks. But yeah, you could look here, and most of these teams are going to be the exact same, except for Team Damien. Team Damien is going to be the only team that does end up swapping up their picks here, as we do have the Priya and the Darko coming out instead.
I like this because, as I mentioned earlier, Team Damien, they looked a little lost on how to actually operate their composition with the Scylla. This time, it's going to be a lot more straightforward. This is the type of compositions that we actually saw Team Damien running a lot more during the regulation season, and we saw them having so much profound success on those kind of compositions. I love the fact that they're already making this change. It felt finicky watching Damien running a pick composition with the Scylla and then just completely sending a front-to-back fight instead. This is much more in line with what I'm familiar with when it comes to this team.
Yeah, they're going to be playing this Divex team comp with that Priya as well to have that extra poke damage and that secure for that CC with that Exquisite Third. So you're going to have to see how they do end up utilizing the team here. I think they should be, I would say, relatively good, because I mean, the only problem is this lobby has a lot of these backline pick type poke teams. So if you are playing that dive team, you are going to be playing into, you know, these teams that just are able to kick back so well. So, you know, if it's just going to be up to, you know, the Tazia and maybe the Darko to find these angles and to try to lock down these priority targets in the back.
Sir, yes, sir. Okay, and as game 2 is underway now, it's still gonna feel a little bit different. I still wouldn't put it sideways, where if teams are just gonna be looking for the same places where all of them found aggression, most of those early kills kind of came from teams that were grouped up, finding someone that was slightly split apart. And for some reason, I don't know what it is. I don't know if you've noticed this as well. KR has been kind of interested in a lot of 3-zone builds nowadays that are pretty optimal for some characters. Those take quite a bit. It'll take you quite a bit before you're able to join back up with your teammates. You also have some animals that you want to be farming most likely on your rotates as well. That can cause issues later down the road. If you want to do something, there's the Hyperloop coming in. You can't interrupt that. And out they go. Revolu, again, look at this, by himself, but as everybody else on his team is going to start piling on in, maybe the support's going to pile on through.
Wait a second,
Dina trying to run away, not going to happen. Rosner trying to keep himself alive, but that is a Suwa. Down goes Dina. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Guzman.
Yeah, looks like they were able to get that suit, or get that Scylla in there at the very end, and was able to support it. Oh, looks like Point again going to be able to get a nice clean wipe onto the side of Team Sparkle. Is going to be able to get 3 early game kills. It's going to be 1.5 points for this side of them there. We were only able to catch the end of that team fight there. Looks like Fauna going to jump on forward. They're going to get a lot of damage onto the Alex, but Alex is going to be able to use their clone to get away there, and the Suwa is going to be completely caught out, and does end up using the Odyssey at the very end. We'll be able to trade their life for that kill, and it looks like EA going to get a lot of damage. You got them just cap pouncing each other, and it looks like it's going to be EA going to be the one to come out on the top, having that Arda to support them there, and the Alex is going to be forced to back on out of there. Is going to go down very shortly. The ultimate does end up coming down, but not going to be enough, as it's going to be the side of Team Wales and be able to pick up another 2 kills. So sitting on 4 points for them, or 2 points for themselves already. 4 early game kills. Not too bad for them. A great start. Fauna going to be able to grab the bear as well.
Actually really nice for Team Yangju Wales as well as even Team Circus, because Fauna is able to get an idea of what the map is looking like. There goes Dina once again. But just kind of going back to the topic, you can get an idea of where everybody is. That's the reason why
Yikes.
Chloe spawned towards the south side. Same thing for the Suo for Team Circus as well. But this is a little bit of an annoying situation to be in, right? You just fought against this team. Now you have to fight up against them 1v3. That is just not happening. It's too early game for the Suo. She will get taken down again. Long death timers for Team Circus members.
And I didn't realize, but Dallas didn't have the arm piece finished, so I think just end up getting caught a little too early. And oh, a great double knock up there coming out from the ERM, but huge find from the Hisui, able to get onto Fauna, but this end up going down as well. I mean, a great pickup for the side of Team Pointy, and they're able to actually get one in a 3v2 situation there, as a huge find from the Hisui is able to just completely finish off Fauna. I think Fauna not having the ultimate up there as well. Looks like Min is going to get a lot of damage. Busan Vespa going to be able to get a nice pick here from the Priya team of Damien. They're actually going to look to find an angle in, and they're going to be able to get some damage onto this Tazia there, forcing the Darko Blink, and that's a priority cooldown here coming up for this Tree of Life if you do end up wanting to contest it. I'm actually surprised they tried to look for this 2v3 angle. Not going to find anything. Busan Vespa is going to be able to easily kite back, and looks like they're going to grab the cameras as well, and Hotel, and the try going to be... and they're definitely going to be preparing to contest for that Tree of Life coming very shortly.
But it wasn't in vain. I do see Min, the William, also down a blink. That could be a pretty big cooldown. As you mentioned, it's priority for the Darko, of course, but it's also priority for the William. A fight going to start as soon as the Tree of Life spawns over inside of Cemetery, but luckily for Team Yangju Whales, they back away. It is a level 1 energy blast field. That means the cooldown is going to be quite long. The duration of that overcharge state on the field not going to be that long either. That means everybody from Gyeongnam Sparkle is just going to have to back away from the fight. A beautiful disengage from Yangju Whales, and the reinitiation timer was also perfect. They will secure their Tree of Life and get away, although Gyeongnam Sparkles finds a stray Piet. Down he goes.
Yeah, this nice early game, or nice day 2 pick as well. That's going to be a full point going to the side of Team Sparkles there.
Wait a second.
Wait a second. It looks like Cicella is going to be able to get the ultimate down, and they're going to be able to get the Priya here with basically no HP. And can they get onto the jump pad? No, it looks like side Team Damien is going to be able to secure the Cicella there. So Team Damien, they're going to be able to get a kill, but Asuna does end up falling. So great. Another great pick there coming out from the side of Team Busan Vespas. It looks like they're actually just split farming here and try to get as many credits as possible. There we have enough to get their 4-score buy-ins there. Fauna gonna go down to the side of Team Rump Rumple's gonna get completely caught out as well. Looks like they're also split farming. So a lot of these teams utilizing that split farming strategy to try to get their 4-score buy-ins. Team Wales, I mean, you could see the credit counts are a little farther behind the rest of the lobby here. Not gonna be able to get their 4 scores just yet, but should be able to get them very, very shortly.
They're all getting punished though. All of these split pushing, oh well, not split pushing, but split farming teams, they're all getting punished. This is exactly what you want to see when you are a team that is grouped up, trying to get credits as you move around the map with your team. Some of these straight picks are going to work very much in your favor, right? We are already seeing it. So many teams looking for some of these individual points, and now that we're already in phase 2, each of these kills count for 1 point. Yeah, in the game, maybe split farming is the right idea, but in the end, this is still a tournament. You want those points. Parry coming out from the Hisui. Is that going to be enough to keep her alive? That is the question. She does have the Nichiren cut, but it's just not going to do anything as there's nobody sitting inside of it. The heals are still coming through. The shields are still refreshing. How the heck was that Hisui alive for such a long time? But it's a 1-for-1 trade. In the end, IRM on the backside trying to do whatever damage they can, but Yangju Whales considering backing away from this. E8 trying to stop the res is going to put themselves in danger if anything. Pungwa is on the chase. I think E8's going to get taken down. There we go.
Yeah, and Arda is going to be forced to get on out of there. Gotta make yourself safe so you don't get team wiped there. So will be a 1-for-2 trade there. So, I mean, Wales, not too bad. They will be able to still get a kill, and it's not going to be a permanent death there. And wait a second, Team Sparkles end up getting wiped?
Again?
Wait. So early as well?
Oh boy, what happened there? We weren't able to catch it, but yeah, you're right. Gyeongnam Sparkle taken down early again. Now, at least they were able to procure 2 points this time around, but they're going to get taken out in 8th place again before we even start going into day number 3. Gyeongnam Sparkle needs to figure something out, because this Theo Nikki comp, yes, it's really good. It's really amazing. The only problem is it's really amazing 15 minutes into the game. They aren't even getting past 5.
Yeah, it looks like they're just getting caught out, and I think there were a couple changes to the team comp as well. I think Nikki did end up getting hit, so maybe that's the reason why, you know, it hasn't been really working out. And it's also because maybe you don't have as much experience as the other team did end up having. I forgot which team ended up playing it, but I think they already qualified for the finals.
yeah.
There was that Nikki Johan
It's
and
the
Theo Tom.
cleanse. It's the cleanse.
Yeah, the cleanse
Theo.
Theodore. The cleanse Theodore. When there's too many Nickies in the game, they do run that cleanse, and they play that comp really well. So I think Team Sparkles maybe trying to replicate that magic, but unfortunately it's not really working out for them. So they definitely have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe they're gonna try using their substitutions here going into game number 3, because yeah, it's just not really working out for them here in this lobby. Looks like Fauna gonna try to find an angle in, but he's gonna just immediately blink on out of there. So much damage and AoE damage in return from the side of Team Wales. Looks like the Sue already getting chunked down to half HP. There comes the dice. It's not going to connect as the Iron just going to be able to dash on out of there. And the Sue are going to be able to use the Blink and the Don Quixote. Oh, wait a second. The turn, though. Looks like going to find an angle onto Fauna. Fauna jumping on a little too far forward and does end up trading, though. Sue does end up going down as well. And it's going to come down to our cats. Maybe going to try looking for this 1v1. But E8 does have that item advantage, so they will be able to get the 1-up onto the side of Team Circus.
And this is all constantly from Team Younger Whales, the beautiful initiation, disengage, and then the reinitiation. I talked about this during game number 1. They're actually able to show us
another
again
wipe. Rump
in
Rebels
game
gone.
number 2. Rump Rebels taken down on the north side of the map, right around that mutant
That was from
core
Phalanx.
spawn camp. Yeah, by Jets of Phalanx, that's going to be a full wipe. We got 2 teams down by day number 3. This is a very accelerated lobby. Now the entire map is just so much more open, but we're seeing fights instead. A double taunt coming through from Sarthabi. That's going to be Echo the Earth being proc early as well. Zuma Megayashi not really landing onto anybody, but the damage is still there.
My
And
God.
they get oh
The
my
Hisui.
god, they get the cuts everywhere. It's just not working out in favor of Team Demian.
Oh, yeah, it's just so hard to kill a Hisui in this team comp here. Or that's not Team Damien. It's just the Darko and the Tazi just going to be the ones to try to lock down dashing Hisui. Just able to just dash all over around onto your team. I think they tried focusing down the Mai, but the Mai is just way too tanky for the side of Team Pointy, and they're just not able to find anything. Team Damien, fortunately, going to be a minus 400. It's going to be 2 day 2 deaths and 2 early game deaths as well. So huge loss for the side of Team Damien and a huge win for Pointy End there, as they do end up getting 2 kills. Get those credits as well from the bodies, and they're going to be looking to get their next couple buy-ins here. You can see the credit counts almost getting to the next couple 4 scores here. Damien going to be able to get the reses down in Hotel, but Team Circus, they should see the pings on the map here, and maybe going to try looking for a team fights down here, as minus 400 means that Team Damien is going to be set pretty far behind here, and Team Circus is going to look for an angle in, but the ERM just gets completely CC chained, and they're going to go down here. Unfortunate, as the side of Team Circus was completely split away, as the Sua was nowhere, or was wrapping around, so wasn't able to get that angle back in, but they get the insta-res down here in Hotel, and they're maybe going to try looking for another team fight here. The items are looking pretty equal, as both teams are sitting on 4 to 5 golds apiece, so we're going to try to get some poke, but the Priya shields are going to be there.
Yeah, do remember that Team Circus's composition, save for the Alex, doesn't really care about ultimate cooldowns. Team Demian's does. He pretty much used everything during that fight. I do see, I think, Paradiso about to come up. Same thing for the Echoes of the Earth. He managed to get the execution bonus over onto Mandu, so some of the cooldowns are going to come back. But maybe the Darko is missing out on a little bit. EMP Barrage going to come out from the beginning of the fight.
But the damage is too much.
Coming through. Sungbin trying to get taken down. It's not going to happen. Look at the low health bars over onto the Sua, but she's healing back everything. The only problem is Mandu gets taken
good
down.
blink.
And this is just a problem for Team at Circus. It is an absolute fiesta, not a circus for this team. That's going to be Team Demian picking up 2 extra kills for themselves, and you're right, a beautiful blink coming from the Darko to deny the escape from the Sua. They get the kill, and now the Alex is left by his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was a huge Don Quixote there from the Sua, able to actually CC immune the intimidation tactic, but just not really enough there, as the Sua did end up getting focused down, as he just was in the middle of everything with the Echoes of the Earth coming down. The IRM just falling very shortly as well, and then yeah, the Sua, unfortunately, I mean, that is one of the downsides, is you know, the Don Quixote can be blocked, so a great blink on forward there to cut off the escape from that Sua there from the side of Team Damien, and I do end up picking another 2 kills, and Team Circus is gonna be another minus 400, and look at the item counts for the side of Team Circus. So it's still only sitting on 4 compared to everyone else. They are gonna be so much farther behind the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, they're dirt poor right now, man. And as soon as those 2 reses come through, they're gonna have absolutely nothing in
Oh
their
no,
wallets.
look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Oh no.
Oh, they have to get these going fast, but it's gonna be denied.
Good ult.
Mandu, Ehawk trying to run away. EMP barrage is actually pretty good. You're absolutely correct. And the third punch comes in from Youngju Whale, so Team Damien's gonna have to completely book it. This does keep Team Circus alive, but that's a lot of timer spent for themselves. And still, their Suwa taken down. It's just gonna eat up even more time on the map that they can be more productive with.
Yeah, huge parry though come out from that. Alex is able to actually parry the intimidation tactic, but once again, yeah, I mean, they're just falling farther and farther behind the rest of the lobby here. Not able to get the full reses on their team, so the Suwa is not going to be up, not going to be able to generate those passive credits, and yeah, you can see the item counts once again. It's just looking disastrous. The Team Damien as well, another team that did end up taking the team fights a little too early into Team Circus and did end up losing too many early game team fights, so they're also down a lot of items as well. And you can see the rest of the lobby here already sitting on almost 2 to 3 characters fully kitted out here, so it's going to be a little hard for these teams to try to crawl their way back into it. But maybe if they could find these vision plays, maybe they could find these third parties, they should be able to get back into it here.
Yeah,
so
and this
definitely don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, and this game really goes to show you the definition of multiple ways of winning Eternal Return. Funny enough, the 2 teams that have been fighting a ton this entire game, Team Circus as well as even Team Damien, they're so behind on transitions. Maybe their weapon mastery might be okay because they've been fighting so much, but all the teams that have been playing very quiet throughout the mid game, their transitions are absolutely insane. So you have to be able to balance that perfectly. It just for Team Circus and Damien, they're just constantly fighting. It's not working out. There is no balance between how you're fighting, when you're trying to get your item transitions. Nothing is happening in favor for these 2 teams. So whatever happens for the remainder, they're going to have to rely on Lady Luck, right? Some of these animals need to start dropping transitions, maybe a couple third parties coming here and there. For Team Circus and Damien, I really hate to say it already, considering it's only night number 4. But their days could theoretically be numbered in this game.
Yeah, 100%. And we do have Wickline going to be spawning into Forest here. I actually really like the call from the side of Team Wales. Actually going to just completely book it and give up the Wickline because I think they ended up seeing a ping down in Chapel, so they don't want to be in that sandwich position. Going to be able to use that Emerald's Gate to get themselves to safety. And it's going to be the side of Team Phalanx going to be able to get the Wickline completely uncontested. It's going to go into the Bikini for that Eva there. So looks like Dina going to be sitting on 2 bloods for themselves here. Going to be looking pretty strong. Wales does end up catching Circus here, and they know, they see the item difference here. They're just going to completely run them down. I don't think Team Circus wants anything to do with it, but Team Wales, I think they saw the third party angle coming in, and they're going to be able to get both these teams completely off guard here, as they're going to be able to get a nice pick. It's going to go to the side of Team Wales. Modian gonna go down. There is a Nimrod's Gate to get them on forward as well. Boma gonna fall very shortly, and Demai is gonna go down as well. And unfortunately, Team Pointy End once again just making these unfortunate macro plays. I think they just didn't recognize that there was another team, or there was some teams down here in Factory, and taking these team fights without having enough vision of the zone is it's really not something you could do, especially this late into the game when there's still 6+ teams left. So unfortunately, Team Motian is going to go down. Team Busan Vespa here, I think they're just waiting for the credit counts. I really like this play from them. They're going to sit in this corner. I think Team Wales knows they're definitely trying to sniff out Team Busan Vespa down here, but they're just going to back on out of there. Going to use the VLS system to get away, and ooh, I like this play. They will get the res off for the side of Team Busan Vespa. Team Busan Vespa, I always love their macro plays and their macro calls. It's just perfectly executed every time.
The timings are also really well done as well. This time a little bit unintentional, right? As soon as a team decides to VLS out, they were able to actually get the timing correct. But this time around, Youngju Whales maybe looking for position up against Team Damien inside a chapel. No, they're just going to back away from it. CCTV control is in favor of Youngju Whales, but there's so many teams inside of this zone. Luckily, with that CCTV, is able to sniff that out and immediately get themselves on out. There's some failings with that Wicked Line buff, trying to hold some of these tight corridors. Up against that Eva, your health bar will disintegrate. That's what they're trying to take advantage of.
Yeah, and look, you can see Team Circus just sitting in that corner there. Look at their items. They haven't really gotten anything at all except for one blood item onto that ERM there. So they're just going to try ratting it out, try to get a couple more placements. maybe gonna try looking for those third-party angles as they are just gonna bunker down there in that corner in Chapel. I don't think too many people really check that spot, so it's a really nice spot for them to just sit out there to try to see if they could get if they could try to get as many points as possible coming up here as Team Damien. They're gonna slowly push into the side of Team Wales, and Team Wales should end up seeing this. Look at the item difference once again. Team Damien, another team that just doesn't really have anything to their name here, but Team Damien is just gonna be forced to push on to the side of Team Wales. I think they definitely want to take this team fight here if you are the side of Team Wales here. Fauna, they're going to try looking for an angle in. It looks like they're just going to dash on out of there. Don't want to get caught by that Tazia and Darko. So yes, the only way they could really lose the team fight is if they do end up getting bursted down and end up getting caught out here. It looks like Fauna maybe going to try using this White Lily. I think they want to try to find an angle in. Looks like the poke damage is coming down. Not really going to connect onto anyone here.
Though you have the advantage, especially up against a team composition like Team Damien, you have to understand that positioning is still super important. This is a team that will never die if one thing goes wrong in your fight, and you're going to take quite a lot of punishment in exchange for it. Up on the other side, though, we do have another fight. This time, Busan Vespa duking it out up against Team Circus. Circus loses out on one. They are able to trade one in exchange, but not going to find anything as Mandu goes down. Eok has absolutely no timer.
I'm surprised they actually got, and they actually ended up getting Rosner there, because I mean, the item difference is just so massive. I don't really think they have any really real agency in that team fight there, but does end up going down. Oh, great knock up there from Fauna. Is able to get Suna down to 1 HP. I think they can just use this opportunity to just push on in. Great blink away from Fauna to dodge out on the knockup from the Darko there, and here comes the double dice. Is going to be able to connect one or two. Oh my god, Natasha did so much damage in, and they're actually going to be able to turn it. A huge double stud coming out from the Tazia, and the third party is here. Phalanx is going to be able to clean them all up. That's so unfortunate for the side of Team Damien. A huge find from the Tazia, but it's not going to be enough. The third party is going to be there in response, and Team Wales, they are going to be the ones going to be TPing down. Oh, wait a second. They're trying to catch Lumi, but I don't think they have enough time here. As Lumi is going to get on out, and maybe they could look to escape. That's probably what I would do in this situation, just because, you know, you don't want to, I mean, you should know the other teams are full teams, and you can't really, or I wouldn't really want to feed extra points into these teams, but it looks like they're just going to TP on back here. Maybe going to try getting an extra pick. Maybe they could look for those party targets, and because it is the side of Team Phalanx, right? They are playing three basically squishy characters. Maybe they can look for an angle here, but Green Apple gonna go down very shortly, and I think E8 gonna fall as well. So Phalanx will be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. Wait a second, can E8 get one? No.
Really close for E8, but no dice. It's going to be down to 2 different teams, and this kind of sucks now for Team Youngju Wales. The problem is Busan Vespa is still alive. They're looking for that first place spot yet again, but this time they're not the ones to duke it out, right? It's going to be Chechum Phalanx, the double backliner team comp that we were talking about earlier. Now they're the ones in prime position to get a very, very decent result out of it. Now, for Youngju Wales, this game was not a blowout at all. It's still 17.5 points for themselves. It's not bad. But yeah, I mean, in a situation like this, you only get 2 chances.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of points for them, so definitely nothing to be, I would say, mad or sad about. But yeah, I mean, the Tazia, I mean, they gave the Tazia the perfect opportunity to, you know, blow them out in that team fight there. Just a huge find from that Tazia on Damien, just able to win enough for the team despite, you know, the huge item disparity from those 2 teams. So you could see, if you look at the Team Damien and Team Wales, it's just, it's almost like 6-7 gold items that you know, they had over them. But you know, Tazia is one of those characters that, you know, if you give them any opportunity, any leeway, just able to just capitalize on. And a huge find there from the side of the Cicella. Huge pull. I love the coordination coming out once again. Another pull. Is going to be able to pull back Revolu, but it looks like the blinks are going to be invested for the side of Team Phalanx there, and that's huge cooldowns for the side of Team Phalanx. Now the side of Team Busan Vespa don't have to worry about, you know, these nasty blinks going to be able to kite them back, and if they get any pull now or any priority lockdown, they could just completely follow up on it there. Revolu gonna be able to chunk down Rosner, as I think the side team Busan Vespa should have to reset here. Rosner already getting chunked down to about 40% HP, and they're gonna give complete zone control to this team. It's gonna be a little hard for the side team Busan Vespa to push in now, but if they find that pull, that priority pull, the follow-up is there from Rosner. It could be devastating. Here comes in, ultimate is going to be invested from Min there, but great disengage coming from the side of Team Phalanx. But look at the timers, they're going to be forced to push back in here. Here comes ultimate coming out from the Johan, able to keep the members of the side of Team Phalanx alive. Rosner going to try to look for an angle in. They do end up getting 1 or 2, but is it going to be enough? The Scylla going to try to get some extra damage, and he does end up getting the damage with the girl in a bubble, and oh wow, so much damage from the side of the Sicella is able to just win it out for his team. Busan Vespa coming out on top once again with 21.5 points.
Absolutely massive. They're going to walk away from the first 2 games with at least 45 points off of 2 games alone. GG's to Busan Vespa. A beautiful back and forth initiation, back away up against Team Chechen Phalanx. Honestly felt like a masterpiece, right? They played that absolutely perfect, and when they gave up the position of the final zone, it was to wait out for the signature fireball. I saw it as soon as they stepped out of the final zone. There was about 8 seconds left, I think, on that signature fireball. I was also keeping track of some of the blink cooldowns that was invested. A good chunk of players from Chechen Phalanx actually had it at level 2, but you know who didn't have it at level 2? The Eva. Eva was the only one that, if I remember correctly, that didn't have it at level 2, and she was probably the one that needed it the most in that second fight. Just a little bit of differences in terms of cooldown. That is the difference maker in some of these fights. That was a really close one. So for Team Chechen Phalanx, I really like the fact that Fauna just decided to send it. Dina with the beautiful follow-ups on the lasers as well, but it's just not enough. The William pumping out way too much pressure. The fastballs are still there. Signature fireball. In the end, it's the timer that pushes everyone from Chechen Phalanx in. That's what I mean by some of these macro plays. It's just so good from Team Busan Vespa. You marked it earlier too, but they're keeping track of all that.
Yeah, I mean, well played to both teams there. I think, I mean, it was that Sicella, I think, that ended up getting, I would say, the most value in that team fight there. Is able to just get so much damage off on the side of Team Phalanx, and there's not really much Team Phalanx can really do about the Sicella damage coming through, just because they are, playing 3 really squishy characters, right? They're on the Chloe, the Eva, and the Johan. I mean, the Johan is there to try to keep them alive, to try to, offset that poke damage. But, once the ultimate comes down from the Scylla, and Scylla using that Girl and Bubble aggressively as well to get that extra couple damage coming in, just was able to just seal the deal to finish off that Eva as well.
It's never a really good situation when a Sicilla is blinking straight into your face to try finishing you off, right? Something went terribly wrong if that is how fights are going to end, and indeed it did for Chechen Phalanx. But for Team Busan Vespa, I mean, they got to be feeling absolutely amazing. And the problem is, for the rest of the lobby, nothing is banned again. That means we're going to see the William coming back. We're going to see the Cecilia coming back. It's going to be a problem for everyone across the board. They're going to have to figure out what to actually play up against it, because look at this leaderboard. 47 points. They are over half of what you need in order to get checkpoint, regardless of whether it's 65 or 70, whatever it is. They are way past it. So an absolutely incredible start for Team Busan Vespa, but you can see the same thing for Team Yangju Whales. They are about 17 points ahead of their opponents. Pointy End in third place with 19.5, 18.5 for Chechen Phalanx, 17.5 for Team Circus. But starting from there, we are sub 15, a milestone lead for Team Busan Vespa and Yangju Whales.
Yeah, I mean, they are just so much farther ahead the rest of the lobby here, and if Team Busan Vespa keeps up their average points here, we can actually see them going into checkpoint in game number 4, just because they're already sitting on 47 points, so that's an average of 23.5 points, and just need about 23 points to get into checkpoint if they do end up getting a nice pop-off game once again. And it's definitely possible. Both games so far have been 20-point bangers for the side of Team Busan Vespa. So who knows? Maybe we might see Busan Vespa have a nice 4-game series, and they're going to be able to get on out quickly. But the rest of the lobby here, they definitely something needs to change. It's just Busan Vespa and Team Wales completely dominating. And I mean, Phalanx coming out in the last game, getting into that second place spot, but just not having enough points to really compete with the other two so far.
Yeah, and that change is going to be possible now, as we're going to have a break, guys. It was game number 2, an even number of games, so you guys know what that means if you've been around here for a while. So we're going to go on a break. Make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and a guaranteed game number 4.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
수업 끝. 같이 놀래? 나도 같이 갈 거야. 일어나. 수업 끝났어. 언제 잠들었지? 우리 간만에 사진 찍을까? 그러지 뭐. 하나, 둘. 짜잔. 둘이 찍은 사진 내 계정에 올려도 되지? 마음대로 해. 오늘도 열심히 공부했다. 잠만 잘 먹고선. 계정 보니까 언니만 잘 나온 사진 올리더라. 쌍둥이인데 다를 게 있나? 해보자고. 당근이지. 동생 잘해? 나한테 맡겨. 잘 놀았다. 덕분에 좀 상쾌해졌어.
오늘의 연구 성과가 이 손에 있다고. 세상엔 멍청이들이 너무 많아. 이 길도 그렇고. 할 수 있는 걸 하라고. 나머지는 알아서 되니까. 원주율이 뭐냐고 물으면 수학자는 그 정의를 말하지. 물리학자는 오차값을 말하고. 공학자는 적응하지 못하면 도태되는 거지.
과정에서 좀 사고가 나긴 했습니다만 살릴 수는 있었습니다.
이 공장 시야 같은 경우에 먹어놨을 때, 자 이쪽 교전.
자, 인사이토와 FS 중인데 먼저 일단 범 선수의 얀이 잡히고 로마티 선수 쪽으로 들어가고 있는 자 연아 선수의 수와 자 블링크 세운되고 끝까지 쫓아갑니다. 하지만
중요한
nim로드.
포인트는요. 야는 필살기가 있는데 그 필살기가 빗나가면서
네.
얀이 붕 뜨게 됐고 결국 그 타이밍에 제대로 노려줬었던 인사이터가 고득점을 가져갑니다.
그렇습니다. 블링크로 똑같이 따라가서 별 쪽에는 현재 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데요. 자 골목을 두고 일단 들어옵니다. 테오도르 그리고 에너지 필드 에너지 증폭 스크린이죠.
빨아들이는
일단 이
구도를
밸류
만들고 싶은 것 같은데요.
나쁘지 않다라고 생각하는 것 같고요.
자,
강한
강로가
녀석.
들어갔지만 일단은 알테이 선수가 진영을 재정비할 수 있게 되면서 데이드림도 포지셔닝을 다시 잡았습니다.
그럼 이거 리우리 선수
오.
못 잡으면 데이드림이 무조건 빼야 되는 그림이거든요.
그렇죠.
자 더 들어가나요 뉴라이즈 강원 하지만 증폭 스크린 쫓아가는데요 노도날. 자 마커스 일단 테오도르 알테일 쪽 끌어내고
자 이거는 테오도르도 주고
패시브
요한
활용?
혼자서 살아야 될 것 같은데요.
자 거리 좁힐 수 있나요 노도날. 다시 한번 에어본 띄워내고 리우리 자 유스티나로 쫓아갑니다.
그리고 무효화를 써보지만 꼈어요.
자 지금은 또 위치가 격변하게 되면서 이쪽은 뉴라이즈 강원 다시 한번은 우측 양주 웨일즈.
네, 진짜
지금 양주-
숨막히네요.
금지구역 시간 보시면 아시겠지만 4초거든요.
네.
페나 선수의 금지구역 시간이 4초여서 이제는 정말 물러날 곳이 없어서 저 자리를 고수해야 됩니다.
자
그래서
그래서 변이 들어가고요. 자
자,
쇼 한번
근데
타러
구도가
가는데
생명 타이밍에.
공유로
향기 선수까지 양주 웨일즈가
맞습니다.
오 히오스크를 통해서 일단 아이템 밸류까지 꾀하고 있는 양주 웨일즈고 이쪽은 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데 에너지 필드
잘 걸었는데요,
깔고요.
애실.
자 그런데
잡았어요.
잡혀냈어요. 네. 카티아 잡아내고 이어지는 이러면 노도날 선수의 마커스까지 충분히 잡아낼 수 있는 데이드림이죠.
네, 데이드림 입장에서는 위쪽에 뭐 카티아가 다시 살아난다고 하더라도 이 팀의 금지구역 시간을 많이 깎아놨기 때문에 그걸 바탕으로 다시 한번 굴려 나갈 거고요.
네.
자,
오른쪽 교전은 오레이스 인천 인사이터를
인천이
상대로
일단 샬럿 세나핀 선수를 기반으로
아.
블라스 선수가 진짜 오래 버텨주면서
오.
또 이제
네.
니키가 1대1 시코 선수를 이겨내주면서
와,
구도가
네.
이렇게 바뀌었는데
네.
연아
선수가-
버텨요. 가봇게.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys had a fantastic one. We are now coming out of games 1 and 2 because we just finished watching it. We are now getting ready for game 3 and eventually after that one, game number 4. So now that we're off of a break, that means all of these teams have the opportunity to go and change some of their members. So let's see if any of those changes are actually going to come through.
Ooh, I think we have some changes from Gangnam Sparkle, right? I don't think Alto was in, or is it Sangarang?
Yeah, you're right. Songarang was in, if I remember. Actually, you're right. Who the heck was it?
Or are all three of them different now? Someone changed for sure. I think they're gonna be swapping up the team comp as well. They're gonna be on the Estelle, Celine, and it's gonna be that Bo Nadine coming out. So they're gonna have a lot of poke damage coming out. I think we did see this team comp coming out. I don't know if it was exactly from Dome or if it was from a different team. But we did see that Bo Nadine with another backline mage. So we're gonna have to see how it does end up working out for them. Once again, I don't think we have any bans. Everyone's gonna be sticking on what they're comfortable with. It looks like Rob Rebels gonna be swapping up as well. Looks like they are gonna be on that Nikki, Tazia, and Charlotte coming out here.
A pretty standard composition that we've seen across the board. Bear is also here, right? We've seen what Bear is able to do on that Tazia character. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty fun. Walk all over on the Charlotte, and there to support is going to be
we are-
Pied. Hopefully this
looks like-
supports.
It looks like the Sua play did end up getting subbed out as well for Circus, or are they just playing Sylvia now? I think that's someone else.
I think it might be somebody else as well. I don't recall Sheer being in the lobby.
I don't think it was
really know
Sheer.
Sheer playing anybody else other than Sylvia. So you might be right.
Yeah.
We actually have quite a number of substitutions coming in.
Yeah, it looks like Circus is going to be relatively the same, though. It's just going to be that Sylvia for that Sua. I think Sylvia, has better follow-up for sure if they do end up getting those, priority taunts and that lockdown CC. But they're not going to have as much poke damage because they're not going to have the, the Odysseys and the Sua. But Sylvia, still, a character that does end up having that poke in that human form as well. So definitely nothing to scoff at here. Rump Rebels, it looks like they're not swapping up their team comp entirely. Are going to be sitting on this Nikki, Tazia, and Charlotte. We do see, Tazia being paired with the Charlotte a lot from these teams. Just, try to keep up, just basically trying to keep the Tazia alive, let the Tazia do their thing. I wonder how it's going to work out for Team Rump Rebels. Pierre has been playing pretty well on the Tazia so far, so I think they should be fine here. Team Wales, it looks like Fauna and the Irem's going to TP on down here into Cemetery. Going to try looking maybe for something here. The Hisui as well, still level 4, is going to have to look for these items on these chickens. And looks like the Arda will try to get some damage off. Not going to be enough. Few more bubbles. Going to try to find something. Nothing really going to come out of this. Everyone's just going to slowly back away.
So many changes, yet so many consistencies. 1-for-1 trade inside a cemetery. Are we even surprised anymore? Mandu trying to jump over onto Fauna. They are actually going to get a pretty successful cap punch going through. That taunt field is really good as well. Mandu still looking for aggression.
Does end up getting... Oh, wait a second.
This time around. Can they do it? No, they cannot. As Mandu, he didn't get the empowered cap punch this time. In exchange, E8 was able to do so. Those small smidgets of damage, especially this early in the game, man, it really makes a big, big difference, and you saw it right there. Nice work.
Dina able to blink on forward, gonna be able to get a kill, and should be able to get themselves on out of there. Is gonna try to TP. No, actually, they're not gonna TP, and they're gonna run straight into the hands of the side of Team Rob Rebels, as E8 is gonna chase it as well. Bear should be able to pick this one up, unless Fauna is gonna be able to want to secure it. He was gonna get it. It's gonna go to the side of, I think, Team Rob Rebels. I think Bear did end up getting that, but Wako is going to go down to E8 in the back and is going to fall as well. So Wales once again getting a strong start here. 2.5 kill score. Going to be 5 early game kills here. Looks like Mandu is going to find the side of Team. It's going to be Songrong unfortunately getting caught from the side of Team Sparkle, and Estelle did end up investing in ult. And once you end up using ult, you are forced to take it there. So Peng going to fall as well.
Great call from Alto to just completely dip, right? Look at the positioning he's going to. He wants those mutant boars. He's trying to get the farm up because he is a Bo Nadine. He still needs those wild hunt stacks. Really like the call from Team Gyeongnam Sparkle, but of course Team Circus is not going to let that happen for free. Is going to pressure Alto away from some of those animals. And while we have ourselves just a tiny bit of a breathing room, for those of you guys on Twitch, we always usually stream on Twitch. That is nothing too surprising for you guys there, but this time around we're changing things up. We are also streaming over on the YouTube side of things, so if you guys are interested in that one, make sure you guys hop on in, but I will warn you now, there are no drops over there. I don't know if you can even do drops over on YouTube streams, but yeah, that is something available for those of you guys now. I know Twitch tends to be a little bit finicky with some people, as well as even some like regions, so that is an option now. Fauna now trying to jump on him. He gets the instant burst down over onto Yeog. I think he got the crit on that one. Mandu also getting the knockdown over onto Fauna. It is an absolute fiesta inside of stream.
Oh wow, that was so well played by Fauna there, because a lot of people don't understand, you know, how Chloe really works, but the way Fauna is just able to set up the Nina and able to get the blink and just instantly burst down the Alex there, it's just a masterclass coming out from Fauna there. And oh no, the side Team Sparkle is gonna get caught up between two members here. EA gonna jump on forward and try to get the Sylvia, and the Sylvia does end up getting charmed back in. A great charm there from EA. Is able to drop it at the very end there. And yeah, the health bars of Wales are so low and they get terminated there. And they get the wipe, so Team Wales should be back up and healthy and try looking for that Tree of Life in Pond there. But Busan Vespa is able to get the 1-up as well. And I think Damien is going to go down here. Great Odyssey, going to be able to catch Team Damien. A huge blow on that Priya. And once again, it's our two teams at the top is able to just completely dominate the lobby. Coming out once again, they're gonna be able to grab both trees in Hotel and in Pond down here for themselves. And ooh, it's going to be a meteorite pickup coming from the side of Team Wales. A huge pickup, huge early game pickup for the side of Team Wales. So early into the game, gonna be able to get that meteor off that wolf there. So they're gonna be able to get a nice 2 early game transition spike. Maybe get a 3rd here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get another one, but maybe.
Scooter-san is a pretty massive upgrade for Chloe this early on in the game as well. Perfectly into the hands of that Chloe. Means, yeah, they're going to be pretty happy for the time being. Youngja Whale sitting on 2 transitions. As you mentioned, we are already seeing the Eye of Horus on top of it. We've seen how much, I think it's Strider, right? Yeah, the Strider, hop in, auto attack, bell pop, you got everything going in your favor. Yeah. It's like half HP on somebody that's squishy. That's just the start of it. Eye of Horus is such a good item on something like a IRM. And for Team Youngja Wales, they've got E8, like the IRM aficionado. This guy's so good on this character, that is going to be a terrifying cat.
Yeah, and they're so accelerating to the game already because they got so many kills. They're just able to get the 4-score buy-in so early. It looks like Revolu was forced to use the Soul Link there. And looks like Sylvia's going to blink on forward. And I think that is going to be the call for Team Friendly to completely book it there. A lot of damage in return to try to get that cat down. It's not going to be enough. Dina gonna go down. It looks like the Johan did end falling as well, so it's gonna be up to Rivolo, gonna be the last member alive of Phalanx to keep themselves up here. Team Damien, we're gonna try looking for that third party angle, not gonna be able to find anything. Remember, Rebels on the bottom side here. There's going to be that Alpha spawning down in the warehouse, and Team Pointy End are going to try looking for an angle, and Bear going to try to fangle onto Bongwa, but doesn't end up dodging onto Parody, so the ultimate doesn't end up coming down, not going to be able to connect out anyone as well, but here comes ultimate. The ultimate from the Nikki is going to go through, but nothing's really going to come out of that. There's no more follow-up, no more juice from that Kazuya, so huge turn from the side of Team Pointy End as they do end up locking down that Nikki.
Yeah, the problem with Nikki is that during the middle of animation of Pure Age Uppercut, you can't guard in reverse. That collapse from the Hisui was actually fantastic because it caught her out in the middle of that animation. So really, really well done from Team Pointy End. They're going to have control over that warehouse section in night number 2, where everything is going to start respawning back in. You got the Bears starting to spawn back in over on the south side, but a fight as the Wolf Assault is just going to obliterate Cherish. Down goes the Tazier. It should be another kill theoretically coming in as Alto, they're trying to follow it on through. The blink going in as well. The kill down over onto Jinawar. The only problem is I don't think Alto ended up seeing the members of Team Circus. They don't really have any cooldowns left now, and with Alpha sitting right around this area, I think Team Chungnam Sparkles, yeah, they're just gonna have to dip.
Yeah, and Alpha is gonna go to the side of Team Circus here, but yeah, I mean, Tazia jumping on forward there, but if you jump straight into an Estelle, they just lock you down and just ruins your whole plan on what you were trying to do there. So huge pickup there from the Sun Team Sparkle, able to recognize that, and instantly he's able to stun and punish Atazia from jumping in forward there.
Sure. The fight potentially brewing on the southern side is Bear trying to push away some members of Team Pointy End, but the Hisui is just all the way in. Sumamegaji comes out and the damage spread is pretty decent. No executions coming through just yet, but the Yaido slashes are just interrupting the members of Rump Rebels way too much. Down goes Bear once again. Pia trying his best to run away, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from the Hisui as another Yaido slash just lands. Choun, man, this guy is insane on Hisui.
He's looking so good on this character. He's making this character look really strong. You're just able to just get in on forward, and there's really not much these teams can do, right? You're playing Tazia, you can't really lock down this Hisui that's able to just jump around the team. It's just so hard to lock down, you know, a character like Hisui. But if you do end up getting that CC chain onto them, they should end up exploding. But it's just not enough CC from the side of Team Rebels there.
Yeah, and the thing is,
and not enough damage.
Yeah, for sure. It's just so hard to lock down the Hisui sometimes when you don't have that consistent crowd control, because eventually she'll start building up her slash stacks, right? And if you can get the Nichiren cut out and go invincible for a few seconds while also healing all the damage that you pretty much did back inside of the slash zone, it's gonna hurt the amount of investment that you did trying to kill that Hisui. And even aside from that, that Yaido slash interrupts your team way too often. And the thing is, Choun has been able to land those on critical targets so many times throughout these fights. And on top of it, you got the smart glasses over onto that Hisui. It's gonna cut your defenses. It's gonna be absolutely insane. I was actually talking about this earlier today on my stream, but it's making a difference now for some of these players. That Hisui is just ripping people to shreds.
Yeah, he's just able to just jump around and the team play, just able to get those 2 stacks and just using the 2 stacks as well. It's not even greeting for those 3. I mean, it is kind of hard to utilize, you know, the 3 stack, just because you know, these teams, you know, at this level of play, you know, that the teams are definitely just gonna slowly start to split away if they do end up seeing that you do end up having that or getting to that mark. So he's just able to just get to these 2 stacks and just able to just dash on forward into these teams, find those priority targets, and able to dish out so much damage and wreak so much havoc into these backliners.
This is going to be a bit of a problem. Choun doesn't know about this yet. Walks straight into a Dyson Cube combo, but the parry is just fantastic. And out goes that Hisui, healed back up by Pungwa as well. No real biggie there. All you have to invest is about a 30-second cooldown. Both of the teams not too worried about what really happened there, right? Especially 14 Pointy End. They just look at it, stare death straight in their face and say, nah, not this time.
And I'm actually surprised both teams did end up walking away, but I think they did end up seeing another ping coming up from Forest, so definitely don't want to look for that third-party angle. Oh, looks like Team Pointy are going to be in the middle between two teams here, and they're actually going to full send it onto the side of Team Wales here. Fawn already getting chunked down, half HP. Bongwa getting chunked down as well, but is going to be able to kite themselves back on it there. But the Mai is going to go down, and oh no, the third party is here. Oh, this is so bad for the side of Team Pointy, and I think they're going to go down here. Can the Mai get away? The Mai does end up getting hit by
I've seen things.
ultimate, and oh no, Hisui is stuck in the middle between all these teams. Oh no, Pointy does end up going down. A huge mistake on their VLS system as they just land straight into the hands of two teams front to back, and there's really not much you could do when you do end up in that sandwich situation. E8 gonna try jumping on forward, does end up getting taken down, so we'll be a -200 for the side of Team Wales, but not too bad of a setback for them.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've seen some chaotic fights going really in favor of Hisui. She has the capabilities of pulling out some of the weirdest fights out of the universe. But the problem is, the split from the teams that actually ended up sandwiching them was way too good. Too much distance made from them, so every single type of cut that exists in Hisui's handbook, none of them landed on anybody. You need to actually hit your skills in order to get stacks going. That just didn't happen. Pointien will meet their end, unfortunately, at night number 3. But that means now 7 teams remaining. This has actually been one of the more slower games when it comes to team wiping, thanks to the fact that we don't have an early wipe, but another fight going in. There is a lot of lasers starting to go on through, but the damage output just doesn't really do anything just yet. Cherish still pushing on through, trying to get some of these damage down, but Dina is still pumping out the lasers. The healing is still there from every single one of the members on Team Titum Phalanx. Can they actually get things going? Dina trying to peel away Cadmus, trying to run away from the Darko. Not going to happen, as this is now a little bit of an awkward spot for Team Titum Phalanx.
Going to go on forward. Wait a second.
Cherish, and there is the stilettos knocking down.
Look at timers.
That Eva Revolu needs to get out, and he does. But look, there's only 15 seconds left. He's got to keep running.
Yeah, I don't know why he's trying to rest here, because he has to go. He has to get out. But it looks like, yeah, he will be able to get into fire station. And wait, where's he? Oh, he's gonna try.
He's got to time this so well.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! That's like 0.1 second. What the hell?
He definitely has half a second left. Definitely has half a second left there. I mean, he has to go in. It looks like he timed it perfectly, so it looks like they will be safe there. Unfortunately, I think they're saving on blood on the Johan, so Cadmus was probably saving for that blood sample, but gonna be forced to use it to get the revives now. The red box, it looks like it was an arm piece. It's going to go to that Taz here for that Nova Shield. So Damien going to be sitting very comfortably there. I think Phalanx, unfortunately, I mean, they ended up chasing Damien for that red box into gas station, but didn't really end up working out for them, or police station. But didn't really end up working out for them as, they just lost that team fight, and yeah, they're going to be down a lot of credits now for the side of Team Phalanx. And then when you're playing a team like this double backline and support, going down these items is going to be a little devastating, because you're just not going to have enough damage to kill some of these teams anymore.
We saw how much that small lack of damage actually resulted in such a close fight too, right? There were multiple people actually about to fall down on Rump Rebels, but nobody did. It's those small damage differences between 1, 2, maybe 3 transitions spread amongst all of your team members that will, across the board, make that big of a difference inside of some of these fights. Titum Phalanx, all members back up, but now with the Wick line about to spawn in about 30 seconds, team starting to get position, but with Team Circus stuck in the middle of quite literally everybody, it's Research Center that's going to get contested between 2 different teams. Gangnam Sparkle is trying to hold control over there.
They are fighting in here, but they should know that Wickline is spawning very shortly. There's probably going to be a team set up. This is really bad, I would say, for the side Team Sparkles. Is not Team Sparkles, Team Circus. This Team Sparkles is just going to slowly start to build their way on forward with these Selene bombs, and it looks like Team Sparkles knows. They're going to use that jump pad to get themselves to safety into spawn here. But Team Wales, they're here as well. They want to play for this Wick line. Team Phalanx as well. They're going to check Green Apple. So much burst damage, but it's not going to be enough. Team Wales are going to start this Wick here. And it's going to be able to completely burst it down with the characters. Going to be able to get that Artist Gate as well. And wait a second, are they going to use the... are they going to take this here? I don't think you can. Surprised they just didn't take the Artist Gate to get them to safety first. And a huge find there. A nice dice. Alex going to be forced to use the pistol skill and blink to get themselves to safety. And looks like Team Wales are just gonna take the key, gonna get themselves to a lab. I don't know which lab we're gonna see in Rump Rebels. Unfortunately, it looks like they ended up getting caught here. Pia did end up going down It's going to be the Shard, the last one left. And look at the crit counts. They're not going to be able to get all members back up just yet. Shard is going to be the last one to wrap for the team.
This is so massive for Team Youngja Whales because the perfect stalemate that occurred inside of Fire Station enables them to get everything they wanted and more. The Gamma key card even being utilized during the middle of that. You were talking about whether it was weird for them to take it or not. They get the chance to use it all because of that stalemate again. A huge night number 4 going in their favor, but look at this fight. Revolut just completely decides to send it, and the Soul Link has been invested so early.
Getting bursted down.
Is
Oh
just
my
there.
god.
Down goes Cadmus as well. Dina has to hold his ground because there is just nowhere you can run to, but there is the 4 stack. Dina's gonna get taken down in just a moment. You try running up towards the north side, there's still more. It doesn't matter. The Wolf will hunt you down. 3-for-0 clean from Team Gyeongnam Sparkles.
It's just so much AoE damage for the side of Team Sparkles, right? They have that Celine, they have that Nadine as well. And when you're playing a team comp like Team Phalanx, you kind of have to group up and you have to clump up in the backline just because the Johan has to stay on top of you to heal. And from Rebels, it looks like they were able to get one res off here, but it's not really looking too good for the side team from Rebels. Look at the credit counts. They still don't have enough to get their Kazuya back into the game, and their items as well is so much farther behind the rest of the lobby here, so it's gonna be a little hard for them to crawl the way back up here, but maybe they can rat it out for a couple more placement points here.
The problem is too for Team Rump Rebels, they didn't even bring back their priority member. The Tazia is still dead. It's going to take quite a while for this team to be able to build up points again. I don't think with 5 other teams alive, Lumi's even going to be that easy to target, especially with the zones that are open right now. Temple is pretty okay because it does kind of trek all the way across the zone. But you're not going to have that free of a zone. Look how many players are standing around this area. Look how many people are up on the northern side of the map. We don't even care about Cemetery. We don't even care about whether it's Chapel or Factory that's open. Everybody just wants real estate up on the north side instead.
Yeah, 100%. Busan Best Ball, they've just been having a quiet game here, so I don't think they're going to have enough points to get into that checkpoint breakpoint, but they're looking really strong. You can see they're already sitting on the 3 bloods for themselves, 1 on each member here. And they definitely want to look for the side of Team Circus. You can see the items for the side of Circus. It's not really looking too good for them, so definitely going to try looking to push in. And I don't think Team Rump Rebels knows about Team Damien here, because Team Damien came in from the red zone, right?
Oh my god, it's so cooked. They don't even have a recon drone.
They're waiting for the Lumi to come in, and they don't know it. Here comes Engage, and it's gonna go down. Pien gonna eat the full brunt of the side of Team Damien, and I love the patience from the side of Team Damien here, just waiting and just buying the perfect opportunity to strike.
Nicky who? Bro, that Nicky just got absolutely...
Oh no! Once again! Oh no!
Another push check from Rebels. You are dealing with a certain strap from a European team.
That's so funny.
Back
that's
in
so funny.
Yeah, back in the mid-2010s on a different game. You are having to deal with it 2 times over this time around. Brutal.
I love how it just
end for
happened
Rump
back to
Rebels.
back. Like it looks like the Charlotte didn't learn from from the Nicky, and then just end up walking straight to the other bush, and then he dies as well. Like all these teams are just chilling in these bushes, and it's working out for them.
Walking into the alligator den is exactly what happened to both of those players, and I don't even know if they had recon drones, right? Usually I talk a lot of smack to some of these teams for not using recon drones, but that's after I checked that they actually had it. This time,
I mean, Charlotte can also just throw like their Q in there to get the vision, but like yeah, we're just not respecting these teams just chilling in these bushes. Oh, it's gonna be Musa Vespa this time.
Oh,
gonna be chilling in that bush. Are they gonna find any prey to walk into them here?
You guys just did it. Come on, all right, cheer.
Oh,
this
looks
is a
like
little
they're
bit
gonna
weird.
wait. That is really greedy from the Alex trying to stick that box there. I'm getting bursted down, but look at them. Look how many teams are in this zone. There's about 4 of the 5 teams here, and Damien. They try sending it there, but this whole seal is gonna be able to get them to safety.
What is inside that box? Team Busan Vespa isn't even interested. They're interested in taking fights instead. They want the points. They want to go in a checkpoint. Asuna gets obliterated by the way.
Wait, the Rosner though.
Everybody else is still alive. Rosner finally gets taken down, but it's only the Darko. He doesn't even get pulled back by the windup. The stun isn't there, but where can he even go anymore? 30 seconds remaining on his time. He can go all across Lumia Island, maybe looking for a way back in, but this zone is an absolute fiesta in and of itself. I don't even know which team is not in this zone. It might be Youngju Whales at this point. I cannot tell. Temple is gonna be a madhouse in a few moments.
Huge find there and a huge send for Team Busan Basketball is able to get them early, get one of the teams out early, and they're able to secure the zone control as well. And these teams in the back here, oh, wait a second. Looks like the period ended up going down, and oh, the Alexes ended up falling as well. Team Sparkles should be able to clean this team fight up here. It's just going to
do this fast
as well. But oh, here comes Engage again. Oh, the Celine does end up going down. They do end up getting the team wipe here, so the timers are going to be fully reset. They should get the res here, as Team Sparkles is going to slowly have to push in. So Darko is going to be the last member of the side, Team Damien as well. I think the... Oh, wait a second. Assume they end up getting the free res, as the pop is going to go to the side of Team Busan Vespa. So they're going to have so much timer to work with here if they do want to play with it. And Asuna going to come down as well. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Sparkles. This is I'm getting it. Peng. Gonna use that shield, and oh my god, gets chunked down to about 1 HP. The timers are ticking for the side of Team Sparkles here. They're gonna have to full send it very shortly. But I think Team Busan Vespa, they should know they have such a huge timer advantage here. Pokes coming down, and they're gonna full send it. Here comes Ultimate. Wolf Salt is gonna be used. Rosner getting chucked down here. The Ultimate does end up coming down from the Scylla. Sanghorn gonna be chunked down to 1 HP. The timers though, they do end up all exploding, and Busan Vespa get a nice clean 3 kills. If they get another 3 here, is that gonna be enough? I don't think so. It's gonna be 6. No, they're gonna be 2 points short. Looks like.
That sucks. Man. Alright, well, Busan Vespa, 21. They're looking for 23 instead. Maybe some reses can come through. I'm not entirely sure. If they can somehow manage this, that'd be absolutely amazing. But with the deck that they've been drawn, I don't think it's really going to be going in that way. But Busan Vespa, you never know, right? They're still looking for that 23. At best, if they only get 3 kills, they can only look for 21. Whereas on the flip side, Yangju Whales, again, we are going to see these two teams in the final zone. 19.5 is what Yangju Whales is looking for. Going to get their hand closer towards that checkpoint marker.
Yeah.
Busan Vespa.
I think this team fight should be a lot more close, just because. Oh, wait a second! Fauna jumps on in and gets Emily Punish. A huge knockup there coming from Rosner and the ultimate.
No, what are you doing?
Coming down with the ultimate, just gonna be able to finish them off, and that is going to be it. Team Busan Vespa playing so well here. It's gonna be 3 straight wins back to back to back for the side of Team Busan Vespa. Fauna tried to look for an angle in, but gets Emily Punish. A huge find there from Rosner. I think had the Odyssey bookmark already on the Chloe there, and yeah, looks like Green Apple. He basically knows there's just really no coming out with anything in their pockets there, so just gonna give themselves up. As Busan Vespa get another clean win here, 21 points. They are 1 game away from hitting that checkpoint breakpoint.
Yeah, and with that, we are guaranteed now a game number 6, because even if Busan Vespa goes in a checkpoint and wins in game number 5, we still need to guarantee ourselves yet another team to make it through with the double checkpoint system. But yes, congratulations to Team Busan Vespa. A little bit of a slower game this time around, but doesn't matter. They're going to be holding that first place spot very, very comfortably. No other teams are even going to be removed to this. Maybe Yangju Whales, but they're still having a decent amount of ways to make it through. So good stuff. Although for my purposes, I definitely, if I was keeping track of my team's scores, I would have let him res. But I mean, maybe the safety.
Yeah, but you can't. Thing is, like, I don't think you're allowed to just let them res and like farm kills, because they have to res 2 times, I think. Right? Because they need 23, they only got 21, so it's a little tough in that situation. So they just end up getting the kills. It's really whatever, you know. Just gonna have to play another game. They're definitely gonna be guaranteed basically to get into checkpoint going into game number 5 though, because they only need about 2 points to basically get there.
And this is also assuming that checkpoint is even 70, right? I wasn't able to check during the break, but if it is 65, then they're in. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they could have potentially just killed everybody, because they were already guaranteed in. We'll have to double check that when we actually get to the graphic, of course, but yeah, for Busan Vespa, it has been an incredible run today so far.
Yeah,
They've looked so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they're back on their signature, the Sasela Sua. I think has been a signature for the side of Team Busan Vespa for quite a while now. I'm surprised they ended up, swapping off of it, but I mean, maybe it's showing a lot more prominence now later into the season, because usually I would say later into the season, we see a lot more Suas being picked because damage or a lot of characters get adjusted around, and then damage isn't as high anymore. And Sasela, I think another character as well, I think we usually see near the end of the seasons as well, just because she also just just has so much utility and a lot more pick potential with these characters near the end of the season.
And you can't really punish it much easier than it was at the beginning because your damage overall is pretty low in comparison. So you're absolutely right. Unfortunately for Busan Bespa, it is 70 points for that checkpoint mark, which means, yes, we are indeed guaranteed at least a game number 6. But they're making very, very good progress all the way towards the end. Just 2 more points is all they need.
Wow. Look at the difference between second and the rest of the top 2 and the rest of the lobby here. I mean, Wales is another team that it's just been performing so well. They're able to always get to final zone, top 2, but then just lose to Busan Bespa at the very end there. But I mean, they're sitting on about 50 points for themselves. They're only about 20 points away from getting into the checkpoint breakpoint as well. And Team Circus, 29.5, our next team in line in 3rd place, a 20-point difference between 2nd and 3rd place.
It'll be a long road ahead for everybody 3rd place down if they want to make it out of LCQ. Guys, remember, only 2 teams are making it out. It just gets worse and worse and worse. It's one of the reasons why all the time we talk about these teams during the regular season don't want to get into LCQ. This is the reason why. We've even lost, by the way, Super. I don't know if you knew this, but we lost Gyeonggi Innate during the qualifiers for LCQ already to begin with. We've already lost some incredible teams.
I thought they didn't make it in already?
No, they're not in. Remember their placement during what is it? So their placement during phase 2, I think, was just so close to get them into the top 2 spots, the seeded spots for LCQ, but they just barely missed it, and then they flunked out of, I think it was qualifiers into today. They made it through the group stages, but then the semi-finals to get to today, which is the LCQ finals, they missed out on that.
That's crazy. I mean, Innate, right? One of our top teams, I think they ended up winning the last season National League as well. Just not able to really secure themselves a spot here for ERM. It just goes to show you, how tough the competition is over on the KR side. It's just, I mean, our last season National League winners, right? Teams, or this team is just able to play so many different team comps well and just not able to, secure themselves a spot here.
Yep. Guys, LCQ is a rough spot to be in, but here we go. Game number 4 is now underway. Now that you are here, you might as well make it out into season finals. Am I right? It's easier said than done, though. Wako, considering that Bianca, are we gonna see the classic team comp for Team Rump Rebels? This is bread and butter.
I'm surprised they haven't pulled it out earlier here, because this is the team comp that they are well known for, and they are going to be swapping to it. Are we going to see maybe a 3rd Suwa coming in? Because I don't know where the other Suwa was picked, but it definitely wasn't for the side of Team Rump Rebels. But it was Circus, but it is going to be Sheer, going to be subbed in for that Sylvia, and everyone else going to be playing their same team comp. So I don't think we have really any changes here. Team Rump Rebels is going to be the only one going to be swapping back to the bread and butter with that Suwa Aura, and going to be that Bianca there. So just a full dive team comp. A lot of AoE damage for the side Team Rump Rebels. See if they can find these angles on these backliners.
I do love the fact that a lot of these teams are running basically what we've been familiarized with if we saw them during the regular season. Like, especially for Team Demian as well as Team Circus, they're running what they should be at this point, right? All of their players are on comfort picks at this point. Seer being back on the Sylvia for this roster actually made it look like they were a lot more comfortable. It's just some of these fights are a little bit too chaotic, and the third party was just not working out in their favor too. Outside of that, every team looks really comfortable with what they're doing. I think the break after game number 2 worked out in favor for pretty much every single one of these teams. And now after this game, you're really going to have to start to wonder, what is the problem? Because we took care of the whole teammate, we took care of the whole team roster problem. What is going on with the gameplay? And I think a big part of that is going to be from Team Yangju Wales as well as Team Busan Bespa. They're just putting too much pressure on top of this lobby.
Yeah, they're just dominating this entire lobby here. It's not even close between the points between these 2 teams and the rest of the lobby. And you can see as well when it comes down to the final zones and the final 2 teams, it's always Wales and Busan Bespa going to be our final 2 teams in, I think, in like almost 3 out of the 4 games so far. So it's just a little tough for these teams to really work around. It's just Busan Bespa, I think, and Wales are just able to macro the game so well as well. You could see, they're usually able to just item gap a lot of these other teams, because these teams taking these early game team fights are falling a little too far behind, and Busan Best and Wales are just able to capitalize on that.
Oh, yeah. Dina being able to pick up a kill over onto Fauna. It's going to be a 1-for-1 overall. EA, just a couple more auto attacks. There we go. Cat punch to finish her off. You can't dodge away from a point and click auto attack that tracks you to the ends of the earth. The 1-for-1 trade though is I think Dina was able to pick up a kill using the Light Triad. That's pretty good. Reign of the Vampire Queen comes down and obliterated is going to be Min. And now Rosner is just caught between a rock and a hard place, quite literally and figuratively. Down goes Asua eventually, right? The blink comes out and there is a counter side of Bear. Can
Get away.
Rosner get out?
No.
Ah.
2 more attacks,
It's
yeah.
too early.
Rebels is going to be able to pick that one up. EA going to try getting themselves on out of there as well. Maybe going to try trading for that Alex and try jumping on board. But not going to be able to find anything. Is going to just stand still and accept their fate as they do end up going down. Fauna actually going to respawn back in as well. And Team Circus is going to be able to pick up that kill too. So nice 2 kills for this side of Team Circus.
It's going to just be a fight between the IRMs the entire evening, isn't it? Both the IRMs from what is it, Mandu as well as EA, both trying to get their dominance over the eastern side of the map inside of Cemetery and Chapel. So far, I'd say it's been about even. When it comes to individual prowess, EA definitely has been better, but I think the overall macro when it comes to the team play has definitely been a little bit more towards Team Circus's side. They've been consistently sitting on 4+ kills during the nighttime. Look at that, 2 points already for that team, and I just saw E8 also sitting on a regular baseball as well. There's a bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah. Busan Vespa gonna lose their Cicella there as Perry doesn't come down for this side of Team Pointy, and it looks like it's gonna be that Hisui gonna be completely split farming here. Rosner as well split farming on this side. Virabolu gonna try looking for, or Rosner gonna try looking for an angle onto this Chloe there, but just not able to just deal enough damage, and yeah, looks like Tina's gonna be there to follow up as well. Gonna be able to clean that one up. Yeah. Virabolu's still having the ultimate as well, so a little unfortunate there. Looks like the angle is going to be found onto EA. EA going to go down very shortly here as Pied does end up getting that for their team. And Sua did end up TPing as well, so a lot of early game kills here for these teams. These teams are trying to get as many points as possible. Wales sitting on 1, Rebel sitting on 4, and Circus on 6, so a huge start from Team Circus there. Busan Vespa, unfortunately, still not really having any points to their name just yet, so not in that checkpoint breakpoint. Not in that checkpoint breakpoint yet, so they could technically go 8, and they don't hit the checkpoint breakpoint if they don't get any points, but I mean, 2 points is pretty easy, I would say, for the side, especially for a team like Team Busan Vespa, who's been completely dominating in these lobbies lately.
Yeah, and funny enough, a team like Team Circus that is really reliant on base cooldowns and resources, they're the ones that find more success than anybody else. They're trying to find a little bit more again, but up against Busan Vespa, it seems like it's a little bit too much here. Popping the Diamond Shard, they've already popped that, so they're gonna have to get out. It means Busan Vespa gonna hold control over Cemetery. I got 10 seconds to go until the Tree of Life spawns, and this is the classic situation of Team Circus. They're always off to a great start during day number 1 and night number 1, but as soon as it turns towards the end of night number 1, everybody else is grouped up. It's a full 3-on-3. Now you're gated by the cooldowns on your characters. That's the biggest problem. Meteorite going to be contested by a couple teams over on the south side. Yangju Whales sandwiched between a few, but it's just the Mai of Team Pointy. And although the Hisui on the flip side, they're going to be able to knock down Fauna. Green Apple in a little bit of trouble himself. There is no additional cooldown for that Unleashed Power. It is a level 1 Unleashed Power, but luckily the Nimrotsuke is there. Green Apple will get themselves on out, and it is a fiesta everywhere around the map.
And Rebels does end up going down on the top side there. I think I did end up seeing the Reign of the Vampire Queen invested. They weren't able to really get anything. I think they ended up getting the blinks from the side of Team Sparkles, but yeah, that's about it. So, you know, if you don't get enough damage, they're not going to be able to finish any of the backliners from the side of Team Sparkles here. So great pickup there for the Sun Team Sparkles, able to get nice 2 kills. And Busan Vespa, they find Alex, and this should secure themselves into checkpoint. They are on 2 points already, so should go into checkpoint into game number 6. I think they should know this as well, so now it's up to them. They could play the Kingmakers here, and they could try maybe denying Team Wills from getting into their checkpoint breakpoint as well.
As long as there's no -1, right? There is still a world in which for Team Busan Vespa, something tragic can happen throughout the course of this game. But if they keep securing a little bit more points, which should be pretty easy, as what we've seen from Team Busan Vespa's performance can tell us, yeah, they'll be okay. Not that many risks they're going to take. At most, maybe -1, -2. Yeah, that should be easily covered with any more additional kills they're going to be getting in the time being. For everybody else across the map, though, Rump Rebels looking pretty decent. Finally going over onto their bread and butter team composition is going to be able to find a couple of aggressive kills early on. They're sitting on 2 points for themselves. Same thing for a couple teams across the board. I think Gyeongnam Sparkles, are they sitting on 3 points for themselves right now? I can't see it.
I think they are, but yeah, I mean, if you're Team Rump Rebels, you definitely don't want to let your foot off the gas because you just have this huge momentum swing of 4 or 3 games in a row, right? You can make it 4 games, make it 5 games. Just having these wins back to back and can just boost your confidence for these later stages.
Oh, fantastic.
These later games, but a huge find from Sungwon. They're able to get a nice knockback onto the Sicela. It's going to be a nice 2 picks from Sparkles there, and they're going to be able to get 2 kills and secure themselves that alpha in that gas station, or sorry, police station there, and they should be able to get that alpha as well.
But it's up against Busan Vespa. They don't care. Busan Vespa is already in. They really don't care about the results of this. They're only just trying to deny other teams from getting points. Now a fight between Team Circus as well as Team Demian. They're trying to do what they can. Our 2 teams that need points. One's going to get taken down. It's going to be Ehuk, just obliterated right underneath the nose of that bear. Sheer trying to run away. She has plenty of fuel to get herself out. So the Sylvia will be able to live. Same thing for the IRM. They're considering staying inside the zone, but I don't know if that's going to be the best of ideas. Soon they're trying to chase it through. Same thing for Cherish. The only problem is Uptown is closed. That means Forest is the only way that one can run. It's a little bit of a problem across the board. Choum, down goes Green Apple. Fauna in a little bit of trouble himself. The IRM nowhere here to support, and down he goes. Pointy Ends pick up a kill.
Should really get away though with the jump pad there, but looks like the Hisui is going to chase and try to get EA, but instead IRM, you can't really chase into this character. It's a little too agile there. And a great find there, great combo coming out for the side of Team Circus, but it's not going to be enough, as Zetazi is going to be able to stay alive just for a little bit longer. That's going to be all the side of Team Damien needs. Team Circus, fortunately, I think going to lose 2 members here. Mandu going to try getting away, great knock up there, and I think they should be able to get out of there. So it's going to be 1 kill for the side of Team Damien.
Yeah, this IRM character is so annoying. We've dealt with it many a times before. But with the Tree of Life starting to come up in just a moment, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem. E8, though, eventually getting caught out by Choun, which means Yangju Whales is going to have to deal with about a 20-second cooldown. That means they're most likely not going to be able to contest for anything day number 3 unless it's free. Pointy End.
Not really a good start for the side of Team Wales this game. Just losing team fights constantly, and only sitting on 0.5 kills. You can see their items as well. They're not really looking too good this game, but you know, this Team Wales, they have been having a pretty consistent series so far, so should be able to get back into it. Oh no, the IRM unfortunately getting caught from the side of Team Circus. That's going to be an early -200 for the side of Team Circus there. Rebels try to get that vision play there, but not able to find anything. Pied, they're able to get themselves on forward, and oh no, the White Lily, but oh, the Estelle ult in the bush. They're able to get themselves to safety there, as wow, actually worked out in their favor, because the Estelle just got hit right into the bush, and because they're in the bush, Team Rebels just had no vision. They're just able to use that ultimate instantly to get themselves to safety. Great recognition there from Peng to use that to the second he was in there.
Yeah, in order to confuse your enemy, you must confuse yourself, because my god, even Rump Rebels did not anticipate that. Bullseyes are just raining down from no tomorrow. Barry gets hit by it, and that means half HP over onto the Sua. Blast Wave is going to call the end of Team Rump Rebels trying to find positioning instead of archery range, as another contender is going to start walking up. It's Busan Vespa. Their transitions look really good. Look at the items on the William, look at the items on the Cecilia. They're on really good pace to make sure that they're still holding that dominance over this lobby, despite the fact that they're already in checkpoint. I don't know, man. This lobby's looking already devastating for so many teams.
I'm more interested if Team Wales can get into that checkpoint breakpoint as well, because if they get about 20.5 points, they can definitely get in there too. Rosner, unfortunately, is going to get chunked down, so there's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but the damage coming out from the Williams is going to be way too much. A great blink on forward there from Min, able to secure Alto, and Team Sparkles, unfortunately, they lose 2 members, but the third party is here. It's going to be Team Rump Rebels finding the Cicella there, and now it's going to be a 1v1 between Min and Sangrong, who's going to be able to take it here. Great forward bomb coming from the side from the Celine and Busan Vespa. They're going to go down in 8th place, but it doesn't matter because they did end up getting enough points already, so they will be in that checkpoint breakpoint. There's really not much of a difference between the the leaderboard here, I don't think there's really a pricing for the LCQ. So really doesn't really matter how many points you get, as long as you get into that checkpoint breakpoint and you get that win to secure yourself a spot in the finals.
The only thing that Busan Bespa is going to miss out for this game is denying other teams points. And at this point, even if you're so dominant in lobbies like this, you still don't want to enable other teams from maybe potentially having a chance of upsetting you later down the road. That's just the only opportunity they're going to miss. But everybody else is so busy doing things for themselves.
Yeah, it does also, stop their their momentum, just because they've been just having back-to-back wins, and now it's cut a little short here in 8th place, so it's gonna have time to cool off, and it might actually not really work out in their favor. But I think they're gonna have time to really think about what they really want to do going into round number 5 for that checkpoint breakpoint. It's really not really much. I would say it was just a little unfortunate because they did end up winning that team fight, but they just ended up getting third-partied, so it's really kind of out of their hands.
Youngju Whale still have a long way to go. They need to get themselves 10 points plus that first place spot. They're looking for 20.5 if they want to make themselves in checkpoint after this game as well. But with Team Busan Bespa making it in now, I think Youngju Whales is still going to be okay as long as they get close to checkpoint after this one, right? Oh, this jump pad is not going to be nice.
No,
Sparkle guillotine just slams down over onto Gangnam Sparkle. A game where they finally found
another team.
It's just not going to work out in their favor, but look at this. Ehyuk going to get taken down on the ground, and now Mandu also stuck in an awkward situation themselves, going to try to get a kill over on the bottom, but it's just not gonna work. Oh,
Whales get everything.
Shear's going to have to run away. All of their resource bar, the fuel has been drained completely away from Matt Sylvia. And Ehyuk down on the ground, Mandu on the ground.
I mean, what do you do if your team Whales in that situation? That's so unfortunate. There's two teams just collapsing from both sides. You try to use a jump pad to get away, to get yourself to safety, but there's another team just there sitting and is waiting for you to jump over. I think Whales had a camera, so they ended up seeing Team Sparkles come over, but I don't think Team Sparkles had a camera back, so they just didn't know there was another team on the other side, and just immediately just all going down there. It's so unfortunate because they were having a pretty good game for themselves. You could see they had 7 kill score already, but it's gonna be cut short here as they go down in 7th place.
At least for Team Circus, they're going to be able to get the reses back, but that's yet another minus 400 this team's going to have to deal with, and they're split up. We're looking for the jump in on the side, but the problem is Ehyuk is completely split. He can't tell, but there's the intimidation tactic, pulling Sear back in. Luckily, that is a Sylvia. Somehow manages to dodge away off of everything, and with the Alex back on tilt, they're going to be able to at least get out with all of their lives intact.
Oh, wait a second,
Fauna. Awkward. Fauna taken down. Soling has also been forced down. You're absolutely correct. Wako just going to back away. There's the Nimrod gate coming in. Fauna, you don't want to press that. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, I mean, if there's anyone that would take that, it would be Fauna there. Looks like Darkness is going down, but does end up trading the Sylvia and the Alex ended up falling a little earlier as well. But wait a second, IRM. Oh, does end up getting the Kazuya. Now it's a 1v1, but the Kazuya, it's Kazuya versus IRM. Both characters have so much sustain and so much heals and shields there. Great charm there. No, did some damage back. But does end up going down, and pretty soon does end up coming out, and Team Damon will be the ones coming on top. Circus, fortunately going down in 6th place. Was a great attempt there from the IRM, but just not going to be enough. Oh, they're going to take the lab as well. Which lab is this one going to be? And
Could be.
Are they going to take it or no?
Camera lab, I think, if they take it. So, what is it? Credit one is already gone. Somebody took that one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but looks like the wick line is going to go to the side of Phalanx. It's going to be completely uncontested, as all the members are just, looks like all the other teams just playing for those red boxes is not really bothering here. Phalanx is looking so strong, but Team Whales, I mean, this is a team we have to look out for, because this is another team that can actually get into that checkpoint breakpoint here. And oh my god, a double. It's going to be a 4-score as well. 4-score tree pick up for the side of Team Damon is huge. And a meteorite. Look, they have a meteorite down, or a mithril as well.
They have... What the heck, man? They just have the Infinity Gauntlet at this point of transitions inside of the Mutant Lab. I thought it was going to be the Camera Lab, but no, it's the Mutant Lab for these guys.
Why did he unequip his items? What is going on here? Oh, the trading items. I see. Looks like the Legs of Steel is going to go on to Asuna. They have, what are they going to use?
Probably
Still sitting without an arm piece here.
It's like the boots that you get with Foursquare. Yeah, there it is. I forget. Killer Heels, I think that's what it's called. I always forget.
Oh, Killer Heels for boots. Where's his arm? Oh, they're calling in him something for his arm. I think maybe gonna go for a dragon skill would be my guess, or maybe nightmare nails. I'm not too sure here, but oh my god, the damage is gonna be way too much, and oh, the AoE damage is insane coming out from Bongwa. And Phalanx is gonna go down. They got the wick line, but just gonna get completely wiped here from the side of Team Pointy End.
Yeah, Pointy End. I mean, you don't have a front line to stop this Hisui from doing what you really want. So all you get is just the light triad, I think, as well as the Chloe puppet theater. That is literally all you get. If you can't do anything to stop the Hisui with that, you're in trouble. There's the disengage coming through.
Oh, a huge double knockup from Fauna.
The flank from Fauna is too good, and EA just refuses to die. Down they finally go, but it's way too late for Team Rump Rebels. A game that looks so good, just turning its ugly head for Team Rump Rebels. 13.5 now for Yangju Whales.
For Wales. This is huge for Wales because now they just have to win one more team fight, and if they win the game, they're also going to be in checkpoint.
Oh yeah, we might have ourselves potentially an early night for a double checkpoint today, as long as Team Yangju Whales can complete the gauntlet. They still have a little bit more work to do, but it's already being covered by Team Demi, and Pointy End in a little bit of trouble as the Mai is getting taken dangerously low. But
oh my
she actually tags onto a lot, and another flash cut over onto the backside to get the kill. Yes, the Nichirin cut gets the kill over onto the Darko, and they
just going infinite here. He's going back in.
Chone, you are absolutely a madman. There's the flash cut again. They're just trying to catch up Cherish, and it hits again.
Oh my god, this Hisui.
Again.
This Hisui is going absolutely crazy here. Just able to just find these angles.
Like, dude,
so much damage. He was able to live for so long as well to let his team follow up, and yeah, Pointy End just able to just show and utilize how strong this Hisui character can actually be.
Alright, if I start seeing more Hisui characters in my solo queue rank games, I'm gonna cry, because this character, if Chone is making it look easy, it just means they are really playing it absurdly well. This character is very, very difficult. Chone, there is a reason why we're always so hyped when we see Hisuis, right? Because there's always that possibility this stuff ends up happening. So yeah, this is absolutely awesome. Team Yangju Whales, now they have to go up against this disgustingly fed Hisui if they want to get themselves in checkpoint. What better opponents could you have when it comes to testing your capabilities of being in checkpoint?
Yeah, Team Wales has to get the win here if they want to get into checkpoint. If not, it's just going to be Team Busan Vespa having that opportunity here. So I think Team Wales, they definitely want to look for it here, and Team Pointy are actually just gonna push the side of Team Wales. Team Wales, look at the item difference. It's gonna actually be not too big because Team Wales does end up having 2 bloods on that ERM and that's Chloe here, and a great taunt gonna connect onto both Nina and Chloe. But you're right, the Mai is a little too far away from the rest of the team as Mai's just getting chunked down here. As here comes the Hisui. The ultimate is gonna come through, but oh wait a second. The Hisui is gonna try jumping on forward. There, Fauna is gonna use the ultimate. He's gonna parry right into him. He's gonna find the angle back in, but wait a second. No, EA does end up finishing him the job. But wait a second. Bongwa gets the kill, and it's gonna come down to a 1v1 now.
Okay, how about this? We just get everybody just secure bodies, and then afterwards we just decide to take temporary zones, right? We're gonna go back, do this again, round 2.
Green Apple. Oh, I like this play from Green Apple. He's gonna get the res here, but wait a second.
They gotta pop now. They have to pop right now if they want to get the reses back. The problem is they don't have enough credits for this.
They should res Fauna here, no? Are they gonna res ERM? Oh, so now it's gonna be a 2v2.
Yeah, because the Mai ended up popping as well. I can't tell if Yangju Whales ended up getting the kills on that, or if it was my
I wonder if Pointy End will go for the 2v2 here, or oh wait a second. Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
No.
Is it ever the right call to VLS into the other zone? But I don't think I don't think you can, because I think Pointy End doesn't know that they're a 2-man, right? Because ERM could have res, or the Arda could have res 2 people.
Oh my god.
So they can't really take that risk. So now we're gonna have another team fight here.
Yep. All right. We're gonna end it out in stream. Regardless of what happens, one team will fall. Yangju Whales looking for 3 points now.
Yeah, Hisui just able to secure Fauna. They're just able to turn. I actually thought it was doomed there, because the Mai just ended up falling for basically free, and the Hisui was able to turn the fight back into their favor. But yeah, we're gonna have another final 3v3 on our hands here. Who's gonna come out on top? Whale still needs to get the win here to get themselves into that checkpoint breakpoint. Will they be able to do it?
I think it's in Team Pointy End's advantage. There's just way too much easy access for Choen to get free damage over onto Green Apple once one flash cut hits, and we saw the problem of Fauna trying to deal up against Choen as well. There's so much AoE on the side of Hisui that sometimes the Soul Link, you're actually going to end up taking more damage from the Hisui than if you hadn't popped it, just simply because that AoE tags onto both you and Nina. That's going to amplify the damage you end up taking more so than the others. So let's see how Team Pointy End ends up doing this. I like the way that Team Youngju Wales is playing right now. Great use of the Nimrod's Gate to find themselves a little bit of a problem trying to run away, but the issue is, yeah, they're kind of locked
their
in.
timers are starting to tick, so they have to start looking for some space here. Maybe try to push the other team out of the zone. And that's exactly what they do.
Bad.
Damai is really, really tanky, so if Damai can get in there and start tanking up damage for their team without taking too much damage back, they can look for an angle. Looks like Bumba is going to get sent on by Fauna, but Fauna's going to use his Soul Link instantly. And oh no, Fauna's going to go down, I think, and I think that's going to be it for the side of Team Wales. It's going to be Team Pointy End coming out on top. A huge pickup from them, as he's just going to be able to get the 1v1 onto ERM there. It just wasn't that wasn't really there. I mean, the Mai just so tanky, and they tried to look for an angle onto Bongwa, but just wasn't able to find anything. So Pointy End coming out on top this time. We got a new winner for game number 4, 26.5 points, showing us why this Hisui character is definitely not a character to discard away, because Tron just completely dominating on this Hisui, is able to show us why this character can be a menace in even on the biggest stage here in Eternal Return Masters.
Completely styling on everybody inside of game number 3, but that means with that, was that game number 4 or game number 3? These games are going so fast. Okay, it was game number 4. That means with this, Team Busan Vespa has one free game for themselves. They're going to be the only ones in checkpoint. Youngju Wales a couple points short, unfortunately, for those guys. Thanks to the performance of Team, what is it? I'm completely blanking out all of a sudden. What the heck am I doing? Whichever team the Hisui was on. There we go. Because of their performance. Sorry?
Team Pointy End. Pointy End?
I don't know what it is wrong with my hearing. What's up? You're not cutting out. It's
Team Pointy End. Pointy End.
Oh, Pointy End. Right. There we go. I heard or the end. And I'm like, what does that mean?
yeah. Team Pointy End was the one who came out on top there, and they're looking really good. Yeah. Bongwa coming out once again. This time with a completely new roster, right? Because he was on a different team, but just completely swapping it up here, and it's definitely working out for them. Mm-hmm. Right, so this team comp with the Hisui kind of reminds me of the Felix team comp, but instead it's gonna be the Hisui just able to get in there and just provide so much more, I would say, right now, just because if you do land those 2 stacks, you're just able to just get those knockups and just wreak havoc on these other teams.
Mm-hmm. One of the biggest problems right now too for some of these teams is that with the lack of experience going up against the Hisui, you can clearly see that there is a little bit of a disconnect in when Hisui is going to be strong, when Hisui is going to be weak. When Hisui was played a little bit more, somewhere around close to her release, we saw some Hisuis inside of ERM. Some teams were able to quickly figure out the times in which Hisui is very, very weak. You can kind of weave in a little bit here and there as long as you're timing things correctly. Kara's pretty good at doing that. In between the times where Hisui is just not able to get some of those flash cuts through, even just like the clear cuts, right? The 1-stack W. Clear cut sometimes helps you. Obviously, you get the small shield, but there's still the animation tied to it. Teams that were able to figure out and capitalize on those kind of situations, there is nobody doing that right now at all. We've seen multiple clear cuts actually coming through from Choen, but it's not being capitalized on. Everyone's hitting everybody else. So then the Hisui once again starts rotating through her skills, resets her cooldowns with those auto attacks after a skill, gets another flash cut in, Nichiren cuts in. This shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the reasons why you don't see this character in ERM.
Yeah, I mean, he's like utilizing the 2 stacks a lot more. That I usually don't see as often, because usually we see those Hisuis try to greed for those 3 stacks. But obviously, I think at this level of play, the 3 stacks aren't really going to work out too well. But even most Hisuis just utilize that 1 stack, right, to try to get that shield up. But I mean, Tron is utilizing those 2 stacks and is able to always hit them as well. It's a really hard skill shot to hit just because it's so small in terms of its width, but you know, if you do end up connecting it, it's just so much value because you get that knock up. It's a lot of damage, and you're just able to stick onto your target. I think, which is the big thing.
That's the biggest part about all of this. But regardless, for Team Pointy End, let's see what their position in the score sheet is looking like. It is up now. 50 points for that team. 20 points
Not
is
bad.
doable now for Team Pointy End. So Yangju Whales is going to have to feel a little bit scared now. 3 points away for themselves. But yeah, with Pointy End's performance in the game just now, there is definitely a lot at stake. But with Busan Vespa being the only team in checkpoint, they do get one free game. If they can win it out on this one, they'll be the only team out. And 7 teams remaining for that last one spot going into the season finals. But that's only if Busan Vespa wins game 5.
Remember, it is a checkpoint format, so now Team Busan Vespa has a big target on their back here because these other teams, they want a spot as well. They're definitely gonna try to deny Team Busan Vespa if they can their win at or their win for the next upcoming game here, because you know if Busan Vespa gets that win, they're gonna be out of here, and only one spot is gonna remain for the rest of these teams.
Indeed. But guys, that was an even number of games. Game number 4, you guys know what's up. We're going to go on a break, so have you guys self some really nice break. Go take a stretch, go get some water, and go grab a snack. We'll see you guys back here for games 5 and a guaranteed for 6.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
수업 끝. 같이 놀래? 나도 같이 갈 거야. 일어나. 수업 끝났어. 언제 잠들었지? 우리 간만에 사진 찍을까? 그러지 뭐. 하나, 둘. 짜잔. 둘이 찍은 사진 내 계정에 올려도 되지? 마음대로 해. 오늘도 열심히 공부했다. 잠만 자놓고선. 계정 보니까 언니만 잘 나온 사진 올리더라. 쌍둥이인데 다를 게 있나? 해보자고. 당근이지. 동생 잘해? 나한테 맡겨. 잘 놀았다. 덕분에 좀 상쾌해졌어.
오늘의 연구 성과가 이 손에 있다고. 세상엔 멍청이들이 너무 많아. 이 길도 그렇고. 할 수 있는 걸 하라고. 나머지는 알아서 되니까. 원주율이 뭐냐고 물으면 수학자는 그 정의를 말하지. 물리학자는 오차값을 말하고. 공학자는 적응하지 못하면 도태되는 거지.
과정에서 좀 사고가 나긴 했습니다만 살릴 수는 있었습니다.
이게 공장 시야 같은 경우에 먹어놨을 때, 자 이쪽 교전.
자, 인사이토와 FS 중인데 먼저 일단 범 선수의 얀이 잡히고 로마틱 선수 쪽으로 들어가고 있는 자 연하 선수의 수와 자 블리크 사용되고 끝까지 쫓아갑니다. 하지만
중요한
nim로드.
포인트는요. 얀은 필살기가 있는데 그 필살기가 빗나가면서
네.
얀이 붕 뜨게 됐고 결국 그 타이밍에 제대로 노려줬었던 인사이터가 고득점을 가져갑니다.
그렇습니다. 블링크로 똑같이 따라가서 별 쪽에는 현재 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데요. 자 골목을 두고 일단 들어옵니다. 테오도르 그리고 에너지 필드, 에너지 증폭 스크린이죠.
빨아들이는
일단 이
구도를
밸류
만들고 싶은 것 같은데요.
나쁘지 않다라고 생각하는 것 같고요.
자,
강한
강로가
녀석?
들어갔지만 일단은 알테이 선수가 진영을 재정비할 수 있게 되면서 데이드림도 포지셔닝을 다시 잡았습니다.
그럼 이거 리우리 선수
오.
못 잡으면 데이드림이 무조건 빼야 되는 그림이거든요.
그렇죠.
자 더 들어가나요 뉴라이즈 강원 하지만 증폭 스크린 쫓아갔는데요 노도날. 자 마커스 일단 테오도르 알테일 쪽 끌어내고
자 이거는 테오도르도 주고
패시브
요한
활용?
혼자서 살아야 될 것 같은데요.
자 거리 좁힐 수 있나요 노도날. 다시 한번 에어본 띄워내고 리우리 자 유스티나로 쫓아갑니다.
그리고 무효화를 써보지만 쳤어요.
자 지금은 또 위치가 격변하게 되면서 이쪽은 뉴라이즈 강원 다시 한번 우측 양주 웨일즈.
네, 진짜
지금 양주-
숨막히네요.
금지구역 시간 보시면 아시겠지만 4초거든요.
네.
페나 선수의 금지구역 시간이 4초여서 이제는 정말 물러날 곳이 없어서 저 자리를 고수해야 됩니다.
자
그래서
그래서
교전.
변이 들어가고요. 자
자,
쇼 한번
근데 구도가
살아가는데
생명 타이밍에.
공유로
향기 선수까지 양주 웨일즈가
맞습니다.
오 히오스크 통해서 일단 아이템 밸류까지 빼앗고 있는 양주 웨일즈고 이쪽은 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데 에너지 필드
잘 걸었는데요,
깔고요.
애실.
자 그런데
잡았어요.
잡혀냈어요. 네. 카티아 잡아내고 이어지는 이러면 노도날 선수의 마커스까지 충분히 잡아낼 수 있는 데이드림이죠.
네, 데이드림 입장에서는 위쪽에 뭐 카티아가 다시 살아난다고 하더라도 이 팀의 금지구역 시간을 많이 깎아놨기 때문에 그걸 바탕으로 다시 한번 굴려 나갈 거고요.
네.
자,
오른쪽 교전은 오레이스 인천 인사이터
인천이
상대로.
일단 샬럿 세나핀 선수를 기반으로 블라스 선수가 진짜 오래 버텨주면서
오.
또 이제
네.
니키가 1대1 시코 선수를 이겨내주면서
와,
구도가
네.
이렇게 바뀌었는데
네.
연하
선수가-
버텨요. 갑옷 깨기만.
Hello, folks, and welcome back from the break. We are just coming out of game 4, which means we are about to go into game number 5. We are sitting in a situation where a team is indeed a checkpoint now. It's going to be Team Pusan Pespa with 72 points, sitting right along that mark. If they win game number 5, they will be one of the two teams that is going to be guaranteed for the season finals. After that, we will have to see. Team Yangju Wales, pretty close. They're sitting at, I think it was 67. And then for Team Pointy End, they had a fantastic end to game number 4. They're sitting at 50 points in 3rd place.
Yeah, but we're just gonna jump straight into game number 5 here. Looks like we do have a couple changes here. Looks like Team Phalanx are gonna swap up the team comp entirely, and they're gonna go for that signature team comp from Dina, and it's a team comp that Bung was all too familiar with. But it's gonna be that Felix gonna be their 3rd pick instead of that Hisui coming out from Team Pointy and there, and Team Rebels Pied gonna be swapping over to that Aiden. So a couple changes from some of these teams, but relatively speaking, everything else is pretty much the same. Team Damien, they're gonna be swapping over to that Leon, though, it's gonna be like Glove Leon as well. Glove Leon with Quake.
That's an
So it's gonna
interesting
be,
combination.
yeah, it's gonna be a like more tanky variant, I would say. It looks like for the front line.
Yeah, we've seen so many Tonfa Leons throughout the course of the season, but that has been hit a lot, right? It was such a pivotal pick throughout the entirety of Season 7 that I'm not surprised that we're seeing something like this come out. But I think this is genuinely the first time I've ever seen a combination of Glove, Siphon Maelstrom, and Quake.
And
All
Quake,
of those three.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I saw. I don't think it's. I mean, I can kind of see the vision, right? You jump in on forward there. You press the Quake down when they end up getting out of that CC, so they just able to get locked up a little more and just provide extra damage there as well for their team.
Yeah, I am a hard Siphon Maelstrom believer right now. You actually, I don't know if you know, but I've been playing a lot of Piolo lately, but I'm not playing those cringe builds where you build things like Revenant, where you build things like Astro Helmet with Diamond Shard and Bladed Truth. No, I'm running what is it, Siphon Maelstrom plus Blinker Strider with a little bit more of a tankier build. It is so good. I swear to God, that 20-second cooldown on Siphon Maelstrom, a lot of people take it for granted. I'm surprised that Siphon Maelstrom isn't actually more popular among some of these characters right now. And I'm really excited to see whether or not this tankier version of Leon with Glove of all things with the Quake and Siphon Maelstrom, if it works out, then we definitely know that there is something cooking with Siphon Maelstrom in 1.48. I urge a lot of people in chat to give it a try. It's really, really good.
I mean, Siphon Maelstrom, I would say, is a pretty solid augment. It's just not too many characters can really utilize the augment because you have to just stick onto your opponent. Leon, one of those characters that can make sure you're just always in your opponent's face so you can actually get the Siphon Maelstrom proc, because if you don't get the proc, you don't really get any value out of the augment, right? That's like one of the problems of the augments. You just have to make sure you're in there when your little AoE circle does end up going down, because you get that extra HP and you get that extra damage as well. So it's actually a pretty good augment if you can get the value out of it, but yeah, just not too many characters that can really utilize it to its fullest potential.
But if you can, it's pretty good. All right, initiation still coming through. We're seeing a lot of picks coming through in the earlier portions of the game. Roster's going to get taken out first. Pia trying his best to run. He should theoretically be out unless Alto just comes in from the side and completely obliterates him. It's a third party instead of archery range. 2 members go down. Fauna getting obliterated by EMP Barrage as well. Euk trying to chase down Green Apple, but the Nimrod Gate is there. Completely giving up on that kill is going to be Euk. Nice pulling with a dead drop, but it's just not going to happen as E8 pounces himself away. But Sear still looking for a little bit more. He's trying to get the wheelie in. He does end up getting it. Green Apple should take the fall, and E8 should also fall down very soon as well. Fauna joins the fray. Does he have the Soul Link? Doesn't need it to kill Sear. He's trying to knock down Euk as well. He does end up getting the kill over onto the Alex. Now the ERM, she's trying to actually find a little bit of kills for herself. She gets one. E8's gonna get taken down.
One more.
The clutch comes through, and that means Team Circus gonna have to deal with the added extra few seconds of timer. But that was kind of fun. Yangju Whales and Circus still at it.
Great team fights from all around for those teams. I mean, a lot of kills for both teams, so a lot of points going into the side of those teams as well. Looks like the ultimate is going to be invested. The Rain of Valkyrie does end up going down, does end up hitting the Celine, but there's not enough damage, I would say, just yet for the side team from Umbrellas. The Bianca is sitting on, only just on the full purple, is not going to be able to get that one shot onto the back line there, so looks like it will be the side of team. That was Team Songhara, Team Sparkles coming out on top there, able to get a nice clean kill. Suwa is gonna be able to respawn back at the gas station, probably get some farm up here. Songhara gonna find Walko here, and does end up going down. Unfortunately, that dash just wasn't able to connect and wasn't able to do enough damage there, so it will be Songhara gonna pick up a nice kill. Another kill going to the side of Team Sparkles, and on the top side, Pointy Yen gonna be able to get the one up onto. Oh no, it's Royals gonna be able to get one up onto the side of Team Pointy Yen, but great ultimate coming out from Fauna, able to keep themselves alive just for a little bit longer. And Wales does end up getting a nice team wipe, and that is going to be enough points for Team Wales to get into that checkpoint breakpoint as well. So now it's going to be up to Team Wales to play Kingmaker to try to deny Team Busan Vespa from getting into that checkpoint win.
And even for Team Pointy to get themselves the 20 points needed in order to get themselves in a checkpoint too, right? There is a couple things that Yangju Whale still has to do. Just because now they're in checkpoint, their job isn't over. So we'll see how it goes. Chichen Phalanx using Revolu is going to be able to pick up a kill over onto the cap. Mundu unfortunately going to take the fall. There goes one of the two Alexes on that team roster. Burkus not going to be able to contest for anything off the bat. There is a meteorite on the southern side. Rump Rebels and Team Demian looking to contest it. Over on the eastern side of the map, it's going to be Team Pointy Top. Oh, Pointy End, not Pointy Top. What am I doing? Trying to find the fight. Not going to happen as the Hisui's going to go down. Sertavi in a little bit of trouble himself as Pungwa, he's dead.
Wait,
too.
is this a day
Sertavi,
3?
hold on a
This is day 2.
second. This could be a bit of a problem. I'm not sure if the Hisui died before day 2 or if it was a day 2 death.
Oh, the pull and
Sertavi
connect.
is trying so desperately to run. We got about 5 seconds, maybe 8 for that Hisui to come back. I think you're right. Hisui should come back before Sertavi gets taken down. And there's the catwalk and that straight away.
A little scary there. I'm actually surprised it might end up getting out safely, but Pointy Yen can live to see another day. I don't actually know if that was going to be a full wipe for the side Team Pointy Yen, but that would have been really bad for them, especially because Team Pointy Yen is already in a bad spot. Oh no, wait a second. Oh, that looks like they should be okay. It looks like a lot of teams are, you know, kind of split up here. And yeah, you are absolutely correct. Wait a second. Rouser finds an angle onto the backline. Odina getting chunked down, but ends up going down to that Moon Dorito there. And oh my god, the damage coming out for Min is so much, but it's not going to be enough. Can't really auto attack that Felix, as the Felix just has so much survivability with those auto dodges. So yeah, unfortunately, Min not going to be able to get really any damage onto Revolu there, and they will end up going down. The Kios was invested by the side of Team Phalanx, but another team did end up pulling up, so only we're able to get one closer by. It's going to be Revolu getting that. I think that was that radar there for himself. And on top side, it looks like it is going to be Mai completely on the other side here. Hisui already having a 2-stack. Do they want to end up taking it in? It looks like the stacks are going to drop here. Mai a little too far forward, doesn't end up getting the taunt. Is anything going to come down though? No real follow-up coming from the side of Team Pointy Yen, but Hisui doesn't find any angle in, but a huge response there coming from the side of Team Circus, but they do end up trading, and Bungo is still full HP, so they should be able to get so much value here. Does end up getting a lot of damage. The Alex is going to go down as well, and the IRM is going to be the last one to get their team to safety.
That was a little bit weird from Eon. I'm surprised he actually ended up going back in, because I saw what he was trying to do, secure the body, but that executioner bonus is not really going to help you when you already invested all of your cooldowns with Antina in front of your face. A lot of times with the Luminary, her Q, you kind of need to land it, and that's the hard part. But yeah, for Rosner, goes a little bit too hard for Lumi, will end up getting taken down himself. That's a lot of timer invested for that Min in a little bit of trouble, but they're trying to run away from a Felix. There's a stun. The pullback in comes from Sunser to try to keep their William alive. It's a Mithril as well. You're right. It could be GPMVG. The White Lily will end up getting him out, but that's a lot of timer invested for this team. And look at the path that this William is walking as well. He's going to enter an exit
walk back
through the eastern side, but there's people coming up.
Actually, okay. Felix is just gonna go for the Cicilla down here. Oh, wait a second. Roger's gonna respawn back in, but there's only gonna be 2 members. Revolu is nowhere to be seen here, so he actually take the 2v2, and Min is gonna be in the back as well. Dina is probably gonna go down here very shortly. Just one more auto attack. Does end up falling. And yeah, looks like Phalanx chasing a little too far forward. Probably just didn't recognize about the respawn coming in from Roger. It's gonna spawn right on the top of the cell, and they're gonna be able to turn that team fight. So Busan Best Boy gonna be able to get another kill. That's gonna be pretty huge. They just want to tempo out as many items as possible so they could, you know, try to close out this game here. Busan Best Boy actually ends up TPing down into Dock to try to look for the members of the side of Team Phalanx, but not able to find anything. Bears are going to be back up, so Busan Best Boy is going to go work their way down here and take these Dock Bears.
Pretty good investment, I would have to say so myself, because look over to the left side of where they are. Dock's going to open in about 40 seconds. They don't want to walk towards the north side of Factory. They can just kind of chill here inside of Dock. They've already gotten a sizable lead for themselves, although the transitions don't really say that. In comparison to some of the earlier games we've seen from Busan Vespa, their transition pacing has been a little bit slow. Oh my god, Green Apple will be able to get out with their lives, unless they decide to walk back in on this. Unleash Power is still on cooldown, my friend. and Fauna joining the fray. Jushiman taking a decent amount of damage, going to be used on the Papyrus for the next rotation. E8 on the flank, that's a lot of good damage over onto Dina. Nice dodge over onto the moon, and
flank.
that should theoretically be the Adina going down. A beautiful flank indeed, but that's still an IQ death.
Wait a second,
and
they're gonna let him.
gonna die too, but they wait for the utmost disrespect. The team Chichum Phalanx as the Mai, that's gonna be a -200.
Minus 200 for the side of the team Phalanx. That is devastating, especially when you're playing a team comp like that. You need these items for your carries, and early minus 200 is going to set your team back exponentially there. And looks like the item did go to the side of Team Wales there as well. So looking pretty good here. What's on best spot? They're going to grab all the farm down here in Warehouse. They're going to get their call-ins as well. You can see the credit counts of Busan Best Spot. They can start getting their small buy-ins here and start looking to try to close out this game. All these other teams as well is going to slowly start to work their ways to these kiosks to get their buy-ins very shortly.
See some dragon skill starting to come in. I think I saw the Dice of Destiny for the William. Everyone's starting to get the real core transitions starting to come on in. I think William needs about one more transition in order to be able to hit that 100% crit chance mark. See the double transitions on him. I think that should beat the Legatus Dice of Destiny. I don't recall if he really likes going Blaster Helmet, William. Don't recall. We'll take a look at that later. But for now, a potential fight between Chichum Phalanx as well as Team Demian. But the damage output from this Leon a little bit too much for Revolu. There is a possibility, my friend, that there is. That's a Tomfa Leon, I think. Remember a long time ago when we used to see some weird shenanigans with gloves to build into like some weird things. I think that's what it was.
Oh yeah, maybe he swapped. Actually, no, I don't think glove builds into.
You can't do that anymore, right? But I saw Cataclysm on something on that team.
No,
Who's someone talking it?
I think it was. Oh, it was the Priya. The Priya has the guitar. Yeah. He is on the glove, but it looks like it's more of like a damage bruiser build as well because he's sitting on the Revenant. It looks like so he's playing that Revenant and Siphon Maelstrom build with the Quake as well to maybe make sure that he could proc the Revenant and Siphon Maelstrom damage. He's gonna jump in there, use the Quake, and oh no, the side of Team Damian are gonna be forced to all jump on out of there. But wait a second. Cherish is going to get a lot of damage in. Can he finish Songarong here? Doesn't end up getting knocked up by the Omega. Is that going to be enough? It looks like, the cutting act. Huge kite back coming out from the side of Team Sparkles there. And you are correct. A great knock away there coming out from the Estelle. Just able to keep their team alive. Songarong going to get some damage back in. A lot of AoE damage, but nothing really going to come out of that as Omega's going to be forced to reset here. Phalanx maybe going to try taking it. Says we're really going to try jumping on forward, but not really going to find anything. As looks like the Omega is just going to go to the side of Team Sparkles there, and here comes the full engage. There is the full damage onto Dina. Dina gets pulled back in, and I think he's just going to go down to the side of Team Circus. But wait a second, lives on 1 HP. Oh no, gets sniped by the auto attack from the ERM, and
the Felix
Felix is going to follow very soon, and that is a little unfortunate there. That does. I think the pullback from the Mai just pulled Dina right back into all the action there. So a little unfortunate. Oh no, Alice is caught by the side of Team Wales. Wills is going to be able to pick up a nice kill for themselves as well.
Why is it always Team Circus? And look at where they are right now too. Anywhere they go, it's really not going to help. This RM is stuck in the middle of absolutely nowhere. They're straight up in the center of DMZ. If you take a step out anywhere out of Research Center, you're most likely going to die. They're going to have to navigate that pretty well. Fauna getting taken dangerously low. That's going to be the soul.
Dies.
He dies. I think it might have been to debilitation or something.
Back to I think he walked back into the 4-bomb and he just died because it was up. I don't think it exploded. And oh, here comes the damage as well coming out from Songarong, and Green Apple is going to be able to get themselves to safety. But Wales on -200. You know, this is one of those teams that wants to play Kingmaker, but they get shut down here. It might be easy pickings for Team Busan Vespa to just close out the series here. You can see the items for the side of Team Busan Vespa as well. They're already sitting pretty comfortably here with about looks like about 10 gold items to their name. Tesla Lobby is I would say is relatively caught up, but I think Phalanx is the one that's a little far behind, and same with Team Damian as well.
It's the balance I mentioned earlier, right? The teams that really should be doing the kingmaking is kind of fighting the entire time. They haven't been able to pay attention to some of these teams that are silently starting to get built up, and that right there is Busan Vespa. They may have not been fighting too much, only 3.5 points, but all of those points were early game, and look at this initiation. It's going to be a trade, 1-for-1. Sear's going to get taken down, Wako's going to go down, Piet going to get taken down as well, but Bear trying to do what they can on this Sua. Can they get the kill over onto the ERM? That is the question. Not just yet. Yes, they can.
Yes, they do.
There is the damage. There is the kills coming in. The clutch coming online as well. Rump Rebels should be able to get the res.
Yeah, Rump Rebels looking pretty strong. I was a little scared about the engage coming out from the IRM, from the Bianca, but it was able to trade 1-for-1, and you actually want to trade down your members here because the Sue is actually sitting on 4 golds and a Queen of Hearts as well, so should be able to take the 1v1 into almost any of the members of the side of Team Circus, and was able to clutch it up for their team. So Bear gonna be able to get a nice 2 kills, and what happened?
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it's a 0 for Circus, but I think that's his 8.
yeah. They have 8 kills for themselves, so it's not too bad of a game for them. They're already sitting in 4th place as well, so I mean 8 points, definitely not what you're looking for to go out in 8th place here, but these teams, they are eyeing and they're gonna try shutting down, or everyone's goal here is to shut down, Team Busan Vespa from winning out this series here, but Busan Vespa are fully kitted out. Oh no, Ye gets caught here, does try to jump away, but gets interrupted by the knockup from Revolu and does end up going down. Busan Vespa, they are sitting down in forest, so Wickline is going to be spawning into school here, and it's going to be Team Sparkle is going to be able to get it completely uncontested, it looks like, as they are playing this double mage backline team comp. But wait a second, who got the blood? I think it was, oh yeah, it was the Estelle, okay.
And this is a bit of a problem. I think they were trying to save the credits over on the art and maybe get a blood for somebody, but in the end it's going to be Green Apple forced to get the call in because there's just no animals inside of school for them to grab. Use the Hyperloop to try to get themselves on out of here, but which zones are open? There are 7 teams alive and the amount of map remaining is really not that much. They're gonna Hyperloop in, E8 just jumps straight into the center of an entire team. Down goes yet another 200 credits, but they can't stay inside of the red, right? They ran out of time and Green Apple goes down as well.
It's got by a different team.
Kingmakers are no more. Down goes 2 members. It's gonna be minus 400, assuming they can even get access to Lumi or even a kiosk. They still have 40 seconds to do that if they want to, but there's so many players remaining around the map right now, and look at where this Chloe is. I think she is absolutely just dead. Pointy and the Star just crashes onto both Chloe and Nina. Stargazer, no. Star Crashers instead. Bungwa is able to clean it up. Pointy end with 6.5.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for their chance as well, and here comes a full engage coming from the side of Team Damien, but it's just not enough damage here. Sua is just able to just live for so long in the backline here. They don't really have anything to really shut them down. It's just that Leon and that Pri in the backline. Always second chair just end up getting one, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Damien, they tried to get the res off in time, but it wasn't. Nobody died. It wasn't there. Yeah, there's still that 3 to 4 second window that you have to blow up your body, and it just wasn't going to be fast enough for the Leon to get the res there. So a little unfortunate, but Busan Vespa coming out on top. A huge win for them, as they're going to slowly start to trickle away down these team members from these other teams.
Yeah, now this is weird, right? Pointy end, they need to get themselves, what is that, about 14 extra points. You can't get 0.5 anymore in this game, so they're looking for 14 additional points from somewhere. Busan Vespa is looking for a win themselves. Pointy end wants to somehow get themselves in the checkpoint after this game, with Busan Vespa getting out of LCQ as well. Pointy end needs to play extremely aggressive for the next few minutes. They need to pick up pretty much every kill remaining in this lobby, pick up every placement point remaining in this lobby as well. It's gonna be quite a difficult run for those players.
I mean, they just need six kills, so they just have to win 1 team fight before going to the final zone. If they do, and if they do want to get into that checkpoint, if they want to get into it while Busan Vespa leaves, yeah, they probably need to kill almost maybe 3 teams. I think almost. Damien is gonna be able to get the res up here in Lumi, so they will be able to get get them all back up in Temple, and that is correct. So teams can definitely look for something more. Busan Vespa is going to look for this fight onto the side of Team Sparkles here, but Sparkles does still have that wick buff. Just have to dodge out on these skill shots here. the bubble was end up invested from the Sicilla. And I think Team Sparkles, they don't really want anything to do with this because they know if they end up getting caught by that pull, they're just going to go down here. Comes to Echoes of the Earth is going to be used from the side of Team Damien, but the damage just isn't really there for them. The item difference is just way too big, and Rivoli just dashing around this team fight, but they do end up getting one. Rivoli does end up falling here, but Leon does end up going down as well.
I've seen this before.
I think Cherish can win this here. Does end up hitting those Paradisos and will be able to win him for his team. Cherish just playing out of his mind, is able to connect all these skills, get these priority targets, and it will be Team Damien getting the one up onto the side of Team Phalanx.
Oh, they're so good, man.
Yeah, I mean, Team Phalanx, you can see the item difference as well. Team Phalanx actually didn't really have that many items, so I think the item difference was actually to the side of Team Damien there. Cherish just able to just get so much value on this Tazia.
Yeah, the fight beginning was really awkward though, right? The Priya getting caught out pretty early, and then she gets isolated after both the Leon and the Tazia focuses down the Felix. The trade was actually good though, but then when the Leon falls down, it all comes down to Cherish, and Cherish delivers yet again. This player on the Tazia has been such a pivotal member of Team Damien. We saw it throughout the entire course of the regular season, and now during LCQ, when it really matters, they are pulling through as well.
Oh, Cherish, can he find an angle in again? No, not going to be able to look for too much here. Does end up the shard down on the back line. Peng is a little too far forward. You are correct. Does end up going down, but the damage in return, Cherish does get a lot of value, but it's not going to be enough. The shields are coming out to keep them alive, but wait a second. Cherish finds an angle on the Sangwon. Sangwon getting choked down, half HP. Is forced to blink, and a huge knockup from Leon, able to secure them down there, and Sparkles is going to fall very shortly. Cherish is able to get so much value once again, and the Leon is able to follow up perfectly there. On the other side though, Pointien, they will be able to find the stragglers of the side of Team Sparkles, as both members are going to go down. So we will have a clean 3v3 on the top side, and the other side as well with Team Rebels and Team Busan Vespa. Who's going to come out on top here? Team Busan Vespa, they desperately need to win here so they can get themselves out of this LCQ. Make sure they are safe. Walker already getting chunked down. Ross going to be forced to link on to actually dash on forward there, but should be fine because he does have the Ironclad to keep him alive, and Vin just able to deal so much damage. It's going to be an easy 3-0 onto the side of Team Busan Vespa.
Makes them look way too easy. Pointien, on the other hand, I don't think they're going to be able to get in checkpoint, even if they win anymore, because if they get this, and wait, no, they can still get it, absolutely, because you get the extra point for placement. If they win this game, they're in checkpoint. There we go. Chower trying to do whatever they can. There's a pullback in with the exclusives, trying to get on through, but they get caught out. Wait a second! The damage output is so good!
Oh, never mind!
The clear cut from Choon just lands onto everybody
and
on
the Sun
Team
Conjunct.
Damien. How did you do this?
The AoE damage was just so much there. I thought they didn't have enough damage because of all the shields and healing coming out, but I mean, maybe eat my words instantly.
That clear cut healed about 150 HP and gave him like a 200 shield. He did that 3 times over. He just never dies. This is ridiculous for Team Pointien. If they win this, it is going to be an absolute amazing run for Team Pointien. 15.5, looking for 21.5, whereas for Busan Vespa, they're also looking for 21.5, but they don't care about that. They're just looking for the win so they can get themselves out of LCQ and secure their spot in the season finals.
I mean, it's going to be up to this Hisui, but they're fighting a William. The William is also another character that just has so much agency. Bungo unfortunately getting caught out here, but Ross are going to go in. Can he finish Bungo here? Oh, I don't think so, but Min is just going to be able to finish them off. Yeah, it's so hard to catch a William in this backline here, and it's going to be Busan Vespa. They come out on top, and they are going to be our first team winning in the checkpoint format, and they will be out, and they are going to have early night for themselves here, as they have to be feeling pretty good about that. We will see them in the grand finals in about 3 weeks from now.
Absolutely. They make it look easy. But I will say, just a slight mispositioning from Pungwa, right? Just a little bit of an oopsie for Pungwa. I will give it to him because he is Pungwa. But it does force the rest of his team to come support. Chon gets caught in a situation where he really doesn't want to be because he's trying to save all of his skills, maybe trying to support Pungwa on the escape. But because he was hesitating on what to actually do with his E, he actually ends up eating the center of the signature fireball. Now, Hisui is still melee, right? And if you're hesitating with your mobility skills, you're going to be standing there eating all the fastballs from the William. And you also have to remember that E, using your E as a Hisui brings you backwards and then forwards. If you went backwards E to a William, you die.
Yeah, getting caught by I think Boom getting caught by Rosner there, I think was pretty devastating because it basically kind of forced the team fight out of their hands, right? Basically forced all of Team OTN to go in, and I mean if Hisui doesn't have that ideal angle, it's a little hard, especially versus a William, because it's really hard to lock down a William on a Hisui, right? Because the William just dash back and forth, keep dashing to their balls, and there's really not much I would say Hisui could really do into that because you try to jump on forward, they're gonna dash away to their balls. They have the knockback as well to keep them out to safety, and they're also playing an AD carry, which just shreds these bruiser type characters.
Yeah. Real quick, I know there was J-Ting in chat earlier. He was saying how he joined the Busan Bespa Discord server. Dude, if you are in the Discord server right now for Busan Bespa, you are seeing some banger posts on that announcement channel. They posted, so they got out, right? They win. They have an early night. They posted, who is, what is it? Like the lion in Seven Deadly Sins. The anime? I forget what the guy's name.
Escanor.
Yes, Escanor. They posted Escanor saying it is light, it is dawn. They're posting, what else is there? Hold on a second.
It's kind of funny.
There is a chair saying it is the easiest like bench or something like that. Oh my god.
I mean, like, yeah, they won 4 out of 5 games. Like, they are the titans of LCQ here, but we're gonna have to see if they will be able to have the same magic coming into the season finals, right? Because all the teams that did end up making it over there instantly going into the season finals, they're all pretty tough teams, I would say. So we're gonna have to see if Team Busan Bespa can have that miracle run that I think it was Team. Which team was it that's made it from LCQ and then actually winning the finals as well?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Wasn't it?
It was Bungwa's team.
Slashers? Oh, was it Bungwa's team?
It was Bungwa's team. I remember Bungwa made it out of.
Oh,
LCQ,
you're right.
and then he ended up
It was when he was with Dushiman,
the whole
actually,
finals.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember what the team name was, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Cartel. It was Cartel.
There you go. It was Cartel. You're absolutely correct. But let's quickly take a look at the leaderboard. I don't want it to disappear while we're talking about it. Busan Bespa is out. They are the LCQ winners, but this is still double checkpoint, which means we are still continuing on, which means we're going to continue playing the game without Busan Bespa because they're gone. And then the next team that wins off of that checkpoint format, they'll secure themselves that second spot going into the season finals. So Yeongju Whales, they're in a really, really good spot right now to take advantage of this.
I mean,
but the problem is,
they've been playing a pretty consistent game as well. So they have a pretty good shot here because they did end up winning the only game that's actually technically not the only game because Team Poitiers also won one of the games, but Team Poitiers and Team Wales, these two teams are definitely way so much farther ahead than the other lobby, and these two teams have a win under their belt in the LCQ so far. So it's definitely going to be up to these two, and it's going to be up to these other teams to try to adapt and try to maybe shut down these two teams that are looking for this final spot in the LCQ for the season finals.
Yes. Just real quick, I'm going to give a little bit of an update on what I mentioned earlier with the bench. The correct quote is, this is the first time it's been the easiest bench. So it probably just means we're done.
Yeah, I mean, it's because Busan Bespa, I think they've been struggling recently, but they just look so dominant today. So I'm very excited to see, how they do in the season finals.
Min sitting on that William, it just seems to be the magic they require to make this team roster work.
Min on that William, they're back to their comforts as well. This is selling the Suwa, right? We always see, Busan Bespa coming out near the end of the season, just is able to get these pop-offs with this team comp, I think. Yes, able to find these picks onto these backlines. I think it's because a lot of teams slowly start to adjust to a more back-end team comp, and if Cicel is able to find these priority targets, able to get those pulls, the Suwa, it's really easy to follow up. Just if they're coordinating their pulls and they're communicating correctly, it's really easy for them to follow up and try to one-shot those priority targets.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, now that Busan Bespa is in season finals, we have to start considering this. What are the ban threats for that team? Is there any? Quite frankly, there aren't too many teams playing William nowadays. The only other team right now, off the top of my head, that is running that character is going to be FN Sejong, because I know Romantic's been playing it quite a bit. But outside of that, not that many teams. playing the Sicilla? That many teams either nowadays. Who's playing the Mai? We've seen so much variety of tanks. You and I have been talking about this almost every single phase. So many lobbies where we see one of each tank. Not two, not three, one for different teams. It is ridiculous, the variety of tanks. So I don't even think Mai's in danger.
It is a breath of fresh air, just because, you know, Mai's been meta for so long, right? So, you know, the premier tank, but now we get to see, you know, every other tank come around, or usually it like rotates between a couple tanks, but always defaults back to Mai. But now we just have, you know, Estelle, we have Mai in the meta, we got Shukai. I think some of these teams were playing. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of. I mean, we also had like the Tongue for Leon as well. You know, acting as like the frontliner. I think we had Alonso coming out for some of these teams too. Nikki, I think being Nikki was pretty dominant in the last phase, so phase 2. But I think with the changes, Nikki is kind of just there now as well. So we have like a lot of different picks that these teams can kind of utilize as their frontline and their tank.
The thing is too, by the way, we still have one more patch before the season finals are going to go through. 1.49 is up on the books for next week, if I remember correctly. But think of the characters that they're playing. William doesn't really get touched that much nowadays during nerfs or even buffs. If it gets buffed, cool. If it gets nerfed, probably going to be maybe some attack power, maybe some basic attack amplification scaling. The performance from Min is going to make that very irrelevant. Nice pop there, by the way, from the Arda. Sicilla also is a character that maybe if she gets nerfed a little bit, maybe some amplification scaling a little bit here and there, 5%, maybe 10%, 10% hurt a little bit.
I didn't realize if it's an 8-team lobby, everyone's guaranteed 1 point. I not know that is how it worked, but you can see on the bottom there, everyone has one tournament score already because there's no 8th team, so everyone's at least guaranteed 1 point for this lobby. So that means so that means point to end is basically only going to be 4 points or 3.5 points away from getting into that checkpoint breakpoint. So I definitely think I mean, if there's one team that I want to see make it out of here, it's probably Team Point to end on this Heat Sweep. I really want to see him work his magic on the Heat Sweep here, but I think Team Wales has a pretty good shot. They already have 2 kills so early on into the game, and this is a team that's been playing so consistently throughout the series.
Yeah, by the way, also, if Pointy End makes it into season finals, it'll be yet another season where Pungwa makes it from LCQ over into season finals.
That is true. That is true. Pungwa is an LCQ demon, so maybe we'll see him coming out once again. Because, I mean, yeah, Pungwa just able to find his team this time around because he ended up swapping, but the Heat Sweep unfortunately gonna go down there. Trying to work his magic, but wasn't able to get enough there. He had gonna get his zone down, but not gonna be enough. Oh, unfortunately missing out on that dash away, so not gonna have dash back again. Here comes the ultimate. The random dogway is gonna connect, but a huge blast wave from Songkrong, able to get them to safety. Okay. But the end is gonna be able to trade a kill, but it's gonna be 1 kill as 2 members of this Team Rebels is gonna go down.
Not bad. You'll take it at this point, right? You might as well at least secure something if you're going to die anyways. I think the backstep was already gone from Piet, so he can't really use it. Dissipation was also utilized. He doesn't have the cooldown for that because it's way too early in the game. You're probably dead, so you might as well get a trade. He does. It's a kill over onto the Celine. It's going to be 0.5 going in favor of Team Rump Rebels. But now they're stuck in a really awkward situation again because Hongarang decides to spawn in the same spot Wako did. They're both trying to rest up a little bit, but the catch-out comes through. Oh, it's just not even there.
Bear gets it though. Wait a second,
I don't think there is Wolf Assault right now. There is. Never mind. It just came up. Bear is in a little bit of trouble himself, and a beautiful wall from Ping. Not going to allow that Sua to get on through. Yeah. That is a
great exclusive coming out from the Mai, and they're going to be able to get them. EA going to go down to 1 HP, and they do end up getting Green Apple, and yeah, Mai going to be able to stay alive. So going to be a nice clean kill from the side of Team Pointy and onto the side of Team Wales. Yeah, it is kind of funny because like and like I like the highest level of play or like in like higher elo, you always see people respawning in the exact same zone because everyone knows which zones are the priority zones to, you know, look to farm. So every time someone dies or you trade 1 for 1 at the exact same time, you always see the same 2 people spotting in at the same spot, and they basically spotted at half HP, and then you see them, you know, fight when they're low. So it's always really funny to see that coming to fruition. Oh, that was just keeping on forward there. Here comes the engage. The parry was used a little too early, and this is going to get completely shut down there. The engage coming out from the Sylvia is going to get some damage, and a great blink away to dodge out on a dog Coyote, but it's not going to really be enough here. Oh, wait a second. The Sylvia does end up jumping back in and does end up getting a kill, so not too bad for the side team Circus. We'll end up losing all their members here, though, for an extra respawn timer. And their IRM is actually going to be out of mana here very shortly. Is going to be forced to jump on away. I think Mandu should be able to get away. It is an IRM, so not going to be able to really chase into that.
A team fight over in Factory though. Pungwa in a little bit of trouble for himself, but he is healing up with the Star Conjure to split away from both Jechung Failings and Pointy N. But Choun still looking for a little bit more. It's a fight over the meteorites. The reason why these two teams don't want to push away or pull away a little bit too much. But with the Dinas, this is going to be a bit of a fight, isn't it? Star Conjuncts across the board for both of these teams. Choun a little bit low, but this might be a bit of an overpush from Dushiman over on the backside. Revolu is going to get the kill over onto that.
Gonna die as well.
Will end up getting taken down, but the meteorites being secured by Dina. Not going to be able to
he didn't grab it. He didn't get it.
Half's been proc, but that's about it.
I think
the only problem is
I think he might have mistimed it, because I think he definitely could have stuck it and walked away, but unfortunately, just I think a fraction of a second too early and ended up getting off of it there. So the unfortunate is Meteorite does go to the side of a Team Pointy, and that is big because he wants to get to the checkpoint breakpoint as well. They're really close here. Looks like Rump Rebel is going to be caught here. Is Walker going to be able to respawn back in time? Yes, Bianca is going to be able to get back up. That Circus is going to be able to get the one up onto the side of Team Rump Rebels. They're going to be able to get the Tree of Life for themselves as well. Pointy End going to just grab the Wolves down here as they do end up getting that Meteorite. So a huge tempo swing. They do get that Kiosk as well, so they could look to buy really anywhere for their 4 scores here. Mai unfortunately getting caught from the side of Team Damien here. I don't think they want to really get away. I don't think they want to invest too much here. The teleports are going to coming on through from the side of Team Pointy again, but the Mai is just going to go down. So it's going to be a 2v3 as the Hisui should die very shortly here. I'm actually surprised they all ended up TPing on forward there. The Mai already getting chunked down a little too much, but wait a second, Hisui? No, this is going to go down. This Team Damien going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills for themselves.
They mean to use rank key because instead of using clear cut, they ended up using flash cut. I think the shield would have been pretty nice, but either way, there's probably no way that the Hisui was getting out of that one either way. Okay, so let's take a look at where we are right now. For somebody asked in chat which team got DQ'd, not DQ'd, but qualified actually, as a matter of fact, into the season finals. It is going to be Team Busan Vespa. That's why we are sitting here with 7. It is LCQ finals, which means we're sitting on that double checkpoint mark. We are looking for one more team to qualify into that season finals spot. That is the last one left.
Yeah. And it's going to be Team Wales, the only team in checkpoint for game number 6 here. So it's going to be up to them to try to secure the next spot, as I think Team Pointy and they should almost be already in for checkpoint to the game number 7. So it's just something that seems to try to deny Team Wales from getting a checkpoint breaking point, but a huge fight breaking out here. Rum Rebels is able to get a lot of value. A huge rating of the Vampire Queen actually able to connect onto 2 or 3 members here, and easy cleanup for the side of Pied and I think that was Bear there. Yeah, Team Pied or Pied and Bear. And oh, it looks like the Mai was actually able to secure themselves a free box here down in Pond for themselves. So Pointy End getting a nice tempo swing for them. You can see their credit counts. They don't really have the buy-ins just yet. Mondu, looks like, okay. Team Phalanx is decided, you know, we're gonna use the key card we were given. It's gonna be a credit lab for themselves, so they're gonna be able to get a lot of money here. Maybe try to save for those bloods coming up very shortly in day 4.
Always that darn credit lab, but at this point in the game, credit lab is actually pretty valuable because you already went through all the trouble of buying your 4 score.
Does it count as a -1 if you res?
No, because the body's not going to be right. The res is going to be there.
I see. Okay. So it's only if the body blows up, then it's a -1.
Yes. But still, that is kind of funny. Bianca being able to solo double mutant bears is usually not one you hedge your bets on.
You can't really do that. Oh no, Wills. Okay.
Oh well, parry is good, but it is an IRM. Pied is absolute.
What's going on over here? I like this angle coming out from Team Circus here. They have basically able to triangulate Team Sparkles, but like the positioning from Sparkles. They're just able to recognize that. They're just able to just put their backs onto red because they still want to go into this red zone to get to this box anyways, and it's going to be reopening. So Sangwon, a huge blast wave, able to get them to safety.
Now you have to play around Sylvia.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to. I mean, Team Sparkles, they're just playing full poke, so they just have to let their backliners like this Nadine or Sangwon try to get some damage in before they take any real team fights here. And oh, here comes Engage. They're just gonna focus onto the Estelle, but Estelle just able to put their shield up and get a lot of damage reduction. They're just gonna use the Soul Sealer forward to get this Engage here. Blink from Alto, not gonna be able to connect any more auto attacks, but oh. Alex already getting chunked down to 1 HP, and here comes Engage, a great Tomfa skill, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be it for the side of Team Circus. Going to lose 2 members. They do end up getting 1 kill, but it's going to be the Sylvia, going to be the last member to rat it on out of their team. Pointy End, it looks like they did end up using the VLS system to get on forward, but not able to find much else here, as the Mai is actually going to come around to try to get this box. Is Mai going to be able to get an... Yeah, you can't really read the box this time.
A Mithril, not bad. It can go into the hands of the Nadine. I do see that Sharonga is still not built up. You can even go for GP and VG if you want to. Never mind, that's Bo. I apologize. There we go. Argy is built up. I forgot that it's Bo Nadine. I keep thinking it's auto attack because I see those darn Wolf cells coming out over and over again. No, it is Bo. Argy is built up now for that Nadine on Kingdom Sparkles. We're going to see a fight between Team Pointy
a
and
huge double taunt, but a great
Team
tire.
Circus. Damage output from between the 2 teams. Not looking that bad. Pointy End is still not in checkpoint yet. They need 2 more points in order to do so, but it's been a slow game from this team.
Yeah, that was a great taunt there coming out from the Mai, but I think the Heat tried to look for the engage with their dash on forward, but just getting tired back. So a great response there from Circus, able to get them all to safety there. Pointy End, you could see their credit counts as well. They're definitely looking for the next couple buy-ins. Wales is having a pretty slow game. I mean, they are in checkpoints, so they're just trying to get as strong as possible. So these other teams gonna be up to them to try to shut them down here. Team Circus, so you're actually gonna look for an angle to maybe fight Team Sparkles here, but the item difference is gonna be a little too big. Sangwon already sitting on 5 golds. Try to look for an angle in. Ooh, the IRM does not hit the knockup. Sangwon doesn't use the blast wave on forward. Here's the stun, and here's all the damage coming down, and there's the IRM. Do end up just falling there, and they're just gonna use the Soul Sealer to just able to chase them down. It's gonna be up to the Sylvie to get away. We'll have the bike, so they will be able to get the safety, but another minus 400 for the side of Team Circus. I think that's gonna be it. Look at the credit counts. They're not gonna be able to get their reses up anytime soon, and they're just gonna be sitting only on these 5 gold items for themselves.
It's always one thing with Team Circus, right? This team is so execution heavy because you're playing a lot of characters that rely on cooldowns, that rely on these crowd control skills that are all skill shots. One thing goes wrong in the middle of a fight and your entire fight just crumbles to pieces. It's been the story the entire evening, pretty much. They're all really good players. I've seen Ehawk making some insane plays on this Alex, but he makes one mistake and it's so physical.
Yeah, I feel like their team comp as well is kind of like a snowball heavy team comp, so when they get set behind, farther behind, it's just so hard to play these team fights because they're just not going to have enough damage to really work with. So it's a little unfortunate for the side of Team Circus. Another minus 400, I mean minus 200 so far, and then the IRM is not going to be up anytime soon. So I think I don't really like their chances here for the side of Team Circus. Is going to have to maybe try ratting it out, play for some placement, maybe try to play Kingmaker to shut down Team Wales for closing out the series here.
That's what needs to happen. But guess what team we haven't really seen in quite a while because they've been playing so quietly but scaling themselves really well. They're actually on pace. It's Yangju Wales right now. Transitions on all 3 members looking pretty solid. It is going to be 12 transitions across the board, just missing a couple of pieces individually for each of those players. Blood samples could come in very soon. You can see the artist sitting on 350 credits on himself. Force Core could come in. I know Persona is an item that artists do like to run if they can run that. IRM, probably looking for something like the Chaser. You can even go for something like the Sticky Grenade if you want to proc that as well. Chloe can go for almost any piece in the game as long as she's sitting on max crit. But the fight, let's see, here we go. Pointy End fighting it out. Chon gonna actually be able to dodge out on the Echoes of the Earth. The parry is pretty good, but the flash cut doesn't hit. There's the exclusive coming backwards. The only problem is Leon pushing forward. Not exactly sure if that was what he wanted to do, so he's immediately gonna back away. Oh my goodness, pointy end. I will say though, Demian actually dealt with that fight really, really well. Despite what is it? Cho'un actually parrying the Echoes of the Earth, they were still able to maneuver around the fight enough, and the Leon was able to put in the pressure that they get out scot-free.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little hard. Oh, will Sylvia have enough timer to make it here? I don't think so. Oh, no! And Circus is another minus 200. And oh, I think Alex is caught here, so I think that's going to be it. Great knock-up from Revolu. They're able to follow on the parry. And Team Circus is going to go down in 7th place. But this opens the door, I would say, for Team Wales, because the less and less amount of teams in this game is great if you're a checkpoint team here. So they definitely have to be feeling pretty good about that. There is going to be quick line spotting and forwards very shortly here. I think the only team in the area is going to be Phalanx, but I think Sparkle is probably going to be looking to contest here. Red Box is going to be called down here in Fire Station. So I don't know if this team wants to take this fight into the side of Team Wales. Team Wales are really looking pretty strong for themselves, and yeah, it looks like Damien is just going to give it up here. Team Wales, they just have a chess piece slot open, so if this becomes a chess piece here for that bikini, it's going to be pretty big. But if not, I think they're just gonna... It's probably going to put it onto the Chloe, would be my guess.
Chloe's pretty versatile when it comes to some of these red transitions. She can run, quite frankly, anything as long as they can actually get it, right? That's the problem. Junbongi, he's going to try sticking it, but it's just not going to work. There's a puppet theater coming out, and this should enable Junbongi maybe to get it, but the cooldown reduction on the Arda is just making it so annoying. Rump Rebel is coming in from the side. E8 now trying to pick it up. There's half HP over onto Cherish. Yep, and now it's round 2. Rump Rebel is going to be the one to try contesting it. A lot of good damage over onto
Damien
Wako.
is wrapping around, though.
Not invested. Bear's going to be the one to not pick it up because the knockade is there. This is weird, man. E8 still contesting, but another team.
They still
it's going
want
to be Demian
to
again.
contest for it. I think Sparkles knows it's not worth it. It's not worth it to play for this box. They know they have the target on their back, so if they just contest for it for a little too long, they're going to get teamed on, so they just have to back away.
It was a chess piece.
Was able to get the 1-up onto the side of Team Sparkles. With Sparkles, they have that kiosk, so they will be able to get that res. And dang, that is a little unfortunate because if Team Wales got that chess piece, they would just go straight into that bikini for that Arda, and they would be looking so strong. But they're still able to get into this Gamma here and able to secure the Gamma for themselves as well. The credit counts are pretty high, so they can just get the blood here anyways. They're probably gonna get that chaser coming into that room. I think they're probably gonna stay in there to make sure they can get this blood sample up, and then maybe get maybe a small buy-in for this Arda. Don't know. Oh yeah, it looks like it's gonna go into that blood cloak for the Arda, and then the blood buy-in is gonna go into that chaser probably for that ERM. So they're gonna be looking pretty strong here, sitting on 15 gold and that 1 blood already.
It should be upgraded into Magnetic Midnight in just a second here too, unless it's not Magnetic Midnight. I forgot for the Chaser. I'm not going to upgrade it, so it will be the default one, so you still have full armor penetration, you still have the full CDR off of that item. Never mind, it's upgraded in the Dawn.
Spirit Harvest.
There we go. Is it?
I think that one's Spirit Harvest.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. It's still pretty good.
I think. Or is it Magnetic? Actually, I actually don't know. It's either Spirit Harvest or Magnetic Ignite, because it is the row, so
search it up. They changed it. This is why I'm always confused. I talked about this earlier as well. There's always something that's changed a couple of times, and I see different iterations of it, and I keep flip-flopping which one the current one is.
Oh, I think that one should be Spirit Harvest because there's not too many throw characters that do auto attack. It's only IRM, right? It's like the here.
It is Spirit Harvest. You're correct.
Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, Eva and Zahir don't... Actually, I guess Eva auto-attacks a little bit, but Zahir doesn't really auto-attack as much, so... Yeah, Spirit Harvest, I mean, still a huge upgrade, right? Having that, extra damage when they go below, like, a certain HP, so... Definitely have to be a little careful, and looks like Wales, they know they got the target on their back, they gotta get out of here, because... The zone is going to be closing very shortly, and they don't want to be gate capped. But oh no, look how many teams are nearby here. They're going to jump straight. Oh, perfect landing into this bush, so they should be able to get themselves on out.
Oh, right behind them,
but look at how many teams they just got to use a Nimrosky to get themselves out. They should be able to get away, but Sparkles is there to intercept. And oh, I think we're going into a game number 8. Oh, wait a second. No, Fauna goes down.
No, and even E8 goes down. They know. Everybody knows.
we're going to a game number 7, folks, I think. But wait a second. I mean, there's still enough credits. So if somehow the Arda can get the res off Lumi, I don't know where Lumi is right now.
It's
Looks like
going. Oh, it's
Arda-
flipping over back
it is
towards
gonna
the
go.
factory area.
I think they can get it in time.
Can absolutely catch it. Nimrod's gate is there too. I
But
love the positioning
The
on this. But the
question
question
is,
yep.
can Green Apple get out after?
He has the Nimrod gate, but 15 seconds might cut it close. He's gonna go over to
TP?
Chapel. He's got the Nimrod's gate. He also has the
should
White
be
Lily
lead
as
away.
well. He is gonna make it. But the question is, which zone does he go to?
Uh-oh,
That's the
uh-oh.
question.
It's a coin
Where
flip
does
here.
he spawn? Inside the
school's
gym?
free.
It's
School's free.
clear.
Okay, Wales is still good to go. So Wales still has a chance here. They got the res into red. Perfect coming out from the Arda. They were able to save the credits as well. And School is completely uncontested here.
Whoa, there is no way. If it's going to be point end, they can still walk up. They're going to do it. It is the Wick team, and this is the team that I think Yangju Wales is going to probably struggle the most against. We've seen it multiple times throughout the course of the series, but that's about it. If point end unfortunately fails, then that's going to be Yangju Wales
Rebels,
going into
I
the
think I'll let
final
them-
zone pretty
Oh,
nicely,
what
but they do
is
get the
going
VLS.
on?
What just happened here? Down goes Piet. He didn't believe enough in his teammates, and the VLS was just taken without
I think
the
I think
Aiden.
Phalanx was gonna let them VLS away so they could try to contest the other team, but yeah, the Aiden just didn't go with them, and now it is so awkward for the side team. Brown Purple Seas lose a member for free, and I think they're gonna go back into. Oh no, they're actually gonna try to contest for Wales. They're gonna play the Kingmaker here. If
Yeah,
they can
they see
maybe
the ERM.
try to shut down Wales here, they should know the team's up here. And they're just gonna have to buy their time. The problem with Wales though is they don't have timer. They need to look for. I'm surprised they're just sitting up here. They need to look for some kills right now.
Fairly certain Team Rump Rebels was able to see the IRM.
Yeah, so they're
While
gonna
they
try
were
to play
VLSing?
Kingmaker.
But I mean, Kingmaker isn't really gonna have to be done if Team Yangju Wales doesn't walk in anytime soon. There's 10 seconds left, and now they're starting to walk on in, but they're walking to the eastern end where Rump Rebels is. If they get the kills on this, yeah, it'll be pretty huge.
Oh, they
But
might
Arena of the
they might get
Vampire
timer
Queen
back.
comes
You're
in,
right.
They do end up getting the kill over on the
Oh,
Wako.
but the Sua hits
Sua, they're not king making. They're trying to give the kill apparently
They're
over
giving
onto Team
timer.
Yangju Wales. What's going on here?
Yeah, they're giving
There's a
timer to the
collapse.
side of Team
Another timer
Team
reset.
Wales here, and yeah, some. Oh wait, Lina goes down. That's huge. Fauna's gonna die here.
Got two! Oh my goodness! And I think that might do it. Yes, we are gonna get a game number 7, all thanks to the work of Team Pointy End. Pointy End guaranteeing themselves into that checkpoint mark with a fantastic finish, at least over on the northern side. Asuna about to get taken down, timer ticking, and pop goes the Weasel. Totem pop for the Tazi of Cherish, not gonna matter. Chumbungi also getting taken down. Now we are down to a
everything in
3v3. Yes, sir. 2 seconds left for Dina. He's got nothing else to play with. He's trying to keep people out, but it doesn't matter. Pop goes the Weasel. Pop, 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 pop. Gangnam Sparkles will win out on the Uptown temporary zone and is actually in prime position to try getting position inside of Forest as well. They got a Bonadine, and everybody from Pointy End is gonna have to push into this.
3. Okay, if they win, oh, they're gonna be like 1.5 points away from checkpoint. That's so unfortunate, because they're gonna be able to get to 28 points for themselves, right? 6 points if you do end up winning with the 3 kills.
Every
A
time.
little short, but yeah. It's just gonna be Team Pointy and then Team Wales. Then they're gonna be in checkpoint to game number 7.
Sure. Here we go though. Can Pointy End at least deny Team Gangnam Sparkle from having that momentum build in onto game number 7. Pointy End, if they win this, they're going to be in prime position. It's got to be feeling really good. Pungwa, can he keep up the statistics, or will they fall down onto Gangnam Sparkles? Because also, these bullseyes are going to hurt a lot. You're going to have to dodge out on every single one of them. One flies through Sardavi, but that is going to be the tank. There's the slow coming in. Quake is invested, but the blink also invested from Songang. That is a very big cooldown. And now Chon actually gets access over onto the backside. That's going to be the Helitac stat. Invested over onto the Nadim, but this completely isolates the backside. They're getting corralled into the corner. Alto's about to fall down. There we go. Parry to dodge out on the 4 stack, and down goes the Estelle. Unless Songang can turn this game is absolutely cooked. Cho-eun on the Hisui. An incredible performance again. You're absolutely correct. That's going to be 18.5 points for Team Pointy End. They're going to go into game number 6 and the break afterwards with a fantastic finish. Bungwa looking poised to take yet another LCQ into his belt.
Finds the angle once again, just able to just just wreak havoc into the backline, just able to land that W2 every single time on that priority target. And yeah, I mean, you saw the Nadine blinked away, but blinked straight. It just gave them distance backwards, but the two stack was enough to still follow and did end up securing that Nadine there. So huge play there coming out from the Hisui once again, is able to just win out or really win it for their team.
Stating result though for Team Yangju Whales, they were just caught out in a terrible situation. King making from the Sua looked a little bit finicky, but again, it's pointy end over and over and over, just continuously denying Team Yangju Whales from doing what they want to do in these games, which is winning. Right? We've seen Pointy End do it over and over again. They just keep putting Yangju Whales further and further behind, having to crawl back up to the position they keep putting themselves in towards the end of the game. But that was a temporary zone. You get wiped out, that's the end of the game for you. There is no second chances. Pointy End, they are really just causing havoc inside of this lobby. And for rightful reasons too. Chone's playing wonderfully. We also have Pungwa playing wonderfully as well. Their front line is such a stable wall as well. Everybody's just in sync. I love this.
100%. And they're definitely looking like the next team that are probably going to take it here or take the next spot, because they ended up winning the last two games back to back. Well, not the last two games back to back, but the last game. And because Busan Best Bet ended up winning that game, so the one before that as well. So they're looking pretty good here. Two games under the belt. They just got to win one more to make it out of here. But Team Wales is another team that's been playing pretty consistently. It's going to be up to them to try to stop them. And this time, they're not going to have that king-making real ability, because both teams are going to be on checkpoint this time.
You're going to see a similar situation where we have Yangju Whales as well as Team Pointy End going into the same temporary zone. We definitely know for sure that at least one of them is not getting out alive. But that's all going to be set for game number 7. We still have a break that we're going to have to go through. Unfortunately, the early night for you and I is not going to come to fruition, as we are going to start diving into that game 7, game 8 territory for our LCQ. But this is standard, right? It's not something you and I are way too unfamiliar with or surprised by. We hope that it could end by game 5 or game 6, but we know
it usually always goes. Yeah, I've been a mom for these LCQs. It always goes to game 7 because it is double checkpoint, right? Where two teams have to make it out instead of that one team only. So it's no surprise we are going to a game number 7 here. And you could see the point matrix here. There's going to be Wales and Pointy End with 85 and 84 points apiece. So they're both going to be in checkpoint. And Team Sparkle, another team that's actually been doing pretty well, I would say, in the last couple of games here. They're going to be in that 4th place spot. They just got to get 6.5 points in the next game, and they got to shut down Team Wales and Team Pointy End from winning it out to get themselves into checkpoint and a chance as well for that final spot for the season finals.
Sure. Guys, that was game number 6, and even number of games is over once again. And you know what that means? We're going to go on a break, as we mentioned. So we are going to go to a break. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for game number 7. Absolutely guaranteed. Game number 8, it's up in the air. So potentially this could be the last break you guys have of the night. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
수업 끝. 같이 놀래? 나도 같이 갈 거야. 일어나. 수업 끝났어. 언제 잠들었지? 우리 간만에 사진 찍을까? 그러지 뭐. 하나, 둘. 짜잔. 둘이 찍은 사진 내 계정에 올려도 되지? 마음대로 해. 오늘도 열심히 공부했다. 잠만 잘 놓고선. 계정 보니까 언니만 잘 나온 사진 올리더라. 쌍둥이인데 다를 게 있나? 해보자고. 당근이지. 동생 잘해? 나한테 맡겨. 잘 놀았다. 덕분에 좀 상쾌해졌어.
오늘의 연구 성과가 이 손에 있다고. 세상엔 멍청이들이 너무 많아. 이 길도 그렇고. 할 수 있는 걸 하라고. 나머지는 알아서 되니까. 원주율이 뭐냐고 물으면 수학자는 그 정의를 말하지. 물리학자는 오차값을 말하고. 공학자는 적응하지 못하면 도태되는 거지.
과정에서 좀 사고가 나긴 했습니다만 살릴 수는 있었습니다.
이게 공장 시야 같은 경우에 먹어놨을 때, 자 이쪽 교전.
자, 인사이토와 FS 중인데 먼저 일단 범 선수의 얀이 잡히고 로마틴 선수 쪽으로 들어가고 있는 자 연하 선수의 수와 자 블링크 사용되고 끝까지 쫓아갑니다. 하지만
중요한
닉루드.
포인트는요. 얀은 필살기가 있는데 그 필살기가 빗나가면서
네.
얀이 붕 뜨게 됐고 결국 그 타이밍에 제대로 노려줬었던 인사이터가 고득점을 가져갑니다.
그렇습니다. 블링크로 똑같이 따라가서 덜쪽에는 현재 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데요. 자 골목을 주고 일단 들어옵니다. 테오도르 그리고 에너지 필드 에너지 증폭 스크린이죠.
빨아들이는
일단 이
구도를
밸류
만들고 싶은 것 같은데요.
나쁘지 않다라고 생각하는 것 같고요.
자,
강한
강도가
녀석?
들어갔지만 일단은 알테이 선수가 진영을 재정비할 수 있게 되면서 데이드림도 포지셔닝을 다시 잡았습니다.
그럼 이거 리우리 선수
오.
못 잡으면 데이드림이 무조건 빼야 되는 그림이거든요.
그렇죠.
자 더 들어가나요 뉴라이즈 강원 하지만 증폭 스크린 쫓아가는데요 노도날. 자 마커스 일단 테오도르 알테일 쪽 끌어내고
자 이거는 테오도르도 주고 요한 혼자서 살아야 될 것 같은데요.
자 거리 좁힐 수 있나요 노도날. 다시 한번 에어본 띄워내고 리우리 자 유스티나로 쫓아갑니다.
그리고 무효화를 써보지만 꼈어요.
자 지금은 또 위치가 격변하게 되면서 이쪽은 뉴라이즈 강원 다시 한번은 우측 양주 웨일즈.
네, 진짜
지금 양주
숨막히네요.
금지구역 시간 보시면 아시겠지만 4초거든요.
네.
페나 선수의 금지구역 시간이 4초여서 이제는 정말 물러날 곳이 없어서 저 자리를 고수해야 됩니다.
자
그래서
여기서 변이 들어가고요. 자
자,
쇼 한번
근데 구도가
살아가는데
생명 타이밍에.
공유로
향기 선수까지 양주 웨일즈가
맞습니다.
오 히오스크 통해서 일단 아이템 밸류까지 빼하고 있는 양주 웨일즈고 이쪽은 데이드림과 뉴라이즈 강원인데 에너지 필드
잘 걸었는데요,
깔고요.
애실.
자 그런데
잡았어요.
잡혀냈어요. 네. 카티아 잡아내고 이어지는 이러면 노도날 선수의 마커스까지 충분히 잡아낼 수 있는 데이드림이죠.
네, 데이드림 입장에서는 위쪽에 뭐 카티아가 다시 살아난다고 하더라도 이 팀의 금지구역 시간을 많이 깎아놨기 때문에 그걸 바탕으로 다시 한번 굴려 나갈 거고요.
네.
자,
오른쪽 교전은 오레이스 인천 인사이터를
인천이
상대로
일단 샬럿 세나핀 선수를 기반으로
아.
블라스 선수가 진짜 오래 버텨주면서
오.
또 이제
네.
니키가 1대1 시코 선수를 이겨내주면서
와,
구도가
네.
이렇게 바뀌었는데
네.
연하
선수가
버텨요. 갑옷 깨기만.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished game number 6 and are coming out of the break afterwards. Now we are getting ready for game number 7, our potentially last one, as the double checkpoint format is still in effect. Busan Vespa already gone. They have secured their spot in the season finals. Now it is down to one final spot. 2 teams currently in checkpoint right now. It is going to be Team Yangju Whales, team number 1, as well as Team Pointy End in that 3rd team slot. Isui been popping off. Team Yangju Whales getting a little bit dominated over by that team, but can they finish it is the biggest question.
Yeah, we have 2 teams in checkpoint now, so I'm very excited to see if these teams will be able to close it out here. We do have a substitution. It's going to be Circus. It's going to be Sungbin going to come back in onto that Suwa, but I mean, Rosner, BNK Fearex, or sorry, Busan Vespa, already gone. And they were on the Suwa as well, so there's going to be no bans coming through, and it's still going to be yeah, so for the whole series we just had no bans coming out here.
Absolutely amazing. And I also like the fact that Piet is still sticking on the Aiden. I know a couple people were kind of doubting it in the chat, but this guy originally made his name off of Aiden. His Aiden is absolutely clean. It's just that there are a lot of situations where Aiden is going to struggle because he's not a tank, but he has to keep flip-flopping back and forth between in and out of fights. It's those times that it gets a little bit weird, especially if you have a little bit of a tight corridor that you have to walk through and you're the only one inside of it except for you. And that's where the Bianca comes in. I think Team Rump Rebels, ever since they swapped over onto their bread and butter composition, just mix and match a little bit with the Laura as well as the Aiden, it's been working out a lot better. It's just Yangju Whales and Team Pointy End. They have been the harbingers of death of literally every single team, no matter how well they play some of these, just because of Choen and just because of the Yangju Whales composition.
Yeah, and then see if these 2 teams can close it out for this final game. It's pretty likely that they should be able to, just because they're the only 2 other teams that have won a game today so far. So gonna have to see if these teams can get this final win here, and who it's really gonna be. Is it going to be that Hisui maybe we'll see in season finals, or is it going to be Wales, who's been having a pretty consistent night so far?
You and I were talking about it. If we do end up seeing Pointy End, I think the 7th game will have been worth it. Of course, for Yangju Whales, I hope they win as well. But being able to see Hisui in the season finals is going to be a whole different story. And we're going to see it, right? Because Choen, I think Snipey was in chat earlier, and he was mentioning that they are a Hisui one-trick. They're not going to be swapping off of that character. I want to see a Hisui in season finals and see how it deals with everybody else that's already in it.
Yeah, because I don't think there's really any other Hisui player, so Hisui just has no chance of getting banned. So it's like the perfect pick for that player, because he's gonna have so much agency in the season finals, I would say. But I think Hisui is one of those characters that does end up struggling, obviously, into the front to back teams. We don't really have too many of those front to back teams in this lobby. It's only really Team Sparkles playing that full, double backline, but they are playing, more poke heavy as well. Poke heavy double backline.
Indeed. Okay, Bunghwa in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get taken down. Some Conjuring straight to his face. Unfortunately, Dina's going to be the one to secure that one as down goes Bunghwa. But it is pre-level 7 and pre-level 8. That means he's going to be coming back up very, very quickly. Will he join up with the rest of his team? Or is it going to be another one of those situations now that we are down to 7? Well, I say now, been like this for a while. Is it just split farming?
Yeah, I mean, it is a 7-team lobby, so it's not going to be as much action as we had in the past here. And these teams are just going to try getting as much farm as possible. I mean, if you're in the checkpoint, breakpoint, you just want to try to get as many transitions up as you can going into the later stages of the game, because, getting kills, getting points doesn't really matter for you as long as you get that win at the end of the day. That's all that you're really looking for. So you just want to get as many items as possible.
Yes, sir. Ed slowly moving around. He's got all of his items. Same thing for Gyeongnam Sparkles. Everybody seems to be kind of running around with each other. Fauna's the only one, at least within our specific side of vision, that is going to be split apart. He's going to try to yoink away these boards. If he actually gets access to it, it might be pretty good, but he pops the planted the wrong way. He still gets it. The ping should be there.
He's gonna get
gets collapsed on.
Sandwiched from the 2 members of the side of Team Rump Rebels, and will end up going down. But I mean, you got what you came for. You got those those mutant boars and you got all the XP, you got those credits as well. So it's not too bad for Fauna there. You can see the credit counts as well from the side of Team Wales compared to a team like Team Rump Rebels. Already a almost 40 credit difference for those two teams. And Pointy End as well. There is also turbo farming. You can see their credit counts going up pretty nicely here. And it's gonna be Team Rump Rebels. They do end up getting a member of the side of Team Circus there, and on the other side as well, Damien's Prio is going to get caught as well from the side of Team Sparkles there. I mean, it's up to Team Wales and Team Pointy End, but you definitely can't count out our other teams just yet.
I'm also surprised that Revelou was able to live, because he actually ended up getting the shield from Crescent Sweep, but he didn't have any stacks. So it was like the most minimum level of most minimal amount of, oh wait, that doesn't make sense. The minimal amount of shield that you could get from a level 1 Crescent Sweep, but he still managed to live against the Ghost Light. I guess it's way too early for that Adina to get anything done. One's already taken down, that means the fight's going to be a little bit of a desperation call. Jimbongi's going to get taken down too. No trade coming through as Alto still alive, but E8 on the chase. There's a force snack to slow down the IRM. That means Team Kyungno Sparkle is going to be in prime condition to try fighting for this objective. The only problem is they don't have their ultimates back up. It is all level 1. Cooldowns are pretty long, and yes, they may have gotten executes, but it's only gonna help so much. That means Yangju Whale is going to be given that Tree of Life. Northern side is going to be covered though by Team Sparkles.
Yeah, a good wipe there for the side of Team. I think that was Team Sparkles there on the side of Team Damien, and they do have the tree too. So pretty nice for them there. As it comes to engage, Waffle gonna try to look for an angle in, try to get a kill back up, but a great total man. Because they're gonna be able to jump away as well. They're gonna go back to finishing, getting that meteorites, and that is a heartbreaker if you are that Bianca player. Able to, oh wait a second, oh my god, Whales is gonna get so much damage in return. Bafana gonna use that soul link, gonna be able to trade at least Dina back to their team, so not too bad for the side of Team Wales, as they were playing down a member as well. So just a straight 2v2 there. Fortunately, did end up losing it there, as is going to be the Arda going down a little too early into that team fight.
Problem is, this actually eats up a lot of time, and for Team Yangju Whales, they're in a really awkward spot right now where they still need about 20 or so credits in order to buy up their force cores, but if you're dead, you're not passively gaining it. Now they're sitting on 15 around, but that means as soon as they find animals, or maybe even with natural regen, they're going to be buying somewhere around 40 seconds left into day number 2. I don't think that's good time for Team Yangju Whales. They still need a lot of positioning in order to get advantage on top of an objective. If they can do that, it'd be absolutely amazing. They're calling in items now. They're going to be done crafting, by about that 40-second mark. They still have a long way to go if they want to contest any objectives, although the positioning of that team is a little bit lucky. Where actually are they? No, never mind.
They're in Hotel, but yeah, I think they're just going to walk over. Oh, they're actually going to hyperloop down to a random objective. I'm sorry they didn't maybe walk over to this School Alpha, but I think they saw a lot of pings and they don't really want to contest another team. Probably just gonna try coin flipping it. Maybe gonna try to get maybe one of those free boxes in one of those zones. Don't know where they end up going, but I mean, probably on the bottom side of the map, down in the warehouse and in dock there. Team Rump Rebels gonna grab these bears. Ooh, we're gonna get an item here. I don't know exactly what it was, but just gonna instantly craft it. Is going to be that Iron Maiden gonna come down, as they are gonna play for this alpha as well. It's gonna be Team Circus versus Team Rump Rebels here, and it's going to be both the sewer team. The sewers are going to be able to engage on each other. They're going to get caught out, going to get chunked down a little low, and they're going to go down first here. Get on the other side, though, is going to be able to get the IRM, but too much damage taken from the side of Team Rump Rebels, so can't really fight this anymore here. Wait a second. Ooh, nice. Swallow is going to be able to get the Thirst Body, but should just go down here, and Pierre is going to be the last member alive. Is going to be forced to use Oil Lily to get themselves out to safety. Team Circus going to be the ones to come out on top.
This is the situation that I was talking about earlier. It gets a little bit awkward with Aiden when you're in tight quarters like that, because a single rotation of skills from the IRM took out half of his HP, and starting from there, you can't walk through the EMP barrage. It's just not happening. Very unlucky.
I might have seen this before from the side of Team Rump Rebels. Are they going to get collapsed on again? But this time from the side of Team Circus.
Ooh,
I think the Bianca wants to respawn. Oh, the Bianca did end up respawning up here. It looks like they should be okay. This time, they'll be able to get the bears, and they should be able to get out to safety.
They get full information from the Raven as well. If they actually want to fight this, it is possible. They have information exactly on where Team Circus is starting to come on through. Mandu playing a little bit aggressive up against Bear, but that Don Quixote is going to miss. This is still a level 12 Sua. She doesn't have that maxed out right now, and up against somebody else, a mirror matchup, when you have something less on your kit, it's just not going to work out in your favor. The damage output is just way too big. The damage output is insane from both sides of the coin. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Campiet somehow went out on this. I don't think so. Mandu gets the kill, and down goes Rump Rebels. Circus with a beautiful initiation, baiting out all the skills from the Sua, putting the mirror matchup where the Sua is going to have advantage, and then the cleanup from Mandu as this ERM is just on a rampage without the Strider, by the way, as well.
I love the ultimate as well from Alex at the very start there to completely isolate Rump Rebels to force them to basically take the team fight there, and Circus is able to capitalize on that. Just able to use out, just bait out so much cooldowns, I would say, from the side of Team Rump Rebels. You're right, the Reign of the Vampire Queen did end up taking down some members of the side of Team Circus, but going down into the 1v1, Team ERM is just such a monster in those 1v1 scenarios. So very nice play. And oh, Rafolu getting those enhanced auto attacks over the wall there. It's kind of funny to see because Felix does have that extended range. So it is going to be the side of Team Pointy, or not Pointy, but Phalanx going to be able to get themselves that box. And oh, Team Whales are gonna look to maybe take the team fight here beside Team Sparkles. I don't think they want to, though. They're sitting on about 200 credits apiece and definitely down a lot of items. Oh, a huge blast wave coming out from Sangarang, able to get Fauna. I'm surprised Fauna wasn't able to take still take the gate at the very end there, but I think just ended up taking it a little too late and does end up going down. Minus 200 for the side of Team Wales.
I think they still also stunned her or something, because the Chloe, it felt really weird. It felt a little bit detached, I guess, from the game. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Maybe like unsynced from the game or something like that. That stun throws you off a little bit, which is really brutal. That's a minus 200 going over towards Team Yangju Whales. Their items, not that great in comparison to what we've seen in the past for this team. So
Yangju Whales is sitting on 11 gold items, and they're going to try to full send it here, but they do have that Nimrod's Gate Arda showing up once again for these teams, just able to utilize the Nimrod's Gate perfectly to get them to safety. You can't really chase a team when they have an Arda there, so Will's just going to try maybe navigating themselves around the map to try to get a little more combat power before taking these team fights.
Pointian also sitting on about 10 transitions for themselves. Yeah, no. They're sitting on about 8. They do have access to the Lumi. It's going to go into the restricted.
Yeah, I mean, look at the credits they're floating on as well. They're sitting on about maybe 700 to 800 credits there, so they're probably just going to wait for those blood buy-ins. And you can look at the bottom side of the map here. This Omega and this box and Cemetery are completely uncontested, so if they can get both of them, it's going to be a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Pointy End.
It's going to be massive, and plus, we also have the Mai for Team Pointy End actually marking Team Yangju Whales right now. That is the only closest team within the vicinity of anywhere near Team Pointy End's control over that eastern side of the map. It'll be pretty solid if they're able to control it, but the fight's going to begin. Here we go.
Wait,
Cherish on the backside is just ripping Dina to pieces. Totem's going to come down. Surtup is actually going to catch out Dina towards the end. And the damage will be enough. Fortunately, Revolu still active, still alive, still pumping the damage. Will be able to knock down 2. It is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team Phalanx. You're right, though. Dina's body is going to get secured. Jumbongi trying to walk down, trying to deny this, but I think it might be a little bit too late. What is he doing? Yushman doesn't take the White Lily over, and now Jumbongi is just going to have to dip.
I think because he saw a ping down in stream, so they didn't really want to walk back into them, which I guess ended up working out in their favor. So I mean, I guess a good call coming out from the Leon there. And unfortunately, though, look at the credit counts of the side of Team Damien. They don't really have enough to get all their members back up. They don't even have enough to call anyone right now. So I guess I have to look for some of those animals to get themselves enough credits to get their teammates back up in this game here. Gonna get these chickens. Still not enough to get even the Tazia back into the game.
And this was really unfortunate, right? Because Team Damien is one that I actually had really high expectations for. Phase 2 was a glorious run for Team Damien until like knockout stage number 5. They looked so dominant. I was hoping they were going to be able to come back with kind of the similar vibes, but you can definitely tell that LCQ It is not an easy run. If Team Demian is having this much issues despite the performance they were able to show us during phase number 2, this is something else entirely. It is amazing what these teams have been able to do to neuter teams like Demian that has kind of been the dominating force for a majority of teams when they went up against it. They were the ones putting that pressure. They were the ones getting the initiations off. Well, have you seen Demian really be the ones to get all of that domination going through the entire game?
E8 is completely isolated from his team, and Team Circus is in the middle now. And oh, they're going to catch one of the members of the side of Team Wales. It's going to be Arda, the one going down, and Bono going to be forced to back on out of there, but it is going to be a Sua and an Alex going to chase down the members of Team Wales. Bono going to get caught, a great knock up there, and oh no. That is a disaster for the side of Team Wales there. 2 members going down, a -400.
Oh no.
There is a good possibility you might actually go to a game 8 here, because it's only going to be up to Team Pontien now to close out the series. But look at the items for Team Pontien. They're sitting on 13 gold and that blood on that history, so they're looking really strong. Team Wales, unfortunately, not as strong as their competitors for that checkpoint breakpoint, but I mean, Team Wales could always just try to play Kingmaker and maybe send it to game number 8, because this game isn't really looking in their favor.
Pointien, quick line in 40 seconds. They know exactly where the team inside a pond is going to be. The only other team that is close to that is Youngju Wales, but they are far deep inside a factory. If they start making their way now, they have absolutely no vision control, no control of anything inside a cemetery. It's going to be a little bit rough. Chichum Phalanx also being held up by the members of Gyeongnam Sparkle as well. Chichum Phalanx just walking on by.
Yeah, they're wrapping around. They want to play for Wake. Yeah, they want to play for this Wake, because they know they are so strong here. Look at their items. They're also sitting on about the same amount of items as Team Pointien here, but Team Pointien, maybe they want to take this fight. Bongwa gonna maybe get caught here, gonna get some damage onto the Mai, and the Mai is gonna be traded. Goal Sight is gonna be proc. Wishman is getting chunked down, but Revolu finds an angle in here. Oh, the Key Sweep doesn't just end up going down. It's not gonna be enough damage as the jump pad is going to be forced out here. They do end up getting away, and no, into the hands of Team Damien, and that's going to be it for Team Pointy. And they were looking so strong to try to win this game, but I think that's going to be it here. Does end up getting hit by the White Lily, and they will end up going down. So now it's going to be up to Team Wales, but Team Wales, they're so far behind in this game. It's going to be so hard for them to secure this win.
All right, down goes Pointy End. Team Youngju Wales also down, and ERM once again. This team is just not having it. On the credits, they keep building up. It keeps being thrown away with all of these reses. Arda is still sitting on 1 item. We are night number 4, guys. He doesn't have a CDR item. There we go. Tindalos Monarch finally built up, but oh my goodness, Team Youngju Wales is so far behind. A meteor just barely being able to be built. That's going to be the moon most likely. Yep, but where is the damage on this team? You just built your item, but you still have no damage.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to a game number 8 here, as these teams they definitely know as well. Team Wales is the last team left, and they're so weak, so they just have such a big target on their back. And here comes the engage. Fauna gonna get completely soloed by Revolu. And the rest of the members are gonna just use the Nemrod's Gate to get themselves to safety. But I think that's gonna be it. The teams are just slowly just just wrapping around, just closing out Team Wales here, as I don't think there's really much Team Wales can do. ERM is gonna be able to use the VLS to get them, maybe to get the res off Lumi here, but Team Phalanx, they should know, and they're coming down, and they're just going to be able to stop them from getting away here. They do end up getting the res, but they don't have enough credits to get their last member back up.
Cherish.
Green Apple going to use the jump pad, so they should be able to get away. ERM on 2 seconds, they should know that. Maybe they can get the res here, but look at the credit counts, they don't have enough.
Not at all. Demian also taking the fall, which means they are out of contention when it comes to going into checkpoint after game number 7. Unfortunately, I think their run is going to end
can get in though.
Yeah, I'm just double checking here real quick. I think that's 63 points for Team Demian. They still need 7 more in order to get into checkpoint, but for Team Circus, they still have a chance.
Sparkles is
16.5
in.
is where they are
Circus,
right now.
I think, are just about to get in right now.
Yeah,
they
just
can,
need 2 more
they don't get that
points.
kill. Oh
He
no!
goes down. Oh, unfortunately, Eok also is going to get taken down too. Songbin trying his best to run away, but it's up against a late game Felix. You can't get away from this. You can auto attack all you want. You can blind him all you want, but the mobility is just too good.
For Circus, Circus was just about to get in there. It looks like the side of Team Wales did end up getting wiped here, but it's 3 teams left, and I don't think they're gonna be able to get another point here. It's gonna be a little hard. Phalanx get in as well. They need about 26. I think they can. No, wait, no.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because they can kill the ERM. That's 2, right? Because you get the placement, and starting from there,
they'd be half a point
6.
short.
Yep, they'd be
Oh no,
about
wait.
a
Oh no.
point
They have 25. They need 25.5. So they could actually get in.
25.5 for Titan Flanks. Okay, so let's see here. If you kill this, you get 19.5, assuming you get the IRM.
And then 6, so 25.5.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But they have to kill the IRM here. The IRM has to go down into the side of Team Phalanx here.
Yeah, that should be Cemetery.
Do they kill them? Oh yeah, they do come down.
Go.
If Phalanx gets this kill and they win the last 3v3, we're gonna have 4 teams on checkpoint here.
Cosplaying a wolf. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna work
I like
out.
that. I like that. It's funny.
I know there's a certain game where something like this can work, especially if you transform, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. That telephoto camera will also catch out. And
they should sniff them out. Yeah, there they are.
Chetum Phalanx. Chetum Phalanx. Can you put yourself in that winning spot is the question. We are down to 2 teams now. They still have the wick line expanding in about 10
Oh no, wait,
to
they're
15
going to 26. They're definitely secured here.
Right?
Oh, I forgot. There's a 2-point
2
difference
point
between
second and third.
Third and second. Yeah. So they definitely should be guaranteed if they do end up getting this win here. And Sparkles, they're already in, but they could definitely stop Team Phalanx from getting into checkpoint, so they could have a better chance themselves at qualifying here.
Revolu is gonna have to go turbo. Can he somehow get past the wall that is going to be the Estelle? Get past the wall that is the 4-stack bomb from the Celine. Can he get across the wall that is the Wolf Assault
the
from
problem,
the Nadine as well?
Yeah, the problem is Felix is really good into these ADCs, but there's no ADCs on the side of Team Sparkles. I mean, there is the auto attack damage coming out from the Bow Nadine, but Bow Nadine, most of the damage is from that Wolf Assault and from those bullseyes. So you have to see if Revolu can get an angle onto these backliners here.
All going to be about this White Lily. It's going to be controlled by Team Gyeongnam Sparkle. They're going to deny that.
Oh no, they're going to have to push into this too.
They have to push into the bombs.
Oh, I like this flank. I like this.
A full around flank. Same thing for Revolu. This is a multi-pronged attack coming from all sides of the coin. Dushiman barely takes any damage from the bullseye. They're trying to push on in towards one side, but that's a triple tag with the Moon Dorito. Also gets tagged by the Ghost Light, and this is going to take him down to sub 100 HP. If anything, it might actually kill him. No, it doesn't. The disengage is going to come through, but everything's been invested from Gyeongnam Sparkles. Look at that. Blink cooldown's gone everywhere. There is just nothing left for Gyeongnam Sparkles. Felix still has the blink left though, and that's the crucial cooldown now we have to look at for the next 20 seconds.
I mean, yeah, they're all still alive though, so they can still play with what they have. They do, I mean, they are playing this poke comp as well. If they could just find some damage that can stick here. Oh, Dushman gonna send it on forward. Sangharang completely dazed off here and just gonna go down. Should be able to get killed, and I think that is going to be it here. I don't think the side of Team Sparkles can win this 2v3 because it is just that Bonadine for that damage. It's going to get healed up by Dina here. Yeah, they're just going to walk back into the zone. And Phalanx, that means they're going to be in checkpoint as well. We're going to have a 4-team checkpoint going into getting them ready here.
Should be the case. Alto trying his best to pump out the damage. The Monkey Wire going down. He's trying to right-click as much as he can. The Wolf Assaults are starting to go down as well. But Pang also invests the Helitack stat. He's going to get stunned down. Down he goes. Revolu, just one more kill to pick it up, and that is going to be it. Interrupting the Monkey Wire. 2 boots. GG's to Team Chetum Phalanx. They're going to get 26.5 points. Put themselves in checkpoint. So for a game that was supposed to be a formality, For Gyeongnam Sparkles, they are denied and will end up actually allowing yet another team into checkpoint. That means we are up to 4.
4 teams. It is definitely most likely going to be ending here unless the other bottom 3 teams have anything to say about it. I mean, we have seen the checkpoint series get extended pretty long, especially in the LCQ format. So, I mean, it's still possible, but I would say most likely it's probably going to end on game number 8 just because, you know, the other teams, they haven't really been having a good performance in the series. But, I mean, who knows, right? If maybe the game gives them, 3 to 4 RNG off the animals in the worlds, like they could definitely snowball.
Yeah, double 4 score off the mutant bears inside a dock. You get a mithril 4 score off the bears inside a beach. You know, the dream, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's possible. I mean, you just have one of those games, or if they just lock in and they're just able to just win these team fights and just able to snowball these games as well, they could definitely still shut down these teams from getting to checkpoint breakpoint. I mean, they're here for a reason, right? So
the biggest problem for the 3 teams that are remaining is that they're all initiating team compositions. Circus as well as Demian plus Rump Rebels. What do we know all 3 of them for?
That is true, actually.
Initiation comps.
They're all dive comps.
Yep. The problem with these dive comps is nothing can go wrong, especially during these fights. If something goes wrong in the middle of a fight, we talked about this earlier with Team Circus, if one thing goes wrong, everything just crumbles to pieces because, yes, if they fight well, there is almost no counterplay from the other team to fight back into it because there's just so much crowd control stacking, there's just so much burst damage coming through, but you miss one source of crowd control, you misplace one skill, that stings. You have to wait for cooldowns to come back on, and while that's all happening, you're taking damage since majority of them has to go into melee range to fight. But for Team Circus, Demian, as well as Rump Rebels, they're going to have a very difficult road ahead of them if they want to somehow make this go into game number 9. For now, let's take a look and revel in the glory of the 4 teams that are in checkpoint.
Whales, Pointy End, Sparkles, and Fillings. And oh my god, we have the cursed 69.5 points from Circus. Oh no, it is a heartbreaker. It is a heartbreaker, especially this late into the series as well. So they didn't even have a chance to get into that checkpoint breakpoint. That is devastating for Team Circus.
Just watch. Circus is going to win this game, right? We called it earlier.
If they win this game, like,
it is just not their day. You're not going to sleep.
surely, like, they don't win. But, like, obviously they want to win, so they could still have a chance. But, like, it would feel really bad, you know?
Mm-hmm. Or at least at that point, if there's another non-checkpoint team, you might as well just let them win. Just so you don't have to go through the entire night with your brain thinking, man, 0.5.
Yeah.
Well,
0.5 is gonna haunt them, I think.
100%. Well, once again, guys, 4 teams at checkpoint. We don't have a break in between games 7 and 8, so we're still gonna move immediately as soon as the game is ready to go. No bans, still super. 0 bans throughout the entirety of the LCQ.
Whole series, no bans.
Amazing situation. You and I would have never been able to expect this ever since you started coming onto the stream, because ever since you started coming on, that was when Mai was really good, Alonzo was really good, things like the Haze was really good, man, even the Dean was amazing.
I don't remember the last time a series has been this long with no bans. You know, it's been quite a while, but it's just because these teams, they're so comfortable with playing, their own game, right? And sometimes that's just it's just better to play your own game than play what's meta and to try to deny other people from playing their picks, right? If you just play your own game, you practice your team comp, time and time again, you're really experienced with it, your team in and out. Definitely can be a lot better, which is why we see a lot of the times where we see these top teams, even though they're playing meta, it's not really working out for them, and they swap back to the comfort pick and they do a lot better, right? So it kind of goes back and forth where you kind of need to play meta, but sometimes playing your own game can be a lot better because you're just so comfortable with your team comp and you just know your fights in and out.
Yeah, that's what we said about Team Rump Rebels especially. I genuinely still think they're having an incredible game ever since they swapped things around. It's just, again, the other teams that are in the lobby are just stopping them in their tracks. I always see Rump Rebels trying to find these angles, trying to find the fights we've known and loved them to take. It's just the initiation, the dive comps, they've kind of phased out.
Yeah. But we are going to jump into our final game here for you guys. And let's
Right?
take a look at...
Final game, right?
What? Ooh. Oh. Actually, you're right. It could not be the final game because... I mean, Rump Rebels, Circus, and Team... I think it was... Demian. They still have a chance here. And who knows? If they do end up taking the win here, we will go into a game 9, maybe even a game 10. You know, Team Rump Rebels wins back-to-back, because I think they are still a little far behind here. But, oh my god, Team Wales, they're going for the signature.
Oh boy, at this time, I'm a little bit worried about this. I think EA, ever since we've watched them kind of try to play the Emma, just to, at this point, I'm going to be honest with you, feed the ego of Fauna, right? They are not people who play Selena and Emma. EA just seems uncomfortable. It's not the same as Scarlet.
Yeah, 100%.
I
I think his IRM definitely is a lot better, and I mean they won a game with it, so I'm surprised they ended up swapping it to it. But I guess in the most recent games, it just hasn't been really working out in their favor. So they're just trying to change it up for this last game here. I mean, I don't think his Emma's that bad. I mean, I think it's fine, but
It's just
definitely not. They don't really look as comfortable with the team comp as, you know, the old Sparkles.
I think even more so than that, it's not even the uncomfortableness of playing the comp, because you can be uncomfortable all you want. It just doesn't seem like they know how to execute this composition correctly, because you and I saw it a lot during the regular season where they were bringing this composition out. They've already done it a couple of times. They don't stack their crowd control correctly a lot of times, in comparison to what they used to do in Fauna used to do in Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, and that might just be experience catching up to them. Gyeongnam Sparkles ran that composition for seasons. They were running that composition, but all of a sudden you bring somebody like E8, all of a sudden you bring somebody like Green Apple, who, by the way, when he made his ERM debut, was known as a Tsubami player, and you put him on a Celine. That's not gonna really give you the best of results.
Yeah, but we'll have to see, right? We'll have to see, because I definitely can't count them out just yet. We did see them play it in the regular season. I think there's a couple games where, you know, it did actually look pretty decent on. Fauna gonna jump back in, respawn, and Damien is gonna be able to instantly, or sorry, not Damien, Circus is gonna be able to instantly put him down. And they're gonna be up 3. That is true. They're gonna be up 3 kills, and they are in checkpoint already. So if they do go to game number 9, they should be in there. So it's gonna be up to Team Damien, Rump Rebels, and Team Circus, all playing, like you said, these dive team comps to try to shut down the Titans of the lobby here.
Alright. Jirenkai trying to keep himself sustained up a little bit, but there's a lot of crowd control. The exclusive is actually pretty good. He's still rotating through his skills. Clear cut.
Oh my god!
Are you kidding? It's a 1-for-2 trade. You gotta overkill this character, man. Oh my days, that is absolutely insane. The exclusive healing into the clear cut. You got the vampiric bloodline healing. What on earth is that character? I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore at this point. That character is just way too flashy.
It's so cool to see, you know, a Hisui, just because, you know, like you said, Hisui is such a, you know, high skill character, and, you know, being able to see it utilized to its fullest potential here, it's just a treat to watch, right? Like, you see the Hisui dashing around in the team fight, just able to sustain themselves for so long as well. Just have so much healing, right? It's just nice to watch. So I really hope Pointy End do end up making it, but I mean, definitely can't count on these other teams just yet, and you know, all these other teams as well definitely deserve a spot in the finals if they do end up getting there.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised about all of the prevalence of Hisui all of a sudden towards the end of the season, because as I mentioned earlier, JP Cup was also won out by a Hisui in a very, very dominating fashion actually. I think it was 5 games or something like that. It might have been 4 or 5 where the Hisui team made it in and immediately won the game afterwards to call it in. And there was a little bit of political shenanigans going on, if I'm going to be real, but they were able to overcome it, and the Hisui was still able to take away the JP Cup. You might be able to see something similar here where the Hisui, they have been fighting tooth and nail up against so many of these teams in almost unwinnable situations, but with the prowess of Chon alone, has been able to be able to keep that character alive and continue fighting to the point where you think you killed her, but no you didn't. Oh, okay, we try to kill her again. Oh, I think we killed her. No, you didn't. Over and over and over again.
Yeah, she has so much sustain, she has so much mobility, and she has that iframe as well. You know, if she ever gets that that W3 off, she just goes into that full circle iframe and not really gonna be able to really kill her there. And she just is able to heal up so much, and you know, having that parry as well is like another tool that she does end up having. So.
We also have to remember that this Nichiren cut is also the nerfed version. That thing used to heal way more than it currently does on release. It is insane. You gotta really appreciate the people who take their time to learn characters as difficult as this. As we're gonna see another fight coming through. That's a double stack coming in. It's gonna be the Nichiren cut. Nope, never mind. The flash cut. Unfortunately gonna miss over onto Sungbin. 1v2 over on the backside, trying to jump over. It's only gonna tag over onto the double agent, but they just can't lock this character down. It's impossible.
Oh, good berry. With the good taunt as well. And they're gonna get a lot of damage, but
my
Hisui unfortunately is missing these W2s here, but still able to stay alive for a little longer. They're able to get the shield from those W1s, but the Suwa does end up going down as well to the Bonghua and the Mai on the top side here. And I don't know if they want to continue playing for this Tree of Life. It looks like they will just give it to the side of Team Circus here. Fauna gonna respawn back in, gonna try to look for that tree, but not gonna be able to find anything, as it will be Team Circus going to be the one to grab it there. So a huge win for this side of Team Circus. And on the other side, I think Team Damien as well beat Wales. So these teams that aren't in checkpoint, they're able to get the 1-ups onto these other teams, and it's definitely something that they need right now.
Yeah, what is going on, man? Are we really gonna be seeing a game number 9? I still have to cast XCOM later. This is gonna be pretty interesting. If you have a bear. Nice try, nice try. I think just the second Odyssey would have been a little bit better, but it is what it is. E8 gonna get taken down. Oh no, it's not a blink. It's gonna be a totem version of the Emma, so no real big cooldowns invested. I think that was just a change, but that should be back up by the time that Emma comes back alive. A lot of split farming again by Team Young Wales. It's going to be one punish. If Fauna also gets taken down, this is actually going to be a little counterintuitive, I think. Once you start losing 2+ members while you're split farming in day number 2, that's when it starts becoming a little bit more inefficient.
Oh, Rump Rebels or Circus is going to be able to find Team Sparkles here. They do end up trading 1-for-1. The Alex does end up going a little too far forward and does end up going down here. Estelle falling as well, so it's going to be a little hard for Team Circus to really deal with the double backline issue, but a great double Odyssey is going to be able to chunk down Songarang. And it's going to be that ERM. I think they can just look for something here, but it's going to use the White Lily to get themselves to safety.
Good stuff. Not that big of an issue. It's still night number 2. You get those calls for free. People are just going to be coming back. Just have to wait the timer. A couple teams hanging around this forest area looking for this alpha. There's actually 3 teams around here. Kitchen Phalanx with a good shadow stab is going to get it, but the double Moon Dorito is going to tag down a couple members. Down goes Revolu. Not entirely sure who actually ended up getting the Mithril. It goes to the hand of Circuit. Nope, never mind. That's not the second. That's not the correct person.
I think the Mai had it then.
I don't think so. I could have sworn I just saw a leg of steel being built up by an Adina. I think.
No, so Pointy ended up getting it.
Maybe. Unless I'm wrong.
I'm not too sure either, because I didn't see in time. They did click onto one of the inventories and I saw the Mithril, but I don't remember. I didn't see which character it was, but I think maybe the Felix had it and then Pointy killed the Felix, so then he just picked it up off his body. Would be my guess.
Somebody in chat said Bungo got it, so I think it was, as a matter of fact, the legs of steel that was built up, which means we are now 5 transitions strong for that Adina E8. Caught out in the middle of nowhere. There's the...
wait a second.
No, it's not going to happen. E8 goes down. There's another kill. Adina down.
Oh my god.
Down.
If Revolu died there, they would have wiped.
Oh, you're right. Kitchen Phalanx was almost in danger, but nope. Fortunately, E8 not going to be able to knock that Felix down, and the dreams of knocking down one of the checkpoint teams gone, at least for the time being. EMP Barrage going to go down, but everybody from Team Pointy Ends is actually fighting into this. They're looking for this. Parry is still pretty good as well.
Oh my god, the
This
healing coming up from
Hisui is just... She's healing inside of the EMP Barrage. It's absolutely crazy. 25 seconds to go until day 3 is going to begin, but the stacks are still there. The flash cut going to miss over onto Sung Bin. Turdobi sitting up in the front.
Oh, the Sui's gonna try to look for Bomba. They do find him. No, Bomba's still alive.
The rats of Team Pointy End. How is this happening? What the heck, man? Team Circus has to completely turn tail. Boomba just lives with sub 100 HP. Same thing for the Hisui, over and over and over again.
Yeah, huge play coming out from the side of Team Pointy End, but you're right. I saw Hisui at like 1 bar of HP because I think the boars were aggroed onto them as well, so they ended up taking like so much damage. And then, yeah, the healing coming out from Hisui is just so much, especially when there's so many targets for the Hisui to hit at the same time. You just get so much value on that character, and looks like Team Wales are gonna get their buy-ins down here in Warehouse. There's going to be the Tree of Life going to the side of Team Damien as well, but yeah, looks like Team Circus is going to be forced to back on out of there. So these teams, out of Checkpoint, they're slowly getting stronger and stronger. You could see this game, some of these teams are definitely looking to try to maybe deny some of these Checkpoint teams from winning the game.
Yeah, from Rebels, 4.5 TS for their score at the time being. 3.5 for Team Damien, as well as 5 for Team Circus. It's looking really competitive. This is the first time I've ever seen this much vigor coming out from our non-checkpoint teams. They're playing everything correctly so far. It's just how farther can they take it. That's been the one biggest difference between the ones in checkpoint and the ones that are not. They always have these moments of shine where they are able to brilliantly shine in some of these team fights, but they can't do it over and over again. That's the biggest difference between the ones in checkpoint and the ones that are not. So for the ones that are not, consistently, can they keep this up?
Yeah, and you could see these teams are slowly just building up their items here. Everyone's really split away from each other, except for, looks like Team Wales and Team Circus here. They definitely want to play for this Omega coming up, but Team Circus, it looks like they don't want to deal with Team Wales here, because I think they see the items on Fauna. Fauna already sitting on 5 gold. That difference is a little too big, so it's going to slowly back away there, but Wales is just going to get even stronger. We're going to have Team Sparkles and Team Pointy End here. We're going to try to look for an angle in. Here comes angle onto the Hisui. Unfortunately, the W2 is not going to connect, but just going to jump on forward. It is going to be able to get a lot of damage onto this Estelle. Estelle's going to be jumped down to 1 HP. There's the exclusive to pull back the Hisui. Hisui trying to look for some more. Does end up getting chunked down. Is going to be able to use the W2 to actually dash on out of there. Is going to be able to hit the bat, and they should be safe. The purple box is going to go to the side of Team Pointy End, and they're going to use the key card to get themselves onto safety.
I wonder what was inside of the purple box. I did see a blue flare gun being picked up by Team Rump Rebels, so do expect something like a red box dropping over onto their side very soon. Transitions wise across the board, as you mentioned earlier, looking really good for everybody. I did see a mithril crop, I think, being built up by somebody. Not entirely sure if that was for Pointy End or something of the sort, which is kind of interesting. I know there's been a lot of hate for mithril crop as of late. Have you noticed that? Everybody's like, if the moment they see mithril crop, they come up with at least 5 reasons as to why something else is better.
Mythcrop, I actually think Mythcrop is pretty good right now, just because it has like the most stats on a chess piece right now, just because they've been hitting all the other chess pieces pretty hard. So I think it's pretty decent. You know, Mythcrop is just straight defense HP, and then it has that movement speed. For a character, for some of these tanks, you need that movement speed to, you know, slowly kite back and get away from the rest of the enemy. So I think a lot of tanks have been slowly starting to build it again. Like I think Mai's have been building like a lot.
Pretty nice to be able to see it, and there it is. Yeah, you can see it. Mithril crop built up, upgraded with the David as well for Sir Davi. The question is, can they actually push on through? I'm surprised each of these bombs are being sent. All 4 of those bombs being sent would have done quite a lot of damage over onto Pungwa, but if they're starting to get stacked up, there's a 4 stack. Going over onto the Isui. The parry is in. They have the damage to knock this down. Exclusive is good as well. Blink away from Fauna, but there's the jump on
Fauna
in.
should be dead!
The
my God.
with the Hisui. Beautifully done, and that's gonna be a -200 to the hands of Team Yeongju Whales. Caught out by the White Lily, beautifully and masterfully done.
Huge White Lily coming out for the side of Wales there, and getting that perfect Hisui dash on forward, just gonna be able to finish off Fauna, because Fauna just chunked down to 1 HP and just stuck at 1 HP because of that Soul Link, and it's just one ability is just enough to just kill them down there. So Wales, fortunately, -200, but they were able to get the res off instantly, and you can see their item count as well. They're still looking pretty strong.
Sir, oh my God. Okay, I need to catch a breather. We are still no teams down by day number 4. This is absolutely wild. Demian, Circus, and Rump Rebel still fighting as hard as they can to try to keep themselves in this game, but everybody else trying their best to win out on this game. Wick line spawning in about 50 seconds. Do expect that to be an absolute fiesta. This is going to be the huge turning point for so many of these teams. Blood Ripper built up now for that Hisui. It's been an item that they prioritize throughout pretty much the entire night on this character. They save credits for this. They don't even wait for that Wick line. Blood Ripper, super important. 60% healing reduction plus the armor penetration is absolutely incredible for the Hisui. This is scary.
It just has like all the stats you want on, you know, a character like Hisui. It has the attack power, has the armor pen,
attack speed as
has
well.
a heal cut, attack speed. It's just everything you really want. And Rump Rebels are, looks like they're actually just gonna give up this Wick line here as I mean, Team Pointy, and they're so strong. You can see their items, 5 gold apiece, and Team Damien, no! They just instantly fall here, as I think that's gonna be it. The Taz is gonna go down as well. Team Rump Rebels, they just completely wiped Team Damien because they just checked the bush there, and Team Damien just didn't have any time to react.
Where the hell did they go, man? They just got disintegrated. All right. Well, Pointy End now stuck in a little bit of a weird situation as there's 3 teams now contesting. This is going to give a Wick line for free over onto Pointy End. Now they're the ones to try to partying. E8 is gone. Eats a 4 stack straight to his face. Ardabi needs to be a little bit careful. His entire team still hanging around that Wick line. Not that bad of a situation for them to be in. There are so many teams hanging around this area. If Pointy End just play this a little bit right, they can obliterate literally any single team sitting inside the zone. Having that Wick line is going to give you that leniency. Bear trying to push their way on in. Yeongju Whales all going to be grouped back up. One team is just going to completely skedaddle on out of there, just failing, saying no thank you, going to the the western side of the map where it is completely empty. Hotel unoccupied.
Yeah, so many teams on the bottom side of the map here, and gonna have to. It's gonna be Sparkle as well. They're gonna use the VLS system. Everyone just says no to this Wick line team because you do not want to be fighting that strong Wick line team there. And I think Slash, it looks like Wales is also gonna be using the VLS system to get themselves on out of here. Looks like they're gonna be going. It's just a train of VLSs here.
Yep. Are we also gonna take it over there? Team, what is that? Team Gyeongnam Sparkle. Are we all also gonna go over to the western side? And now the entire western side is super congested with players. Wasn't this place empty about 30 seconds ago?
I think. Worm Rebels, they're gonna get sent on here to Suwa. Should get caught. It'll end up getting taunted up, and that's gonna be it. Bear should go down here to the burn damage, and Rump Rebels. Oh no, one of our teams that needs to check. Actually, they're not gonna stop the res here. The pork chop did him getting out. Getting him out. You're right. It was Mutant Boar. So Team Rump Rebels are actually okay because I think Team Phalanx didn't end up wanting to chase it because they did end up knowing there's a lot of teams in the zone here. So Rump Rebels actually fine. Get their res back, so they still have a chance to contest for that win. But it's gonna be a little hard. All these checkpoint teams, look at how strong they are compared to the rest of the lobby. Team Rump Rebels are still missing a couple gold items here. Team Circus are still also missing like 5, I think, gold items for themselves as well.
All right, Team Gyeongnam Sparkle, Team Jetson Phalanx, and Team Yeongju Whales, they are going to have a very, very tough road ahead of them as Pointy End holding control of Chapel. That's going to be one of our temporary zones by themselves. They got this leniency because of, once again, that Wick line buff they were able to pick up. If Gyeongnam Sparkles opts to go in to Chapel, they're going to have to contest up against Team
probably
Pointy End. They
hop
are
towards-
considering
Are they
it,
gonna
and they
go down?
will,
Yes.
as a matter of fact, do that. But Team Pointy End should have seen this. They're going to immediately hightail it back, because now that there is a team on their flank, they're going to have to watch out a little bit.
They want to. I'm surprised they walked up again, because they want to hold the zone. I think, especially if you're in a checkpoint team in this checkpoint format, you want to make sure you just take full zone control of your zone to make sure no one comes in and just play for the win here. So yeah, them giving zone control now to Sparkle is going to be a little rough for them, because they have to push into this double backline team, double backline mage team as well. So I mean, the times are ticking as well, because another team is definitely going to slowly start making their way down, or if a team does end up making the way down, it's going to be a lot harder for them to really play with.
Even if they don't, mid-range everywhere for Team Pointy End. And the other side, they have a Bo Nadine plus a Celine. It's tight corridors everywhere. How the hell are they supposed to push in on this? No flash cut available. Now Chone is going to get it. There's a CCTV being activated. Wickle buff will end here in about 10 seconds. I think Pointy End, if they want some kind of advantage into a composition like this, they got to brute force something right now. The stun not going to land over onto Ping either. They're going to brute force it. Here we go. The Quake was already landed as well. Tsubame Gaishi landing pretty well. It jumped
goes in.
towards
Oh, no way, Lily! No way, Lily once again!
To the end. That's it. Down goes Gyeongnam Sparkles. Pointy End. I said you need to force it. That's a force and a half if I've ever seen one.
The White Lily coming up clutch once again, but I don't think it really mattered, because Sangwon also ended up going down for the side of Team Bungwa there, but just coming out clutch. And oh no, Failing's going to be the one to fall on the side of Team Wales, and Team Circus going to be able to just finish the job here. It's going to be the Felix, the last one alive. Rebel's going to lose a member as well, and they're going to go down to the side of Team Wales. So it's going to be up to Team Circus. If they can win this here, they can maybe deny Team Pointy End from winning it out. But if Team Wales win, it's going to be up to the fate's just going to be in their hands. They're going to have to win that 3v3 into Team Pointy End.
I have no idea who to hedge my bets on this. Both teams have shown histories of kind of botching their execution a little bit here and there, and it's not for bad reasons. Both of these teams have very, very difficult execution. If they can pull things off right, once again, no counterplay, right? We've seen it time and time before from Team Yangju Wales. Well, not exactly Yangju Wales them specifically, but from the composition that we see them play from Gyeongnam Sparkles. We also know the crowd control stack that Team Circus is able to pump out, but they're going to be pushed back. The mid-range poke coming through from both the Celine as well as the Emma. There are triple melee characters on the side of Circus. They have to figure out something right now. The more positioning you give over onto Team Yangju Wales, the less of an advantage you have.
Yeah, can't really give them zone control here, but they're gonna look for an angle in. Great poke there coming out from the ERM to get the Emma down to half HP here. This comes the ultimate. They're gonna try to look for an angle in, but nothing's really gonna come out of that. It's gonna fully pull back. The blink was invested though from Green Apple. It's gonna be a key cooldown for them to really use here. The timers are ticking. The timers are gonna go to the side of Team Wales here. Obviously, they're gonna go through. Oh no, the Don Quixote, it's not going to connect, and that is going to be it. I think the IRM should fall very shortly. Wait a second. Do end up getting one kill back in, but IRM is really getting chunked down to 1 HP, and there's the combo as well, and that is going to be it. Wait a second, IRM gets the combo. I think I can see IRM winning this here.
No way.
That's a lot of damage.
No way.
There's shielding as well. There's a double poly.
No!
Oh! It's not enough, and that is going to be it. We're ending the LCQ here on game number 8.
That is brutal. It was so close. It was so close for Mandu, but in the end, E8 comes through. He clutches it out. I mentioned earlier that E8 is not showing us the performance that Scarlet was able to show us on that Emma, but this time around, he is able to be that solid anchor. The clutch, the return is able to be there. The 1 for 2 is in favor of Yangju Wales, but now they're going to have to start pushing in over on towards Pointy End. The problem is, again,
item
it's
difference
a
as well.
bunch of mid-range up against a lot of mid to long-range poke.
I mean, Pointy End is sitting on that double blood here, so it's going to be a little hard for the side of Team Wales, but if they could look for a one-shot combo, they could definitely do it here. Mai does have that exclusive that you do have to watch out for, though. The Ghost Light is going to proc onto Green Apple. I think they're going to have to full reset and maybe look for another angle back in. But if Hisui, I mean, Hisui can get blown up really easily here. If Hisui goes down, it is going to spell disaster for the side of Team Pointy End.
And that's why I think Pungwa is trying to push them away as much as possible. Look at the timer for Yangju
Oh,
Whales. It's
E8.
actually not that much. This is one chance that
E8
they're going to
gonna
have.
oh.
They're not watching the flank. They're trying to do whatever they can. They didn't
Oh,
catch
they don't see it.
They
They don't
didn't
see
see
it.
it at all, and now it's going to be a little bit too late. But E8 a little bit too far forward. Pungwa gets caught out, but Fana takes a lot of damage in exchange.
Oh my God.
1,400 damage. Can he get out? There's the parry. Exclusive comes out, and Fana is gone.
Wait.
Jones still getting taken down too, but
2v2?
Pungwa is still alive.
Oh, a
There's the
huge
flashback
taunt.
back in, and that's gonna be it, most likely, unless E8 pulls away the clutch of the Sentry, which I don't think
No,
is
he
going to
can't.
happen, as the
He's
star
full resetting.
content is there. E8 is in shambles as their dreams of being in yet another season finals is over.
But
BNK Fearex
it's Bongwa.
still...
It's going to be Bongwa coming out once again. He's going to qualify.
Oh my god, another LCQ in the belt for Pungwa, and that is it. Pointy End is going to secure and punch their tickets into the season finals. We are going to have a Hisui in season finals, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
When was the
excited. I'm
last
excited.
time? Actually, quite frankly, when did you ever think I was going to be able to say that with confidence?
Hisui making it all the way to finals, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna be sticking with this team comp because it's been working wonders for them in the LCQ here. So very excited to see how they do end up pairing into some of the top teams in Korea, especially because I mean in these lobbies we haven't really seen those front to back teams being played. So once we get into the season finals, I think there's gonna be quite a lot of that.
You say a lot of, you think they weren't able to go up against front-to-back compositions, but I also want to add the word oppressive front-to-back compositions, right? We haven't seen the Alonso-Theo combinations at all during LCQ.
Yeah, he just locked down that Hisui, right? He just point the Hisui, and then just... Because Hisui really struggles into those characters that have that lockdown CC. Because once Hisui can't really do his thing or gets interrupted in the middle of her combo, it's really hard for her to really dish out as much damage as she wants. So seeing those other teams, especially when they're able to kite back and maybe dodge out on those crucial W2s, it might be a little tough, but very excited. I'm very excited. Hisui, one of those characters, one of those really flashy characters. That it's kind of like a treat to watch. For me, it's kind of like Piolo, when I love seeing a great Piolo player come out, just able to dash in and out of these fights, able to have so much sustain as well. I'm really excited to see how they end up doing in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing performance from Team Pointy End, and what a great series you and I had. Honestly, it was worth it. 7 games. We called it. Pointy End being able to take it away. We get to see the Hisui in the season finals. Pungwa has done it once again as well. Another LCQ in the belt. I guess this unfortunately means that Akatsuki might be gone.
Yeah.
Pungwa's like, nah, I
I'm
found
kind of sad.
people.
Yeah, he just left, and then I mean, hey, major LCQ finals. So
Yeah.
once again, Bongwa showing why he is the Adina master.
Yes, sir. Good stuff from Team Pointy End. Love to see it. Really unfortunate for Yangju Whales. Fana, we are not going to be able to see him in the season finals as well. A valiant effort, though, from E8 as well as Green Apple. Again, 2 people who are not used to running the Emma as well as the Celine. I think they showed us a new side of Team Yangju Whales. The next time I see this composition from them, I'm actually going to be a believer.
Yeah, I mean, they still played pretty well. They had a really good performance for today. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to capitalize on that last win. They were into checkpoints so early, but it is a checkpoint series, so you gotta make sure you get that win. But it's gonna be Team Pointy End coming out not really too far behind, because they were like the 3rd place team, and just able to get that win at the very end here and secure themselves the 2nd spot for LCQ. So it's going to be Team Busan Vespa and Team Pointy End are 2 teams that we will be seeing in about 3 weeks from now. Unfortunately, I won't be there. You guys won't be seeing me casting, but I'll be watching.
I have been abandoned once again, everybody. Yeah, unfortunately, Superior will not be joining us for the season finals. He's got his own stuff to do. This man is absolutely busy nowadays. I'm not going to hold it against him. We will have a surprise caster that I'll be showing you guys during the season finals. Be excited for that one. But that is going to do it for us. An intensive weekend. If you were keeping track of Last Chance qualifiers through the entire weekend, congratulations to you. I know there was a lot of stuff happening during the group stages and the wild cards coming into LCQ finals. I might honestly keep track of that myself because I saw somebody saying Chone 1v3'd during the group stages or something like that. I kind of want to see it. But
Ooh, maybe there's gonna be some clips flying around because
yeah.
I would like to see that as well because I mean Hisui, I just love watching Hisui.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, though, the Korean side is doing their interview. Unfortunately for us, that is going to be it. If you are joining us now for drops,
Join us earlier.
yeah, join us earlier. That's all I can really say. We've been here a lot longer than you and I thought it was going to be because we thought it was going to end by game 6 after Busan Bespa was able to go into checkpoint after game number 4. But it took a little bit longer than that, and that is A-okay.
Yeah, I mean, a great series. I had a lot of fun here watching some, high-level turn like always. It's just a treat to watch.
Sure. For things coming into the future for today, just because ERM is over does not mean that the Eternal Return action itself is over. We have the XCOM VTuber tournament finals that is going to be happening in... let's see here. Got about 7.5 hours. It is going to be at 3 p.m. Central Time, or I guess if I want to do it this way, 4 p.m. Eastern Time on the XCOM Twitch channel. So make sure you guys go out and support your favorite VTubers that are playing Eternal Return if you are aware of that tournament. And other than that, we also have the South America ERCS Finals that is going to be happening at 6 p.m. Central right here on the Eternal Return game channel too. So keep an eye out on that. I heard the games yesterday were banger, and we're going to have, again, Meek and Lucy casting most likely.
Isn't it EU this time, or is it
No,
South
I think
America
it's SA
time?
today.
Oh,
Or is it EU? I'm not sure. I thought it was supposed to be.
Let me actually check.
Yeah, because I thought it was SA day 1 and then day
Was it
2
EU?
immediately after. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah. It looks like SA already happened. It should be EU today,
Okay.
and it's happening in it's happening in 3 hours, 3 hours and 30 minutes. So if you guys just stick around for that,
Oh, interesting.
stay awake. You guys can watch the European finals for ERCS as well.
Okay, cool. So wait. Then was yesterday also?
Yesterday was SA.
SA was also finals.
Wait, actually,
Now I'm confused. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. Because the results are there. Oh,
I think
my
SA
goodness.
was just finals. EU had a qualifiers, which is yesterday. So EU had
That's what I got flipped out
qualifiers,
by.
and then it has the finals, and SA was just finals. And it was yesterday.
Yep. Okay. The SA was finals. Today is going to be EU. That means, yes, as you said, it's going to be in a few hours. Right here on the Eternal Return game channel. That's not going to change. Yeah. But if you were awake by then, after watching these banger of games, feel free to come out and support it. There's probably going to be drops again if you're interested in that. Again, Meek and Lucy's probably going to be casting it. Otherwise, it's going to be Kaz. Banger casters for the...
Yeah, 100%. And remember, if you guys want to watch the Eternal Return Masters finals, season finals, it will be, I think it is on the...
You're on your screen?
right there. It's going to be on the 27th on Friday at...
That says 8 UTC, but that should
UTC,
be...
so it should be 4 a.m. EST.
Eastern.
It's the same time it started today. So, write that on your calendar. Note that down if you guys want to watch it, and yeah, make sure you guys are up at that time because it's going to be some great games. Season finals are always so good because it is in person as well. So it's going to be that LAN event, and you'll be able to see all the teams start walking in. You have the usual walk in. They have that little slogan. You could see what everyone looks like as well, and it's just great to see the LAN event for the game.
Yes, sir. I'm excited for the team posters this season, but that will come through later down the road. I'll try my best to get the production so you guys can see the team posters like I always do during the season finals. Unless I get lazy this time around, that could definitely be option I take. But guys, I've said this multiple times today, but I am extremely exhausted. I still have to do the XCOM tournament later, so we're gonna call it a night here. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We will see you guys for ERM season finals. At least I will. Superior will not be here, but I will see you guys.
I'll be watching. I'll be watching.
You'll be here in spirit. You'll be here in spirit. But I'll see you guys for ERM season finals in a couple of weeks. Make sure you guys stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you guys in a couple of weeks. Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.